you are. Welcome to Cosmoverse 2023 Istanbul. Now, this video, we're going to take you on a tour around Cosmoverse at the Swiss Hotel. Unfortunately, we can't record on the first floor, so we are going to have to cut out here, and then we will continue from the stairwell onwards. But let's go and enjoy the tour and go and see what the event's all about. So this venue, yeah, it's a very, very big venue. So we've got 5 floors. We've got the main stage on the 5th floor. As you can see, we've got the exhibitions, the Hacker Lounge on the 7th floor, and a lot of the workshops are going to be on the 10th floor. So let's go down the stairs and go and start exploring the venue. Perfect. Right, I think first place we go is if we continue around this way. Sorry, can I just show, can we just get the diagram of how the layout is as well, please? So as everyone can see, the main stage, lunch area is just around here. We're currently on the 5th floor. I am going to be exploring and learning while I go around with everyone who's watching. So if we continue around to the left, let's go and have a look. Oops, sorry guys. So we can see everywhere it's got all the labels, Cosmoverse Hacker Lounge. So if anyone's interested with the OKP4 stand, they've got a spin the wheel. So feel free to come and join this booth if you are at the event. Right, let's carry on veering around to the left now and go and have a look here. Right, so I assume this is one of the hacker lounges. Looks like people are going to be sitting up there doing panels, all kinds of things like that. Obviously, as the day gets on, it's going to get busier and busier. So I think when we carry on round to the left here, this is going to be like the main booth area. So we'll go around again, we'll go and have a look at some of the booths, give everyone a bit of insight to how the event is and how the layout is. Plenty of stickers, things like that, merch. No, that's fine. So if we carry on coming around here, as you can see, it's a little bit noisier, a little bit busier. This is one of the main booth areas. As you can see, we got DYDX, we got Strangelove. So again, if you are at the event and you see this, feel free to come and check out the booths, grab yourself some merch, so you can see the sort of the amount of effort that goes into creating these events and making these booths, these stands. We keep going through, and I think as the day goes on, it gets busier and busier. Awesome. Right now, so now we're entering the other booth room. Look at this, perfect. Octopus on your right-hand side here. Sheldon working hard. Perfect. Steak frights just at the end here. Getting ready to go and do all of their recording as well. Awesome. Right now, we'll start heading down towards the main area where the main stage is. All right, guys. As you can see, another Cosmoverse stand here, leading everyone down. Perfect. So as we can see here, the Turkish experience by Neutron. I'm not quite sure what the experience is going to be just yet, but we'll try and maybe come back and visit a bit later on and add some more little videos in when a lot more things are open. But if we carry on continuing downstairs now. Right, before we go and check out the main stage, we're going to go around and check out, there's some more booth areas. We're going to check the media, we're going to check out the media area. It's so easy to get lost in this place already. So if we keep coming around to the left-hand side. Now this, I'm going to show everyone. If anyone's here at the event and they see this, feel free to come round. It's a 360-degree camera that records you, and it's like a backwards as well, isn't it? Yeah, forwards and a reverse. Yeah. So,
Boomerang effect on the Instagram.
yeah, perfect. So, if you are here, remember to come and give this a go. Right, let's go and check out this booth room. As you can see, you've got, it's a lot busier in here already, and it's going to start getting a lot busier. Amazing to see a vibrant crowd here today. Obviously, IST guys. We've got Agoric here. What we got around? Crabble. Yeah. But I think this does show the magnitude of how much effort and work goes into creating an event like this. And I hope everyone at home is enjoying the tour so far. We learn as we go. Right, if we carry on around here, we've got the media room around here. So this is currently where everyone will be doing their interviews. A lot of the media guys will come in here, get their interviews done. Like myself, you're going to see some more interviews with me a bit later on. And yeah, let's carry on, and we will go around now and see what's up on the left-hand side here. Just quickly get there. Everyone at home, I'm exactly the same. I haven't familiarised myself with the venue yet, so we're learning together as we go. But as you can see, we've got another booth room here. With the Neutron stand, we've got the Neutron stand, the Noble stand, Stride stand. One of the best wallets in Cosmos at the moment. Mr. Bendy here with Atom Accelerator. This is actually one of the main sponsors of Cosmoverse.
Oh,
so I hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, having a great day.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, really enjoying it.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. And if people make it down to the AZ room, we're doing a little bit of an onboarding thing for new users.
Perfect.
So they kind of install a little Leap wallet. We give them a bit of Atom. They can go and use it on the hub. They can use the LSM. They can use Stride to do a bit of liquid staking. They can take it and use it on Noble. And if they complete all of that, we do a prize draw on day 3. They can win a bad kid.
So is this only for people at the event?
For people at the event that are here now.
Yep.
But,
yep.
But it's
that's perfect.
Everyone should be doing that sort of thing, and it's a great opportunity to showcase it to like the Turkish community and people that are down here.
Yeah. It's a great incentivising people to give something a try. Like you say, try a new area. I mean, it's the same with the Leap Wallet guys. They're doing an amazing job.
It's a great experience, and it's been really nice. Like that. I'm going to talk about collaboration every time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm collaboration, inspiration, innovation.
All these teams together to work together is awesome.
Yeah, 100%. Right, we're going to carry on with the tour anyway. Yeah, and I'll catch you a bit later. Yeah, so as you can see, still the Atom DAO presentation, everything there, all these seats. But we will continue round now, and we will go and explore the main stage. Yeah, that's fine. Well, all I'm doing is touring the venue. So I'm showing everyone the venue on the video. So I'm doing a walk round tour. Yeah, one of our main organisers here.
How are you?
So I'm still going to take you up to the workshops just to give everyone a feel of how the venue is.
Yeah.
And everything like that. No, that's amazing. I love that.
You see that?
Right, so we're going to go and check out the main stage now. Go and show everyone it. Keep doing your work, and yeah, I'll see you in a bit. I don't know whether we can. Is there any chance we can get this board in shot as well? So we can only thank all the sponsors for making these events happen. And as you can see, Atom Accelerator is the main sponsor. We can only thank you all for doing this. These events wouldn't happen without you, so that's great. If we carry on walking down this way now. So we sort of have, this is like, as you can see, a lot of people are eating, coffee, drinking. There's a lot of relaxed, chilled areas around on the right-hand side here. Is there any chance we can just get a picture of that view as well, please? Just so everyone can see how nice that is out there. There we go, beautiful day in Turkey. That's amazing. And as you can see, the Cosmoverse Osmosis pillar covers. It's what's amazing about this, which a lot of people don't realise, is I came here yesterday morning and none of this was built. And the fact that they've been able to build all of this up in one day, I think shows again how much work goes into these types of things. But if we carry on coming up here, I've not checked out the ball pit yet, but there we go. So if anyone at the event sees this, the Osmosis ball pit, find the purple ball. All a bit of fun. Got to have a little bit of fun at these conferences as well. Right, let's carry on going. As you can see, everyone's looked after as well, food-wise. Yeah, it's been a very busy morning already. I can see that the staff are working extremely hard. We got to say thank you to all the staff and all the volunteers and everyone who works here. Yeah. Right, let's carry on going round, and we're going to enter the back of the main stage. And what we'll do is, I'm going to be quiet when we go in there because we've got speakers and people sitting down, and the last thing they want to hear is me walking around talking. So we're going to do like a little silent walking tour of the main stage. We'll try and get as close as we can to show you, and yeah, then we'll go and show you the workshops. And the workshops aren't going to have very many people in, but the workshops don't open till tomorrow, but I just want to give everyone a feeling of how the venue is and everything like that. So if we just sneak in here now. Right. This is where we... So if we come down the back here.
But great, now you have your asset osmosis. How do you actually still use all the other emails?
I'm going to have to whisper. I'm going to have to whisper for this one.
Today, you have these legacy, you have the...
But as you can see, if you can pan round now, we can see the whole main stage. You can see Sonny talking about osmosis in his Roman outfit. Should we'll take a little walk round, yeah?
Nice seamless wax and flow between that. But once we start to get smart accounts, things are going to get different.
And the magnitude of how big the main hall is.
I made the transaction on osmosis to add that as a key on my Osmosis Smart account. I have to remember to go add that to my Stride Smart account, right? Otherwise, the system is going to get out of sync. If I
don't think we'll go much further than here.
Maybe I thought I lost, I think my Kepler key got compromised. I'm going to remove my Osmosis account. I have to go remember to do that on my Stride account, right? This is going to get complicated.
Sonny's like the one person who turns up at events dressed for the event, as I'd like to say.
Address is based off this original Kepler key that you don't actually have access to anymore because you deleted it. This is going to get messy. How do we solve this? Well, Synapsys, one of the core contributors of Osmosis, many years ago they came up with this idea called Interchain accounts, which is, the idea that an account on one chain can make transactions on another chain.
Right, I think that's enough of the main stage. We'll start heading back out and having a look.
So you'll have a smart account on Osmosis, and the analogy I like is in Avatar, you have an astral projection where Cora's body stays in the physical world, and for astral projection.
And as you can see in the little booth here, we've got translators translating into different
so it'll be a similar
languages.
Situation with Interchain smart accounts, where your core smart account is still going to be on the Osmosis chain, but you'll be able to astrally project using Interchain accounts and do actions on the Stride chain. So as you add keys, you change your authenticator, you don't have to make any transaction on the Stride chain. Your account on the Stride chain is just a projection of your smart account.
So I hope everyone's enjoying the tour so far. Sorry about that, I couldn't speak. I hope you could hear what I was saying. If not, it doesn't matter. As you can see, Sonny, doing his speech as always. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go and find the lifts. And wait, we'll go around here first actually. Let's go and have a look at the lunch area. Let's go and see what's going on around here. Right, I think this is everything down on the 5th floor. So what we'll do is we'll head back up now and we'll go and get in the lift and we'll go and check out the workshops. Again, the workshops are going to be empty now. They don't start until tomorrow, but let's just give everyone, the gist of what the venue's like. So let's continue going up. Yeah, so we're going to go up to the 10th floor now. We're going to go and check out the workshop area. And yeah, we're just doing a tour of the venue. So we're touring the venue, showing everyone around. So we're going to go and check out the workshops now, see what it's all about, and hopefully everyone at home can enjoy the venue as well. Awesome, thank you. Right, let's shut that again. So another thing that's quite crazy about it is I'm pretty sure in Lisbon 2021, the first Cosmoverse, I unfortunately didn't get to go, but I'm pretty sure it was around 500 attendees. Then last year at Cosmoverse, Colombia, Medellin, I think it was roughly around 1,000 tickets that got sold and 1,000 attendees. And obviously Cosmoverse 2023, there was 1,500 tickets sold, so 1,500 attendees. So I think it proves that each year it's growing and growing as we go. So it's going to be extremely quiet up here. The workshops don't open until tomorrow. But it's nice to give everyone a feeling, again, I keep saying, of how the venue is, how much goes into organising these sort of events. Yeah, so you can only give your hats off to the people doing it. Here we have one of the workshop rooms, getting ready, making sure everyone's got their water, notes, mints. It's pretty spectacular, isn't it, really? Perfect. Right, now if we carry on going around to the right-hand side. So again, they've done well. They've got all their visuals up, which is quite nice to see, because it is very confusing around here. Very easy to get lost. Automatic contracts workshop, Juno. Hope everyone goes in there and has a little look at some point. I don't know whether there's any. Yeah, I think as you can see, as in general, they're all going to be similar sort of workshops. Yeah, for everyone to come, learn what they want to. No, that's perfect. Right, if we carry on going round, let's go and check out the last one, I think it is. The Design DAO workshop. So I'm not quite sure what will be going on with some of these workshops. I don't know whether this is going to be interviews or anything like that in here. We can get to the main hall around here. So just through here, yeah? Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for your help. See, and that's the great thing about this, is you've got all the volunteers and you've got the guys who are helping. And I know exactly where we are now, because when we were about to walk to what I thought was the lunchroom, it wasn't. That was the way to get round to the lifts. So again, yeah, the lunch area was a bit deceptive with things like that. But what we'll do is, if we just have one more walk around, because as you can see, it's actually getting a lot busier now. So when we first started here, it wasn't, yeah, it was a lot quieter. I mean, I'm probably shouting. I don't know whether you can hear me shouting, but it's, yeah, it's getting very busy here. I'm not sure whether it's the break time, tea time. No, it does look like people are still talking in the main stage, but we'll have another loop around. Just so we can get everyone to have a feel of how many people are here. And we always talk about it, about collaboration, innovation, and these. Without these events, the process takes a lot longer. I've always tried explaining to sort of people that you can get a lot more done face-to-face in half an hour than you can 6 months online in DMs. So, unfortunately, I think some staff got in the way there. Here we go, look, we've got Seb in here. Have you found the purple ball? He's got the purple ball.
I got the purple ball.
And a woof woof gar. Everyone knows who that is now, don't they? So what do these guys win? What do they win?
You have to find this blue ball for swag.
For swag, right, perfect. So find the purple ball, you get some swag. But they look like they're just relaxing and chilling in there. We'll also go and have a look outside, because we never went and checked out outside. And some of the views here are absolutely amazing. Oh, it's going, we're good, yeah? Yeah, good. Looks like this is a sort of it's where all the smokers are coming at the moment. So how's it going? We good? Good to see you. We'll catch up with you around the event. We're just recording, showing everyone the venue. So let's carry on going around this way. God, it's got really warm as well here now. So look at that. That view. Absolutely gorgeous out there, isn't it? Perfect. Right, let's head back in and just go and have another little loop round and check out the booths again and see how busy it is in that sort of area. How's it going? We good, yeah? Well, I'll catch up with you all later. We're just doing this venue tour at the moment. As you can see, everyone sort of is relaxed. Everyone seems like they're in a good mood. Here. As you can see all these guys as well. So as you can tell, I don't really need to do much talking and you can hear the noise around us. Excuse me, guys. Can we just get through here? Thank you. Let's carry on going. Perfect. Right, I think we'll go back upstairs and we'll just go around the booths again one more time. And we're going to see how much busier it is now. Within the space of sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, you can already tell how many more people have turned up. And I expect it to be like that more and more as the day goes by. Oh, we can see, as we can see actually, if we just come in and we have a quick look. Hiya guys, you're right. Sorry, we're just doing a venue tour at the moment, but I just wanted to come and show what this Turkish experience is. Sorry guys. So can we just come and get a little video of this?
Thank you for the applause. Good morning. I see some people eating still. That's good. You came here. Well, so today, before we get to our speakers, we're going to have a small announcement, well, a small explanation. So did you guys see around like some people with robes doing some things outside? Yes, you did? Okay, so that was pretty cool. I hit myself a couple of times. Interesting. And today, to talk about what is going on with those robes and what is happening there, there's Álvaro Daza, founder of Círculo. Álvaro, the stage is yours.
Jim, can you hear me? Yes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Guys, I think that yesterday was a pretty long night, probably for a lot of you. And well, today is the last day, so it's very, very, very exciting for us today to be here in Cosmoverse, mainly because when we were talking about the idea of an event like this in Turkey, with the guys who were organizing, we also talk about the opportunity that people from our ecosystem have to travel always around the world. And more than the opportunity, also the struggle that we normally have. When we have to travel, we have to start from zero. And if you are going to travel, we have to search for an apartment, for a hotel, for a place to stay, a lot of things. And also for health insurance, or for transportation, or for places to eat, and sometimes even for a community. Well, a few years ago, we decided to start a project that initially was under the idea of a community, and then it became essentially a platform that enables travelers to find, under a decentralized rent that works for 81 destinations, under one payment, apartments all over the world. This works like this. You pay once a month, and with that, you have a house in 81 countries. That's it. You always pay the same. Doesn't matter if you want to stay in Dubai, if you want to stay in Paris, if you want to stay in Istanbul. You always have access to an apartment. You have access to a health insurance, to more than 3,000 gyms, to more than 4,000 co-working space in 130 countries, and as well, 2 opportunities for traveling with people. And this is one of the things that we are doing here in Cosmoverse. As you may have seen, we were doing a rope activity. In fact, after this, we're also going to have another workshop outside with some ropes. And the purpose of that is that the people who are attending this workshop are going to have the chance to participate in an all-paid trip to Kenya for 6 days. So picture yourself in the Masai Mara, or in Mombasa, or in Watamu, or in any of these amazing beaches in Kenya, and more than relaxing as well, like enjoying while you travel and while you work. This is essentially what we are going to do after this. And as part of the partnerships that we have all around the world with coffee shops like Juan Valdez, who have more than 500 shops of premium Colombian coffee, we are also giving vouchers for free coffee during the event for the attendees to Cosmoverse. So I hope you enjoy the morning, that this coffee helps you to wake up, and if you want to work out a bit and to relax, we wait for you outside in the stretching session. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome to the third day. Today's third day and final day. I am a little bit sad because of that, but on the other hand, I'm so happy to host you my own country. So yeah, Alvaro, thank you. Juan Valdez and 100% premium Colombian coffee, Circolo. So I would like to invite our first speaker, Enrico Tallin, President of Commercio Network. Please welcome the stage.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming this very early, third day. I think that people that comes like the first meeting, it's always like the best because there's more core people, and thank you very much for being here. Okay, so today we're gonna talk about something very interesting in the Europe that happened. Okay, so there's a new regulation in Europe called MiCAR, and we're going to talk today primarily about utility tokens. Okay, and how to issue compliant MiCAR compliant utility token and live happily ever after. Before that, I just want to take a little time to tell you about the Commercio Network, which is our Cosmos blockchain. Okay, we're basically we are like a blockchain that started in 2018, so very early in the game. We were probably one of the first projects, and we're not like very well known within the Cosmos ecosystem. Why? Because we have not basically listed our tokens, so you cannot find yet our tokens in Osmosis or all other DEX. Why? Because basically we started with a different approach and a different path than all the other projects in the Cosmos ecosystem. We started as a consortium. Basically, we wanted to create a product that help different companies. We're more like enterprise focus. So we created this consortium, and we onboarded almost 100 companies. And each of the companies became part of our consortium and became also a validator. So each of the 100 companies is in the commercial network is also a validator. And most of it's very important because each company is using the commercial network tools for themselves. So basically it's like a big research and development project funded by 100 companies. So it's an alternative way to bootstrap your chain. Instead of going for a token or venture capital money, we bootstrapped by getting 100 companies to become customers and also validators. So we have like two birds with one stone. Okay, we got both validators and both users of the network. Okay, what are the things that we do at commercial network? We focus on enterprise. So from the beginning, in 2019, we started building what was called the digital transformation blockchain. So we created a legally binding blockchain, probably one of the first in the world. How you get a blockchain to be legally binding? Basically, it's not easy. Okay, not an easy task because you have to do a lot of compliance checks. So we found out that there was a regulation called ADAS, which allows basically any documents to be legally binding. And to do that, we had to build 4 smart contracts to allow any document exchange on commercial network to be legally binding. The first contracts was the identity contract. So you create a digital identity, an electronic identity, which is legal and has to be connected with a specific set of rules. The second one, we created the signature, the electronic signature, so anybody can sign a document. And third is the delivery, so electronic delivery. It's like a certified mail. Okay, so with the identity, signature, and delivery, we could basically achieve what is called a legally binding contract. The last that we introduced last month was the archival, so also the archival of the document. And this was like basically from 2019 until now, 2023. Now we switch basically, we also expanded our set of contracts, and today we're going to talk about an interesting thing, which is a contract that allows you to issue a MiCAR compliant utility token. So let's start from MiCAR. What is MiCAR? It's a regulation. I know that a lot of people in the Cosmos community, in DeFi, kind of like say, no, regulation not good. But sometimes actually regulation is good, because what you can do is basically with MiCAR, it's a step towards a healthy and solid potential digital market. Why? Because when it's regulated, means that you can do it. Okay, so MiCAR provides a set of rules that allows you to set and define what basically a service provider has to do, and what is the token, how the token has to be done, and it's all about basically protecting the people from, the consumers from any kind of protection. So buyers, and we all know and lived through the ICO and IO scams. So MiCAR kind of wants to solve that problem. So basically with MiCAR, in Europe, you have 100% utility token legitimacy. So you can basically, absolutely, can create a utility token and it's legit. You can do it, no problem. So in general, we have a regulation that does want to punish people, but somehow wants to create and foster like a new innovation and try to find new business model. Okay, so that's the general MiCA regulation. Of course, it's a European. There's other countries are doing it, like Dubai is doing VARA, and Singapore. In the United States, not so much. Still not going. So there's a big opportunity and also a challenge. The big opportunity is basically it's the tokenization market. Tokenization means it's like a $16 trillion market. It's huge. It's something that in the next 10 years is going to be crazy. But of course, for every opportunity, there's also a challenge. And the challenge, of course, it's a legal one. And MiCA allows any organization in Europe, so if you're like a European company, you can issue your own token, okay, utility token, and you can do it up for 1 million euros, yes, like Austin Powers, 1 million euros for little paperwork, okay. But there is a catch, okay? Not easy because there's like few things that you need to consider. Why? Because basically your token, if it's not properly issued and sold, can be reclassified as security token, and that's absolutely not good. You don't want to have a security unless you are like a financial institution. So if you wanted to really live a true happy life issuing your token, you need to follow a few rules. Which rules? Okay, so how you issue the MiCA compliant? First of all, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm especially not your lawyer. So this one is a simplified overview, and it's not exhaustive. You need always to consult a legal consultant, which I'm not. I'm just only today to present some information, but don't count on it. I'm not a lawyer. So number one is to understand MiCA. So you need to read it, to understand, go a little bit further than just like reading a summary, so you understand what we are talking about, what you can do and what you cannot do. MiCA allows you to do utility tokens, asset reference tokens, stable coins, and that's it. So, not much more. But you can really, they go very specific, so you can follow that. The second one is number two is to define a token purpose. This is very important. Why? Because you need to determine the function of the utility token. And the utility token absolutely needs to provide access to a actual product service. It cannot be a fake or like a financial investment. So it should never be marketed as that. It should never reflect the fact that it is a financial investment. The third part is to basically write a term of service for this token and notarize it. So say, okay, this is what, it's a contract, a term of service is a contract, and the focus on what is like the product, the service, and most of all, if this token will go to the consumers, okay, to end people, absolutely, you need to focus on European consumer protections, okay? And there's also, each country has its own, so it's very important to get a lawyer. Why? Because MiCA only talks about the token technicality, but behind the token, there's always a product, so there's always must be a consumer information, okay, and consumer protection contract. So this is very important. And one thing that you can do, once you have done your basically utility token term of service, you can notarize it on commercial network and becomes legally binding. So nobody can say, no, you didn't do it. It's there, and every judge in European Union must recognize it as a valid contract and document. The fourth important thing is to follow a strict distribution plan. Because even if you do a perfect utility token, and it's absolutely 100% an utility token, so it provides you access to a product or service. But if you market as get rich with our utility token, absolutely not correct, not good. Don't do that. You need to be avoiding any promises of a profit, of a capital appreciation, clearly state the utility tokens in faction, and never, ever, never, ever, ever a financial investment. And fifth, very important, as I said before, it's to engage a legal counsel. You cannot issue your utility token unless you have done basically your legal groundwork. Okay, so this seems very complex, but we're trying to make it much easier. So what we did in Commercial Network, we created a MiCAR compliant utility token issuing solution, easy as 1, 2, 3. How? Because there's actually really 3 steps. First, you have the issuing tools, where basically you create your CV20, okay, so it's on Cosmoverse utility token, and then you can do it without any knowledge. It's just like a simple interface. The second one, we provide you a system that helps you to create a model of your term of service. This is very important, because the utility token must be absolutely intertwined and linked with the term of service. This one is in Italian, but we also have in English and everything. So you have this model, and you show it to a lawyer, and then you can publish it. And third, we also created a very interesting piece of software, which is basically the direct custody wallet, which is something in between a non-custodial and a hosted wallet. We created a hybrid solution that allows any company to distribute the token to their end user. And the end user are not crypto-savvy people. So basically, anyone can get the tokens just with the login and password, and that's it. But still with Web3 security. So it's a Web2 interface with a Web3 security behind it. Last, I just want to tell you that what I'm going to do with this utility token. There are 100 things you can do with an utility tokens. And guess what? We wrote a book about it. And the book is available on Amazon for a cost, but today, everybody can get it for free. So if you just take a picture of this QR code, basically you can get the book for free. We have a site which is called Token Workshop, and if you sign up to the Cosmoverse, basically using the Cosmoverse code, you can get the book for free. What is the book about? It tells you everything about utility tokens. It starts with all the basis and tells you about the MiCAR regulation, summarize how to use it in your company, how to sell it, how to distribute it in a way that is not perceived as an security token. So it gives you basically everything that we have done in the last 5 years. Why? Because Commercial Network actually built its own utility token, has been marketing to companies, not to exchanges, but to companies in the last 5 years, and it's standard. Everything worked out for us, so we just got our experience in creating a utility token and transfer it in this book. So it's not like somebody that writes a book just by things that might be, but we actually wrote this book by driving by our real world experience. We sold our token to 100 companies. We got a lot of legal challenges. A lot of companies challenged that, but at the end we always we basically prevail always. So this is an interesting thing. Just want to thank you, and if anybody is a European company and wants to issue utility token, please just write at info@commerce.io, commercial, and we'll be absolutely happy to help you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks to Enrico for his presentation. Hope you guys, by the way, get your coffee and snacks, feel better. So right now, I would like to invite Sanjeev Rao to talk about Leap Wallet. We're gonna get to know more information about this wallet. Welcome to the stage. Stage is yours.
Hey everyone, good morning. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm Sanjeev, the founder of Leap Wallet, and today really excited to be here and talk to you guys about the next evolution of our product strategy. But first, what is Leap Wallet? Leap is a super wallet that's designed exclusively for the Cosmos ecosystem. Today, we have 3 distinct wallet offerings, which include our browser extension, we have 2 mobile apps, and we have a web dashboard, which all put together have a total of 250K plus installs. We began our Cosmos journey in the middle of last year, wanting to build the best Interchain wallet experience, and we started by solving some of the biggest problems that we heard from users and builders alike. First, a lot of Cosmos chains at the time we got in were not natively supported on existing wallets. We felt this was a very important problem, and today, happy to say that we fixed this. Leap today offers support for 55 plus Cosmos chains across all our products. This week, we're going to add 3 more chains to the list. Second, we've actually worked really hard on building a best-in-class mobile experience that's on par with our browser extension. Not just that, we've actually added a suite of mobile-specific features like an inbuilt dApp browser, which is on your phone, a suite of push notification services to give you instant on-chain alerts for your on-chain activity, and so much more. And finally, we felt that there was a huge opportunity to upgrade the UX for several in-wallet transactions. And so, with the goal of bringing the best of the Interchain to your wallet, today, Leap offers one-click swaps and IBC transfers across all our products. We've integrated the entire staking and governance suite into all our offerings. We have an inbuilt NFT gallery on our products, and so much more. We've achieved a lot of what we set out to do last year, but really, we feel like we're only getting started here. Just in the next 3 to 6 months, we have several transformative ideas in our roadmap that are going to push the boundaries on both user experience and wallet capabilities, including experiments with account abstraction, adding wallet-to-wallet messaging, adding a fully fledged dApp store within our products, and our overarching goal of building a one-click everything experience for our users. And there's lots of exciting stuff coming up here. But as we reflected on our last year building here, we realized that a lot of what we've actually been building has been for the Cosmos native user. Now, this is a user who's typically been in crypto for a long time, somebody who's deeply passionate about Cosmos, somebody who's fairly comfortable with complex tech, and a user who's also very opinionated about the kind of products that they want to use. Honestly, we really enjoy working with these users, building for them. But the fact of the matter is that this is still a relatively small user base. Today, if you look at the total installs that Cosmos wallets have, which is about 1 million plus on browser extensions, and you compare that to the installs that say something like a MetaMask has, you realize that the non-Cosmos but crypto-native base is at least 20 to 30 times bigger, if not more. And this in itself is a tiny fraction of the larger addressable market that crypto has today, which is the 5 billion plus internet users. And so if Cosmos really has to grow, all of us as builders need to ask ourselves, how do we, while we continue solving for the Cosmos native user, how can we solve for these other user bases that exist today? And frankly, we don't believe that this is a product problem. Today, amongst us, we have some amazing builders who built out great products in the Cosmos space. We have all the right fundamental products that we require. But we believe it's actually more of a top-of-funnel and conversion problem. That is, we don't have the right experiences to attract and engage these new user bases. If you take a look at this example, which is a tweet that was posted by Levana recently, you'll see that there is actually a 25 to 30-step process that a new to Levana user needs to go through from the time they land on the Levana front end until the time they're actually able to make their first trade there. And frankly, at some level, it makes sense because all of us, we at Leap and other builders, we've been focused on the Cosmos native user. Now, when we're starting to focus on other users, these guys are going to come with a different set of problems. For instance, a lot of crypto native users do not want to get yet another crypto wallet. A lot of people don't want to get a wallet at all. People want easy ways to port their liquidity from Ethereum, Solana, over to Cosmos, and we just don't have the right experiences for this today. That being said, a lot of these problems are fundamentally UX and onboarding issues, something that we at Leap anyway think a lot about. So we put on our thinking hats and started asking ourselves, how do we help the ecosystem? How do we help Cosmos builders tackle some of these issues? And as we went through this process, we started putting together and noticing some patterns, some recurring themes that we'd seen from our experience working in the space. The first of which was that dApp UX is as critical as wallet UX. A lot of people, when they talk about crypto UX being broken, refer to wallet UX. And they're absolutely right. Wallets are important. Wallet UX is really important. But often it's the case that it's a particular dApp that's brought the user into the ecosystem. It is the dApp that has the brand recall. And oftentimes you find that users engage with their favorite dApp a lot more than they engage with their wallet. And it's worth noting that a lot of transactions that actually happen on these dApps are not core transactions of the dApp. They're things like send, swap, onboarding, which are, in our opinion, wallet type of transactions. And so if we really need to fix some of the onboarding challenges we've spoken about, we need to prioritize solving for dApp UX as much as we need to solve for wallet UX. Second, we noticed that because a lot of dApp builders are realizing these problems, many people are trying to solve these problems, but it's a similar set of problems, but everyone is trying to solve these bottom up. Things like, how do we add MetaMask support to our dApps? Although Snaps has made this easier in recent times, how do we add one-click social login to our dApps? How do we have easy solution for bridging and on-ramping assets from other ecosystems? How do we find solutions for the fact that users may not have the right gas token in their dApps? How do you find ways to engage users and bring them back to the ecosystem? And importantly, note that a lot of these problems are actually not core to the business, so to speak, and dev bandwidth would much rather be spent on solving problems that only the dApp is uniquely able to solve. Finally, we noticed that app chains want to be opinionated about their UX, and they want to own and control as much of the user journey as they can. And this makes a lot of sense, right? This is fully aligned with the Cosmos thesis that app chains want to own and customize their blockchains. It's just the extension of the same idea over to how they think about UX, a form of vertical integration, if you will. And mega successful companies like Apple, Amazon have shown that this is indeed the right way to think if you're building a big business. And there are all sorts of examples in the space, right? Like Sunny Stock from day one was a testament to this way of thinking. Several others, right? So you notice, for example, Fetch, they actually forked Kepler to build their own wallet. Kujira built out Sonar Wallet. DYDX, when you try to make transactions on their front end, they don't want a pre-confirmation modal for the users to click on. dApps, several dApps like Stargaze have integrated Skip, Squid, Cardo, and others because they want a native onboarding flow. Several examples of this. So while the problem set that we're trying to solve for is similar, what's very clear is you cannot have a one-size-fits-all solution. So with some of these insights, we kind of went back to the drawing table, spoke to a bunch of developers, and really excited to present to you the next evolution of our product strategy, which is the modular wallet stack. The core idea with Leap's modular wallet stack is to unbundle the various components, the various underlying components that make up our wallet stack, and offer them as individual modules for developers to integrate on their front ends. Now, these are going to come in different shapes and sizes, and the whole idea is we're going to try and solve some of the UX and onboarding challenges we spoke about. Our modular stack is going to come in two kinds of offerings. The first is what we're calling as the wallet toolkit. The wallet toolkit is a collection of libraries and SDKs which aim to offer all the essential logic and functionality that is baked into our wallet without actually being opinionated about the presentation layer or the application. And so this gives flexibility for developers to take them and use them as they'd like. This basically constitutes, from top to bottom, we have the UI library of Leap, which has been designed to seamlessly work across all form factors. We have the wallet core, which is sort of offering, this is the heart of the wallet. This is the logic for all transactions, for page displays within the wallet. We have a whole suite of helper modules that we've built out, which contain critical information like gas prices that we've tested and tried and tested over months. We have a transaction parser library, which basically converts complicated transaction messages into simple, easy to understand English sentences. We have the keychain library, which houses all of our key management logic across devices. We have a notification service, which today is used to send push notifications to users, but you could just use this service to also build out bots, to build out automated trading strategies. And finally, we have the node management system, which is an internal load balancer of sorts, where you can input a set of RPC nodes and get real-time, uptime, latency data. One of the best examples of the wallet toolkit in action was our recent MetaMask Snaps launch, wherein while there was some extra effort required, some new effort required to build out the Snaps library, a lot of the heavy lift here was actually taking relevant parts from our wallet toolkit and composing them into a middleware that would work well with the Snaps code to build out a great end-to-end Snaps experience. And here, our end goal actually is to offer the entire Leap wallet experience within the MetaMask interface as Snaps framework expands. And the way we're going to do that is by taking more and more pieces from our wallet toolkit and embedding them within the MetaMask presentation layer. So that's the offering one. The second type of offering here is what we're calling as plug-and-play frontends, which are basically front-end widgets which have been composed using different pieces from the wallet toolkit and aim to solve specific narrowly defined problems. Now, these offer a very seamless way of integration wherein just a few lines of code, and you can actually get this lightweight SDK up and running on your website within 30 minutes. One of the examples of this out in the wild today is our Elements onboarding SDK, which aims to offer dApps a range of onboarding solutions simply out of the box. Today, we offer IBC swaps, cross-chain swaps from EVMs to Cosmos, and fiat on-ramps through partnerships with Squid, Skip, Cardo, and lined up here ahead are partnerships with folks like TFM, Wormhole, CCTP. The whole idea here is a couple of clicks, a couple of lines of code, and you get this onboarding solution right out of the box. Why should you care about this? What's in it for you as builders? Number one, the most important thing I want to highlight is that at Leap, we spend a lot of time thinking about these UX and onboarding challenges. And what we hope to offer through our modular wallet toolkit is an out-of-the-box solution for this, but with various levels of abstraction that are best fit for your use case. Which means, number two, this actually frees up a lot of your dev time to focus on core product offerings. Number three, all of this is built with customizability and flexibility at the heart of the offering, which means that you only need to integrate the parts that you want. Wherever there are UIs to integrate, we're going to make sure there's enough customizability to make it look and feel like a natural part of your dApp. Wherever possible, we're going to provide solutions which are full stack, utilizing Leap's infra, but also just front-end libraries that you can plug into your own infra setup. And finally, the way this is all been built is to be customizable with all wallets, not just Leap. It'll work with MetaMask, Kepler, any other Cosmos wallet that you want to use. Now, quickly, I want to talk about a few examples, right? A few more examples of things that are going to make their way in our roadmap in the next couple of months. The one that we're really excited about, and some of you might have seen a live demo of this in our booth, is social logins. Very actively working on this. And the goal is to allow dApps to integrate one-click social logins on their front ends. User comes on to their dApp, signs in with their favorite social method, and instantly is able to use the dApp. Behind the scenes, we create a non-custodial wallet for the user. Doesn't require a seed phrase, doesn't require a new Cosmos wallet. And the way this works is that we are partnering with Capsule, which is providing the underlying MPC technology. And then layering on top of that, we are building in different parts from both our wallet toolkit as well as our plug-and-play front-end to provide an end-to-end great experience for the social login user. Next up, we have the embedded wallet. This is something we originally built out for Snaps, but is very widely applicable as well. This offers an in-app wallet experience, if you will, wherein users are able to view balances and activity without ever leaving the dApp context. Now, this is something that's already live. And as we speak, we're working on adding a transaction suite into the wallet as well, so you can actually do send, swap, stake, all within the experience of the dApp itself. Next up, we have the gas station widget, which aims to solve the problem that several times on Cosmos chains, users don't have the required tokens to make transactions on your dApp or app chain, but users only find out about this during the transaction flow. So now with gas station, you can embed this widget, embed this flow within the transaction journey without actually breaking it, and users can swap into the required gas tokens from the tokens they already have. Another thing they're working on here is the dApp inbox, which is a notification suite that you can integrate into your front-end products, which is going to offer you the ability to have both custom messages as well as automated alerts to sort of re-engage with your user base. Now, with all of these things in place, what does the experience for a new to Cosmos user look like, right? Let's take an example of a dApp that's making use of our modular wallet stack. Step one, user logs into this dApp, sees a suite of social login solutions, one click, and they're already logged in to the dApp. They can start using it. Step two, there are a range of methods that allow them to get in liquidity from other ecosystems or on-ramp powered by the Elements SDK. Then the user does the core transaction that they want to make on the app. And at any point, if the user now wants to check their balances, send, swap, stake, do other things that people do in the ecosystem, you can do all of this without leaving the dApp context, sign all these transactions with your same social login wallet, all of this powered by the wallet widget. And finally, we have you have a notification suite that you can use to re-engage with the users and kind of bring them back. And through this process, of course, what we hope is that some percentage of these new to Cosmos users are, over the period of time, going to get excited by Cosmos applications, get more deeply woven into the Cosmos space, and want to become Cosmos native. And at that point of time, we already have the entire B2C suite of Leap products, which they can then seamlessly transition into, with all this while experiencing a familiar UX already. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that this is not a shift in direction for us. We embarked on this journey wanting to build the best wallet experience for Cosmos, and that's something we're committed to doing. We're going to continue working hard on that. But today, we're adding another layer to this mission, which is to allow builders to take the same Leap wallet, super wallet experience that Leap offers, and take it to their users wherever they are in the ecosystem. Needless to say, we are all in on the Interchain, very excited about this new mission, and very committed to growing the Cosmos pie. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have the first panel of this morning, and for that we have the honor to have here one of the biggest representatives of the Hispanic community, who's going to be the moderator, Matt Crypto. The stage is yours. An applause, please.
Welcome to the panel for leveraging the Cosmos SDK on BNB chain. Please, my guests, come over here. We have Rumel Hussein from BNB chain. We have Marco Berisevich from Binary Builders. And we have Robert Saremba from UMI. So great to be here with you guys. So I have some questions ready. Rumel, I'll start with you.
What?
Mic is open or not?
Yeah, I think it's on.
Maybe you guys want to introduce yourself a little bit, what you do in each of these positions.
So my name is Sumil. I'm working in a BNB chain as a senior solution architect. So my core responsibility is about the development, ecosystem building, development of our new initiatives, and project support for the project side. This is what I'm doing, yeah. Thank you.
Awesome, I'm Marco. I'm from Binary Builders, the Cosmos SDK product owner. My role is kind of everything, product, project, some architecture, some code, and having fun with the community, which is the most important part.
Hello everyone, I'm Robert from UMI. I'm the tech lead, and we at UMI are the biggest Cosmos native money market, and our goal is basically to scale up with IBC and build with IBC to be the leading IBC money market provider across all the chains.
Amazing. Rumel, I want to ask you, can you provide an overview of how Cosmos SDK is being leveraged in the BNB chain to drive innovation, scalability, interoperability?
So basically in 2018, BNB chain was launched, Binance DEX, which was leveraging the best SDK of the Cosmos SDK side. At that time, the Cosmos SDK was very good in about creating the governance and the staking part one. So we have created in 2018 Binance DEX, okay, which is utilizing the Cosmos SDK. But later on in 2020, the industry was required about the EVM compatible one, so we decided to go with the EVM fork of the BNB Smart Chain, and we used the BNB Smart Chain, which is previous called the Binance Chain. So it was utilizing the EVM one, but because of the popularity of the Cosmos SDK, we have used to Cosmos SDK for the staking and the governance purpose one. It was what we have did into the Beacon Chain and the BNB Smart Chain one. But recently, and the last month, we have launched our decentralized storage solutions, which is BNB Greenfield. BNB Greenfield is based on the Cosmos SDK, and which is utilizing for staking and the storage provider services for the Cosmos SDK. So Cosmos SDK basically playing a very important role for the BNB chain ecosystem as well, and the development part of the new blockchain initiatives, like I mentioned about the decentralized storage of the BNB Greenfield. So yeah.
And Robert, I wanted to ask you, in a landscape of multiple blockchain networks, what is the key differentiation factors to make UMI and also for you, Robert, Rumel, BNB chain use Cosmos SDK instead of other alternatives like Ethereum, Polkadot, Optimism?
Yeah, that's a good question, in fact. Especially this year when there is a big narrative growing for layer 2s, and like many people are like asking about what makes more sense, yes? Like piggyback on the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, and build layer 2 and like depend on like the whole stack over there and probably additional complexities, or yeah, build their own layer 2 from scratch, or maybe like a Cosmos chain, as like I hope most of us are doing here. So for us at UMI, the main decision maker was really IBC, and the vision that we want to be like seen and perceived as an independent sovereign entity who can make their own decisions in a way how this can scale, how we can like really be sovereign for the money markets. There is also like a big factor for it when we talk about like a financial ecosystem across and beyond the DeFi. So like being sovereign and being able to like really control how the transactions can be processed, kind of transactions can be accepted, yes, it's a huge factor, right? You cannot easily do it on other chains. You would need to like introduce maybe some kind of a whitelisting or other stuff. So our vision is really here sovereignty and IBC, and probably also like here, especially for financial markets. When there is something wrong, yes, you always want to be able to, let's say, roll back or maybe stop and make some decisions, which, okay, could be drastic, but necessary, yes, for the integrity of the services around the world. So imagine that you have some failure. Cosmos guarantees us that if there is a consensus error, yes, that the chain will stop, and this is probably better than basically like continue the failure and going into the wrong direction. Also, if something is wrong, we can roll back. Good luck if you want to roll back Ethereum. It happened once, and people still talk about it. And in Cosmos, this happened many times, and it's kind of like our style of life. And yes, we accept it, and I think we should be proud of it that we can do it, right? This is like, the world is not like binary. Sorry, Marco.
No, it's all good.
What would you say as a builder of the Cosmos SDK? Like, what would be the advantages for the teams to build in this tech stack instead of like API?
So I think what like really sets the Cosmos ecosystem and the Interchain stack apart is it doesn't differentiate between your consumer chain or you're on your own. it's really just an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of ecosystems, essentially. And so when you come to the Cosmos ecosystem, like if you go there, like I've played around with different stacks. As everyone knows, like I have a lot of friends in the Substrate ecosystem. I've built stuff there. I've played in Solana. I've played in Near. Like played in a lot of different ecosystems. And when it really comes down to it, it's the Cosmos SDK. While it is written in Golang and everything else is Rust, and everyone loves Rust, the Cosmos SDK is somewhat more freeing in what it can do, and the support you get isn't limited to the consumer chains of the hub, because it's like that's what like pays the bills. It's really, hey, if you have a question, if you need help, we're there for you. And then the Cosmos SDK, it's really one of the few generalized frameworks. Now there's more coming out, things like Sovereign SDK, that's more generalized, but in the Substrate world, or the Polkadot SDK as they were just renamed, it becomes, hey, like you can use it, you can use this framework on your own, but we're going to support the people that are within the Polkadot ecosystem. Like I believe like Avail and the Lambda class people for the Starknet sequencer don't get much support from the Polkadot ecosystem. The ICF like subsidizes the Builders program, subsidizes all this like extra tech support for the entire ecosystem, not just the hub. And then the tech stack is like really freeing in what you can build with it. So you can really change stuff out, and we're trying to make that stuff easier. But not only, like, we don't want to tie people down to like building a chain. We want to allow people to really do roll-ups, like decentralize your security, but keeping the sequencing centralized, but decentralize your execution and your data availability. And there's different trade-offs in all those areas, and we're trying to accommodate those different trade-offs to be able to enable more users.
And Rumel, I wanted to ask you, because recently you launched your L2 on OP Stack, so you're playing a little bit of both sides. What do you think it's like? It's better to not close to one ecosystem, or?
Technically, it's under the umbrella of BNB chain. Okay, so if you check about the BNB chain under the umbrella of BNB chain, we have multiple blockchains. So BNB Smart Chain, which is based off the EVM compatible one. BNB Beacon Chain, which is Cosmos SDK, which is responsible for staking and the governance part of the BNB Smart Chain side. But meanwhile, we have a decentralized storage, which is completely based on the Cosmos SDK, and it's utilizing all the storage providers, and it has on its validator set as well. So it's utilizing the Cosmos SDK part one. Fourth one that we have is about the OBNB, which is the based on the OP stack side. It's also the EVM compatible one, so we are giving the leniency to our project partners, our ecosystem, and the community to use whatever they want, but the backbone of the BNB Greenfield is about the Cosmos SDK, and for the Beacon Chain is also about the Cosmos SDK.
I mean, I do think, just to add on into there, I do think like the choice for the OP stack in their use case is perfect. Like I don't want to say that like the Cosmos, you should have used the Cosmos SDK, yes, because in some areas where the OP stack excels at today, we are playing catch up. And in those areas, like today, the OP stack is the perfect alternative, probably one of the best, if not the best alternatives for the specific use case of like the EVM for like the OP BSC, I think it's OP BSC chain.
OBNB.
Okay, OPBNB. OPBNB chain, and so it's like there's a perfect use case for that. Like we're working with Polaris and Evmos to really optimize the EVM story in Cosmos, because it has been somewhat not haphazard, but it's been a ongoing story since basically the beginning. And so we really want to hone in on that story to be able to offer and be able to compete with OP Stack there with the EVM story. But today, it's the best alternative.
I think it's also worth to note that, like, if you want to talk about layer 2s, then Cosmos SDK, or in general, like the Cosmos stack, I think it's the only stack with like solid, let's say, adoption that provides the whole spectrum, right? You can use the, let's say, the Cosmos stack to make your own layer 2. This is what Celestia with the Rollkit and various other frameworks are doing, without, in fact, changing the model on the way how you design and code the business logic. Right? You can run EVM, you can run WASM contract, you can run JavaScript, you can run, I don't know, there are many coming, I guess, Move is coming, right? Really, like, you have the building blocks to build everything. If you want to do layer 2, if you want to change, if you have your Cosmos chain and you want to change, and then, like, instead of being like independent and get the security from the Atom Economic Zone, you can. If you want to get the security from Ethereum and be the layer 2, you can, without like rebuilding everything.
Right. And Rumel, can you tell me how has the Cosmos SDK contributed to the development of new features or functionalities on the BNB chain?
Cosmos SDK plays, as I mentioned, we have recently launched our testnet of BNB Greenfield. And by end of this month, hopefully that we are going to launch the mainnet of our BNB Greenfield, which is the decentralized storage part one. So the BNB Greenfield have its own validator set, which is based on the Cosmos SDK governance and the staking modules one. Cosmos SDK also playing a role into the BNB beacon chain sidebar that is creating their own liquid staking one and some other things that they have. Also, we are leveraging and we are envisioned to use the Cosmos SDK cross-chain communication about the wallets, about some DeFi tools and others for the beacon chain side. So Cosmos SDK actually is the main tool for the BNB smart chain. Yeah.
And as builders, what would you say, Robert, for example, what are the technical challenges of integrating or building with the Cosmos SDK?
Yeah, it's a good question.
You have to be careful what you say.
I was the core developer in the Cosmos SDK team. So yeah, I mean, I think like it's a pros and cons at the same time that you need to like there are many entities, independent entities with a variety of use cases, right? Like how they want to manage the block space, the block production, authentication, right? So if you want to be like on the top and see what's happening, it's like a massive undertake. The amount of things which are basically happening is huge, right? So being up to date nowadays, it's really hard. It's much easier, in my opinion, yes, to build something, let's say, on Ethereum, even though there have like more apps, but the stack is smaller, right? In a Cosmos world, because like the stack is huge and we can really do all these different things, and if you want to like think about ideal solution, then probably it's harder. Yeah, so that's kind of like one of the challenge. But on the other hand, like I said, it provides you more flexibility. Also, yes, like with a great power comes a great responsibility. So like managing your own chain, of course, it's adds like more work to do. Yes, you need to deal with validators. I mean, shout out to our validators, everyone. Thank you. Our validators are awesome. And yes, dealing with chain upgrades, I know it's not easy, but in a world where we want to like really have a decentralization, both on the nodes, on the, let's say, API, RPC, application logic, then I don't see any other solution, to be honest.
And Rumel, what about you?
I can add on this part one that once the new feature is going to be added, that there is a complete hard fork part that we have to do for the Cosmos SDK side. It's quite challenging and it requires a lot of efforts. Second thing that we have recently saw is about the Cosmos SDK has launched the X circuit breaker. It was launched, but it was reverted, so there was no complete roadmap for it that when it will be. So it's better there if there is a complete roadmap of the product that we have launched this feature, it will be there, and we are going to revert this. These are the reasons. So these are some challenges that we have faced, but overall it's a good one. Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not going to say, like, you guys are wrong or anything, because you guys are right. It's like, I'm not only, like a software developer on the SDK, but it's like I go and use it and I go help teams.
Yes.
And we try and really understand, like, the pitfalls and the headaches. And I think right now, like, before it was a bit harder, like, to push API breaking changes onto users because it was kind of like, it was unclear the direction that the SDK is going. And now I feel like with the roadmap that we put together, I feel like everyone's kind of like more understanding of the direction we're trying to take. And there are like API breaks, but we are trying to like really listen. So it's like, I remember I talked to the BNB guys a couple of months ago about the Greenfield, and I read it, and I read the blog post about it and everything, and then the first thing that came to mind was, okay, like, we have to spend time and like redo our storage, because if they're using the SDK, like, we need to make it as efficient as possible. Right now, like, state grows fairly quickly, not necessarily because like the state within the modules, but like how everything is stored on disk. And so we really wanted to spend time optimizing that. Now we're rewriting that. A lot of the ideas stem from the work Robert did last year or 2 years ago. And so we're doing that. And so we're really looking at the users that are coming next, and also really looking at the users today and seeing like what are their current problems. We at Binary also run validators. And so as a validator, we also understand like the node operator overhead, the storage, and so many times I understand that like validators like hit their head in a wall, and it's like, I'm there with you guys. Like there's so much stuff that I'm like, okay, like we need to just fix this because it's like, it's been a complaint for months, possibly years. Let's just do it and like, let's just fix it and like actually help the ecosystem.
So you have channels to listen to the complaints of the devs?
I mean, for me, it's like, I kind of live by the philosophy, it's like if someone's saying you're doing a good job and no one has feedback, then something's wrong. It's like either they're afraid of me or something else is wrong. And it's like when someone's like, oh yeah, you guys are doing a good job, like, and I'm like, okay, what's the feedback, criticism? And they're like, we don't have any. I'm like, okay, thank you for your time, but I'm looking for someone to say that we're not doing a good job, we want this, we want that, because that is like, it's going to help us further.
100%.
Yeah,
Rumel,
that's the case of like dealing with so many entities.
Rumel, how has the adoption of the Cosmos SDK influenced the growth of BNB chain ecosystem, developers, projects, users? How have you seen that activity?
Yeah, so basically BNB chain envisioned to use the Cosmos SDK and to about the decentralized governance part one. Second thing about the building devs on Cosmos SDK and the cross-chain devs about the other chains as one side. So these are the three that it is in our roadmap, and we are working on it to cross-chain by using the Cosmos SDK to the other chains part.
And Robert, what do you think about this? Like, has UMI been able to, do you think, attract more users, devs, and activity in general thanks to the Cosmos SDK? Instead of if it had chosen another ecosystem, for example?
Yeah, that's like something that comes back every month or every quarter. Like, you know, we know, I mean, everyone realizes that liquidity is, I mean, the amount of liquidity we have at Cosmos is just a drop of the amount of the liquidity we have in Ethereum, right? So there is no doubt. And do we want to compete with it, or do we want to like leverage it, right? So for us, like we really want to focus on like providing a good ways, and again, believing and trying to use and going with the direction of IBC to leverage the liquidity across different ecosystems, hopefully also, let's say, work with Binance to not fractionalize. Like you can copy, let's say, the money market in every single chain and every single smart contract platform, and even on like once, let's say, EVM chain, you can have multiple of them. Yeah, so I don't, in our vision, yes, we see that it's more value rather to allow to manage it, to rule them all, I would say even, rather than like compete. So that's something that eventually our like a North Star is like showing us the direction.
I'll just add quickly into that, but 2-3 years ago, like everyone could raise money just by saying we're building on Polkadot. A year and a half ago, everyone could raise money saying they're building in Cosmos. Today, everyone can raise money saying they're building on the OP stack. Next year, it's going to be Starknet or Arbitrum, Orbit, or like whatever. And it's like if VCs, first of all, keep investing money in where the team is building, then you're not investing in the actual product. You're just investing because they are in that location. And so I think it's like the whole blockchain space needs to like actually focus on building a product instead. And I think like Summerlay is like a really good example. Like they have users, their TVL is consistently growing day over day. I think they just passed the 40 million TVL. This is a Cosmos chain that the whole Ethereum space doesn't know that it's Cosmos. It's just a product with good yield. It's safe, and no one really cares what is the back end. And that's really the future that I believe we should really go into. Like, who cares? Like, the end user shouldn't care if you're using OP Stack, Cosmos, Polkadot. Like, it's all good technology. It's all a good back end. But like, we're shoving it down people's throats when the person just cares about does the product actually work.
Yeah. If I may add something also here. I mean, we need to realize that the narrative on layer 2 is not proven yet, right? Like, only this year, or maybe last year, yes, with Arbitrum and Optimism, like, the applications are coming to the layer 2. right? But is there really a killer app in the layer 2 stack? I don't know. Like, what we see that most of the layer 2s are general blockchains. From the user perspective, it doesn't change much because most of them are EVM, right? And the only way how they specialize is how they interoperate with Ethereum. I mean, is it like, you know, optimistic, ZK, or whatever else is there? Or proof of authority, right? The case is that Cosmos proved that the narrative of specialization, yes, upchains. Yeah, so we have a general blockchains, we have specialized blockchains in the Cosmos ecosystem. Of course, they are not that big as we see like many examples in Ethereum, but you know, this works somehow. Layer 2 so far, I don't know, like, is there any like a layer 2 which is like, you know, showing up a specialized layer 2 for a single purpose?
I mean, in the Cosmos ecosystem, or like Celestia would
No, but is there like a one working today?
I
think it's not.
Yeah, everyone's kind of generalized. I mean, actually, Zora that's built on the OP stack is like an NFT focused.
Okay, so
it's
we'll
like,
see.
Yeah. So there's something, yeah.
And one of the core principles of Cosmos is interoperability. So how is UMI BNB chain utilizing the Cosmos SDK to facilitate cross-chain communication and interoperability with other blockchain networks? Maybe Rumel.
So for the cross-chain communications one that I mentioned that we are using for the BSC and the beacon chain one, the Cosmos SDK modules that we are using in the Greenfield one, we are also using one. But the thing is that how we are communicating with the cross-chain dev site one, that it is in our roadmap one, and our target is that to envision the industries and dev sites one to leverage the BNB Greenfield and about the Cosmos SDK part one.
Okay, I'm going to rush a little bit because we're over time, but I wanted to ask Marco about, are you thinking like as a developer of the Cosmos SDK, like beyond the, like talking about OP, like this communication beyond like facilitating it out of the box, beyond like IBC?
Yeah, I mean, so we're working with the Celestia team to how to bring rollup communication to IBC. And we're diving into that, and we might help like write some of it. But at the end of the day, it's like really like if the SDK support is there for rollups and the IBC is not, and the team doesn't want to do something like pessimistic, where it's like you're at the mercy of the sequencer, then the team, the application developer, will need to think about using different bridges. We're hoping not to go in that direction because the Cosmos SDK and the Cosmos ecosystem selling point is IBC. And so we're working with the IBC team, with Celestia and other teams to get that really rolling out of the box as soon as possible.
Nice. Well, thanks for the time. Great conversation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, now we have Karel Kuvat, founder of Union. Welcome, Karel.
Hey everyone, I'm Karel, CEO of Union, developer at heart, but recently founder. We came out of stealth about a week ago. I guess most of you will have seen our initial announcement tweet where we actually showed the first in production IBC connection to Ethereum, a pretty big one for the Cosmos ecosystem. Today I'm going to give everyone a brief overview of the protocol, what we've been up to so far, and especially kind of elaborate on why we've done another infrastructure project and why we really believe that Cosmos is in dire need for a connection to Ethereum. So who are we? We're a team of builders, founded by 6 senior engineers already working in the interoperability space. We don't like bullshitting too much. We don't like doing announcements of announcements. What we believe in is pushing product and actually building cool stuff. Right now it's a bear market and probably the best time to be focused this way. We're horizontal scalability maxis. I've been always a believer in the fact that the internet of blockchains is the best way to scale. It's not just the easiest way to scale, as we see right now in the Cosmos being outcompeted by Ethereum, but I think we're at the cusp of actually seeing it become the standard for execution, operations, and the highest TVL. Not only that, we're lovers of self-custody and code is law. I'm a big believer in crypto. I'm a big believer in managing my own funds. I hate the fact that right now we've diverged into protocols managing my funds by multi-sigs, by keepers, custodians, and actually I've taken a step back from why I originally got into crypto, which was the original Bitcoin ethos of owning everything yourself. So what are we building? A trustless bridge between any Tendermint chain, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and after that rollups. All of our tech is based on zero-knowledge proofs, which is currently the gold standard for verification of bridges. We're seeing projects take different approaches here right now. Some use SGX and TEEs, which are ways to trust Intel to actually provide verification. We see projects use multi-sig, committees, councils, but zero-knowledge proofs are proving to be the actual most secure way and scalable way to do cross-chain bridging and provide a foundational layer for IBC. We're working on storage proofs, which basically allow you to do interchain queries without sending packets across different chains for operation. Right now, a big inhibitor for cross-chain DeFi is the fact that we see front-running. We see basically Oracle dependencies. We see packets needing to be sent to Ethereum to be handled, which fundamentally does not scale if we want to actually see billions of volumes transferred daily. And finally, state verification, which is the golden standard for our bridging. With state verification, we actually can open permissionless IBC channels. Right now, we see an ecosystem where we need to do governance proposals to open a connection. We see that it goes through a long period of time where perhaps even a DAO needs to be bribed to open an IBC channel. With state verification, we can enter the new era of true scalability for blockchain, where you might see thousands of blockchains spawned and open IBC channels without actually needing to communicate with the blockchain's community that they're connecting to. If Osmosis wants to scale to become the interchain router, we're going to need it. So far, we're completely IBC compatible with Tendermint v047. So for most chains, you should be able to connect to our testnet right now. For the ones that are still behind, shame on you, please upgrade. But I'm sure that's not going to be a problem. So, our initial product, Comet BLS. We worked on this for about 6 months, specifically to approach bridging to Ethereum. The biggest problem with bridging to Ethereum is the fact that verification is extremely costly. The obvious solution to that, of course, is generating a zero-knowledge proof. I think everyone has heard about this a couple of times already. The real problem is that Tendermint itself is not friendly to generating zero-knowledge proofs at all. So we set out to produce a consensus mechanism that is, which is Comet BLS, a modified fork of Comet BFT, with BLS signatures and an adjusted voting scheme. What we realized shortly after building Comet BLS is that it's actually very applicable to distributed validator tech as well. We partnered on research with Obel Labs and saw that what we could do is create a new system for mesh security, purchasing security from EigenLayer, and other shared sequencing networks. All that kind of comes together in removing the honest majority assumption from a bridge hub itself, which basically makes Union the ideal candidate for a consumer chain as a specific bridge hub for the Atom Hub. Next, we built Galwa, which is our specific prover. Galwa is built upon NARC, very simple design, and the big iteration we made here is actually ensuring that we can run this on a single machine. So far, most zero-knowledge bridges require a very large architecture. Basically, 50 different nodes, each sharing computation to produce a single proof for a bridge transaction. This can work if you've got 100 million in VC funding and you're willing to burn that all on your cloud spend. But if you actually want a system where single validators can run a prover, or a system where regular people can run an IBC relayer, you cannot have this dependency. So instead, we set out to build a simple model that can actually run on a single server. Galba is the product. We've got a GPU backend, a CPU backend, and soon proving market integration. So far, what we're seeing is that with about 64 cores on a single server, we're producing proofs in about 12 seconds. A 64-core machine might be really big for someone at home, but for a regular developer, it's something you can quite easily acquire. This means that the entire system can be operated for approximately 3K a month and still handle billions in TVL securely. We built Voyager, our custom relayer. So far, relayer tech in Cosmos is very geared around relaying between tenements and tenements. That's quite obvious because that's the main use case right now. But to properly go truly interchain, we actually needed a system that could handle bridging to Ethereum, but also integrating with shared sequencing networks, proposer-builder separation to allow for obfuscated IBC, and really kind of benefit from the latest 2 years of iteration in other ecosystems. Voyager is an event-driven relayer integrated with Galba and can connect to any counterparty chain. So far, we've used it to relay between tenement chains, between tenement and Ethereum, and we're now experimenting with other ecosystems as well. It's obviously written in Rust, which I think Jack Samplin will not take kindly for, but it's something that we really enjoy doing. It's proven to be quite stable. We actually had planned a demo for you guys today. We encountered the final bug with nonce management, so apologies for that, but you'll be soon seeing that. And finally, Hubble. So far, the indexing space itself is very focused on single ecosystems. We've got great indexers for the Cosmos ecosystem, great indexers for the Ethereum ecosystem, but if really we want to build cross-chain apps, which is what Union does, we need something that can index any ecosystem easily and efficiently. Hubble is our product for simple and reliable data. We index chains, store the data in PostgreSDBs located globally on the edge. We communicate with gRPC-compatible blockchain nodes, and we provide all this data over a singular GraphQL API. So far, the system has proven to be highly effective and highly efficient from our internal benchmarking. So if there are any teams out there that like to communicate with us and have indexing needs for their cross-chain apps, please do so, because we truly believe that this is actually a great suit to add to your product. Now, I've been speaking a lot of technical talk and shilling my own product. But why would you want to use this? Teams that want to work with Union want to ship fast and reliable. They're not looking for a 6-month research partnership, not for someone to basically announce and announce and announce. They're looking to push products quickly and do it safely and well. They don't want to be vendor locked in. You don't want your liquidity stuck in wormhole USDC and then never be able to switch bridging provider. You want to be tied to IBC, and ideally you want the ability to later switch between different bridging providers, which we support. And finally, you want to build on top of the next narrative. You don't want to be stuck in an age where you're a single-threaded Cosmos chain integrated in your own small hub. You want to be able to communicate with new ecosystems launching, be that Starknet, be that new L2s, be that a better way to actually do cross-chain settlements. We're very focused on this, and so to stay competitive, which we must as a Cosmos, we must be on top of the next narrative. Case study, we've partnered with Quasar to build their first Ethereum products. We use storage proofs to make ICQ affordable. Quasar is very dependent on querying cross-chain states, and doing this on Ethereum for rebalancing would be prohibitively expensive and basically eat up on your entire APY. So instead, we use a completely different mechanism to make this more efficient. Not only that, they can run much more complex logic on their Quasar chain, just like Sommelier does, and actually do highly efficient strategies on Ethereum. And so effectively what Union does to Quasar is turn it into a DeFi co-processor, a CPU that runs alongside other blockchains to do the computation that you don't want to execute on the chain itself. So now, why build all this? We're another infrastructure project. We've got Toki, we've got Polymer, we've got Electron Labs. For that, to understand why we need more infrastructure and why we still need to keep investing in it as an ecosystem, we must kind of understand what the current direction of crypto is and where it's going to be going ahead. So we've already seen horizontal scalability, loads of new L2s. We see decentralized sequencing networks, which is going to spawn even more L2s. We see more app chains launching, and we see applications on different ecosystems. This is leading to an incredible explosion in complexity. An explosion so complex that so far the ecosystem is in a lockdown. Most projects struggle to actually ship products on different chains, and so we see copy-paste protocols instead of true cross-chain DeFi protocols. Smart contract development on a single chain is very much like doing your own bare metal server. It's your own small corner of the space, which can be very productive. But if you want to be a cross-chain protocol and access massive liquidity, it's like developing a global Kubernetes cluster. At the moment, you're doing a massive lift yourself, highly ineffective, and there's just not the tools really available to do this properly. Layered sequencing, consensus, and execution does create technical efficiency. So as a developer, I love reading blogs on how much TPS we actually get, how much better this network is, how much more secure it is, but it creates market inefficiency. We see TVL fragmented, we see pools with 5K in them, which allows Levana to not build cool protocols on top. What's really necessary is a system that's both technically efficient, but also market efficient, where we can still have abundant TVL so that new protocols can build on top of these base protocols. Winners in this space will play in well with this new paradigm. They're going to see the market inefficiencies and that the true protocols that fix these market inefficiencies will benefit the most. Those are the protocols building on trustless technology, building on proven stacks, and that can ship fast now to basically be first to market in this fragmented space. What does this mean for Cosmos? Our objective is an influx of liquidity in users. Right now, if we want to attract all of this TVL from Ethereum, we need to be a unified front because they see Cosmos as a singular investment object. As a meme, Quasar to 100 million TVL, Sommelier to 1 billion, that's obviously the objective. I love Levana, but for it to become the home of the degenerates and really have millions of users, we need far more liquidity to be able to settle on. You can't have perps markets on low liquidity pools. That just doesn't work. Osmosis is the interchain router, basically the hub for all of these protocols to settle upon. Union has no intention of actually running a DEX or competing with other DEXs or doing any swaps and settlements. Instead, we want to collaborate with other chains and route liquidity there. And finally, my real objective here, I've lost a lot of money in many different exchanges. I want total subversion of centralized exchanges. I finally want to see app chains be as great as DEXs, as accessible as centralized exchanges, and really be able to get rid of all centralized finance. I think we're at the cusp actually achieving this. Right now we're seeing different banks issue decentralized currencies, stable coins, and so in the next 3 years we're going to see the comeback of DeFi as a true UX counterpart to centralized finance. I said already, I don't like announcing too much, I don't talk too much, I'm going to keep it short. Come talk to us. We've got a booth, discuss our Ethereum implementation, our upcoming BTC implementation, and much more. If you're a developer in need for indexing, infra, keepers, or of course our main product bridging, definitely talk to us. Anyone interested in kind of the cutting edge of ZKPs, consensus, and app chains, and a few other cool buzzwords, definitely talk with us. If you're a validator or a relayer or a prover, talk with us as well. We're probably launching testnet in the coming few weeks, and so we're in need for infrastructure providers to join our incentivized testnets. Of course, cherry on the pie, we've been running this for about 4 months now, produced over 1 million blocks, so we're quite certain that this system actually is the first one that can properly bridge to Ethereum. Thank you all very much.
All right. So who has a booth here? Nobody else. Okay. Have you checked the booths? Good. Well, whenever I'm not here on the stage, I'm actually going around and pretending to know nothing about Cosmos or crypto or Web3 or anything. So I go and I say like, hi, I'm Colombian, I'm a lawyer, and I have no idea about Cosmos. Tell me about your project. And then I found that some of the projects are really good at explaining things, but some are not. So I want to go and check more projects today and see how it goes. So please do the same, ask difficult questions, make suggestions. But well, the project that actually surprised me because they were able to explain the whole project without even mentioning the technical part was Quasar. And Quasar was able to tell me everything without mentioning the word vault, which is impressive. So now I would like to actually welcome the team of Quasar. Lawrence and Steven, please come. Tell us more about that.
Hey guys, what's up? Good morning. I'm Lawrence, I'm co-founder and CTO here at Quasar, and I'm joined today by
Steven, the co-founder at Define Logic Labs.
So today, let's talk about Quasar's role in improving Interchain DeFi. Currently, Interchain DeFi is quite a complex thing. It's quite a difficult thing. When we look at the state of Cosmos Interchain DeFi, we see that liquidity is very inefficient and fragmented across the entirety of the Cosmos. Liquidity is hard to impossible, especially for regular users. And users, they always want things to be easier. Luckily, we are currently in the state of improving this. One of these improvements is concentrated liquidity by osmosis. Concentrated liquidity massively increases our capital efficiency, brings us new yield opportunities of untapped yields, and even with new native USDC and USDT, we can vastly lower our risk profiles within Cosmos. So, how do we actually improve Interchain DeFi? Well, let's think about DeFi for a second. Right now, we've done a small improvement by managing 2.7 million, 2 million liquidity on osmosis. What we see when we optimize this liquidity is that we are able to achieve the same swap on a little less than $1 million as we can on Uniswap. And we do this with about 1/10 of the liquidity there. So why do we want these swaps? Why are these swaps efficient for us? More larger swaps for less costs means that we can do bigger swaps and support bigger DeFi markets. When we think about these DeFi markets, large swaps and swap efficiency are the foundational cornerstones of our DeFi markets. So now we can actually do some cool stuff. We can start to scale our current DeFi instruments on those swaps, and we can start to build cool new DeFi instruments on these swaps. But we still are with an issue here. Optimizing this liquidity in concentrated liquidity is hard to do. And users, they want their easy life. But we still need their liquidity, right? They are still the main liquidity providers for us. So maybe we can provide some kind of intermediary experience where we do something easier for users and still do it better. So the better thing, we want to rebalance and optimize users' positions. The easier thing gives us a clear pipeline where we know we need to provide users with a fully hands-off, easy-to-use, no-brainer experience. So we're going to build vaults. How are vaults going to work? Well, we're still in DeFi. We don't want any custodial stuff, like we don't want to touch that part of the world. So we're going to build some nice permissionless, non-custodial vaults. But there's actually something more important going on. We want our vaults to be off-chain computed. With that, I brought a very special guest, Steven, who's going to tell you about the off-chain computations.
All right, Perfect. So there are basically two ways to look at concentrated liquidity. You can look at it through on-chain automated concentrated liquidity, which we see on protocols like Arrakis and Gamma, or off-chain and dynamically rebalanced concentrated liquidity like you see with Range and Sommelier. And even with Quasar. So let's look at these, what the differences are, what the pros and cons are. And we're going to be looking through the lens of yield, which is APR, impermanent loss, responsiveness, and the level of vault intelligence. So let's look at some case studies. This is some graphs. And I'm not going to name the protocol here, but you look at two instances of, this is a stable pair, so wrap staked ETH, and both of these are under a 90-day time frame. So this is automatically, algorithmically rebalanced. And so with automated algorithmic rebalancing, what you see over time, this is versus holding, is that in the first case of automated rebalancing, you have a negative share price versus holding over time. In the second case, it's about flat. This is over a 90-day period. So these are completely reliant on emissions for users to have a positive experience in these vaults. Now, this is from one of the largest concentrated liquidity management protocols that exists in all of DeFi. And this is how they're performing. Now look at their competitors, the ones who are using off-chain computation to intelligently have vaults rebalance positions. On the top, you can see this is an example from Merkle. There are a handful of different concentrated liquidity protocols. This is, again, wrap staked ETH, so like pair. And you can see the only one that beats 1% yield is Range. Range is one of these types of protocols that uses off-chain computation. The other ones all use on-chain automatic rebalancing mechanisms. Then we have Sommelier. So this is, again, like-to-like concentrated liquidity pairs. And you can see over this really long time frame, so since May of 2003, the off-chain computation has managed to generate a between 10 to 5% APR over, let's say, months and months and months. And this is net of impermanent loss, after impermanent loss has been considered. I know people here like charts that go up and to the right. Here's a chart that goes up and to the right, right? So I'm trying to illustrate the difference, again, between automatically rebalanced concentrated liquidity versus off-chain computation. Let's look at a case study. So just a few days ago, we saw ST Atom have a bit of a day where it went down below 10% below peg. Now, if you have automated rebalancing mechanisms, what's going to happen is as the price of ST Atom against Atom starts to depeg, it's going to rebalance, actualize impermanent loss, rebalance, actualize impermanent loss, rebalance, actualize impermanent loss, and then it starts going up again. What is it going to do? Rebalance, actualize impermanent loss. You don't want that. By the time you get back to parity, you have eaten so much impermanent loss that you're not having a good day. So with off-chain computation, you can take a specific narrative, a specific set of understanding from multiple teams who are doing data science and say, okay, well, we know ST Atom is redeemable. And because ST Atom is redeemable, we can inform the vault and give the vault the level of intelligence to understand that. And then the vault will say, this is an anomalous situation. I don't need to rebalance right here. I understand this is going to go back to parity. Let's not eat this particular IL. One more case study. So these are unlike kinds, so volatile pairs. These are your USDC wrapped Ethereums, your wrapped Bitcoin ETHs, your Atom Osmo sorts of pairs. If they are automatically rebalanced and there's a high level of volatility, again, you're going to see some negative returns. On the top, this is a WETH USDC. You can see the vault share price versus holding goes down to about negative 5% over time. Here's another example. They have narrow and wide bands. Again, about negative 7% over time. So automatic tends to cause a lot of impermanent loss, can't be intelligent, can't adjust to narrative, can't adjust to other market conditions, whereas off-chain computation can be incredibly dynamic and responsive to the benefit of vault depositors.
Awesome. So now we know how we're going to do the better part, right? We can already do something for the user better. Now let's think, how can we make this easier for the user? Well, we're going to build this vault. We're going to build it permissionless and non-custodial, so we can kind of achieve this easier thing by providing this optimized automatic experience for a user. We still need to make it permissionless and non-custodial, but what does that mean? Well, for a user, it means a user can exit and enter positions whenever they want. I don't think anybody other than the users and the underlying DeFi protocols should be able to influence whether the user exits or enters this position. This means that the strategists only have the capability to send new data to the strategy, to try to send new data in to optimize the user's position. But permissionless, we're still in crypto. I still believe that permissionless means that anybody can try to be a strategist. Anybody should be able to try his hand at managing concentrated liquidity. Now, obviously, we're building vaults, guys. There's still some form of trust assumption in building these vaults. It's not a completely trustless thing, but we can still minimize this trust assumption. So, how are we going to minimize this trust assumption? A tried and true method within crypto, which we've used in a ton of places, is slashability. You lock some tokens. If you behave bad, we're going to slash you. Some of the checks and balances that we can also implement. We can even take this slashability a step further and correlate your slashability with caps on your vaults, if you're a strategist. So let's say I lock up $10. I don't believe there's a reason for me to be able to manage $10 million. Now that's nice and all, but we'd rather prevent instead of slashing. Slashing is an only last resort. We can maybe prevent some fat finger mistakes, some misreads, but also bad actors before we get to that point. And for this, we have on-chain checks. So we have an automated range update master, which ensures that an actor isn't doing a very bad thing. But these are on-chain checks. Like we already talked about this before, you cannot automate everything on-chain. So we believe there should be still due diligence teams behind vaults. Behind our current vaults, we have the Quasar Association functioning as a due diligence team. That's nice and all, but how does it help? Well, the Quasar Association is actually bound by law and by Quasar governance to function properly within its rights. Right, cool. So now we actually can build these vaults. We've built them already. How are we going to make them work? Here, we've got Bob. Bob's a nice guy. Bob wants to provide some liquidity before he leaves to work. Bob's coming from a balancer experience. In Bob's mind, he dumps his funds into a pool. The pool earns yield. He comes back after work. 8 hours later, he has more money. This was true until we got to concentrated liquidity. Now that we are at concentrated liquidity, if Bob opens a position in a CL pool before he leaves for work, and he moves out of range 2 minutes when he's in his car, Bob's not earning any yield. Bob's just eating in permanent loss. So we're going to help Bob out. And this is where Steven comes in, beard not included. Steven is going to send data and analysis to the Quasar Association. The Quasar Association then checks... The Quasar Association then checks and contextualizes this data, and finally puts this contextualized data on-chain as a range for the vault. The vault has an internal system of checks and balances which it runs as well before the vault moves Bob's liquidity according to the optimized range. So now when Bob comes home from 8 hours of hard work, he'll have more rewards than he previously had by doing less work. All right, so what's next for Quasar? We've got these pieces of vaults, which we can use as infrastructure. These nice cornerstones where we can start building more complex DeFi up, more efficient DeFi on. And what I believe will be the biggest, most important part will be protocol-owned liquidity. Osmosis has decided in their governance to stop giving out incentives for non-strategic assets. But as a protocol, you still want people to be able to swap efficiently into your assets. Now, you could obviously create a balancer pool. You could create maybe some sort of stable swap, depending on the asset, and just put your protocol-owned liquidity in there. But if you do that, your swaps aren't efficient. Now, this is where our vaults come in. Governance can decide to launch a CL vault in coordination with Quasar, where we optimize the ranges in the vault. Governance only has to decide to place the tokens in there. They still give high swap efficiency to their users and achieve a better situation than we have right now. while doing less work. On top of these vaults, we can also build some more advanced strategies. We can build some interchain strategies. We can decide to combine multiple primitives together. Here we can think about cash and carry. We can think about hedging and permanent loss. We can build a lot of complex things on top of these vaults. We can even build leverage vaults, where you leverage into a position, or maybe tradable vault shares. So I don't know what other people are going to build with tradable vault shares, but for sure you'll be able to send them somewhere and provide them as collateral, lock them as collateral, lock them as a staked asset so you can maybe take on some other risk elsewhere. All right, what's the real alpha then? Well, the real alpha I think today is Noble USDC USDT. Pool's been live for a little bit on Osmosis, incentives are coming live, so when is the vault going to come live? That's coming live today. And then on top of this, Quasar is going to supercharge real yield ETH in the Cosmos. We're going to provide a vault on top of the real yield ETH pair on Osmosis to allow other people to build on top of this and to allow the users to be LPs for these other DeFi protocols built on top of real yield ETH. So I have a last bit of alpha, which is not
say
yet.
really quickly, Real ETH is a basket of ETH indexes that has a bunch of different ETH assets, getting an ETH yield, now being paired with ETH on another platform. So if you like ETH, this ETH makes you get ETH on your ETH. And it's concentrated.
So then one last piece of alpha, which is so alpha, I don't even have a slide for it. Our airdrop governance proposal is live on-chain right now. Go vote on it. Go get your airdrop. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Right, thanks to the presentation, both of you guys. And I just want to remind you, we're going to have big main after party tonight. Just keep your energy. And also don't forget your badge, because your badge will be your ticket, okay? Right now, we're going to get a closer look at become knowledgeable about Polygon 2.0. I would like to invite Matt Bloomberg from Polygon. Welcome to stage. Big applause.
Thanks, everyone. I guess I'll stand over here. So my name's Matt. I work at Polygon. I'm on the institutional team, but don't get up and leave. Today is not a speech about real-world assets. I'm here to talk a little bit about Polygon and Cosmos and what we've built and how we can work together. So the first question when I wake up in the morning is, how did I get here? How did Polygon get to where it is today? How did Cosmos get to where it is today? And kind of how can we work together going forward? And when I practiced this speech with a bunch of my Cosmos friends, they all turned to me and said, we have no idea what you're talking about. So I'll take a step back and just briefly describe Polygon's history and architecture and how we got to where we are today. So Polygon's mission has always been about scaling Ethereum, right? And the first step we took toward that is our Polygon POS chain. It's loosely based on a modified version of Tendermint called Peppermint. And the whole goal was to kind of prove out product market fit for cheaper, faster, EVM-compatible block space. And it's been, broadly speaking, very successful. This is the chain where Reddit NFTs live, Trump NFTs live. We have lots of games, lots of social apps. But it's not really where we wanted to go because a sidechain is just not that safe. And at the end of the day, you can call it a commit chain or a plasma chain or a sidechain or whatever you want, but it doesn't inherit the security of Ethereum, and it can never attract the liquidity of Ethereum for that reason. So what we've done is invested a ton of money, a ton of time, and a ton of blood, sweat, and tears into building out the best ZK tech possible. And so we've built our first ZK chain, the ZK EVM. And this is a full-on ZK rollup. So it uses Ethereum for data availability, it can touch Ethereum assets, and it serves as kind of like a bridge between Ethereum and more scalable block space. And as we built our first one of these, we thought, well, we could probably build another with a different virtual machine or with a different set of security assumptions. And as we started to build another, the sort of programmer's curse set in, and we said, maybe we can modularize this and have an ecosystem. And so that kind of brings us to where we are today, which is Polygon and Cosmos are working on a lot of the same problems. We have lots of different applications. At Polygon, we have 8 ZK Layer 2s in the making and dozens more on the horizon. And at Cosmos, there's who knows how many chains in the Interchain. But we kind of wind up facing 2 of the same issues over and over again. And the first one is liquidity, right? As you have non-homogeneous block space, different trust assumptions, different users, different protocols, liquidity fragmentation becomes a real issue. And so we're all kind of working toward this, whether it's using standards like Noble, USDC, or different yield aggregators, optimizers, using certain zones as liquidity hubs. But at the end of the day, the user doesn't really want to rely on other people's chains to secure the liquidity. We want to make liquidity this sort of trustless, permissionless flow of assets across all block space. The second issue is that we have a fragmented ecosystem. And I think nowhere is this more true, honestly, than in Cosmos. Everybody's working on kind of their own thing, heads down building, and it becomes very difficult to keep track of what other people are working on and the best ways to work together. This is how you wind up with multiple competing standards for things like stablecoins, right? The developer experience gets fragmented. That can lead to security issues. The user experience gets fragmented. I have like 9 different wallets on my computer and my phone just to like play around with all the different apps. And so we kind of need to bring these 2 things together. So the first tool that we built is called Polygon CDK, Chain Development Kit. Stop me if this sounds familiar. It's an open source toolkit for building out layer 2. So you can think of it a lot like the Cosmos SDK, but specifically targeted at ZK-powered L2s. It's got a few components. So the first one is the prover, and this is really where like the heart of Polygon's tech investment and innovation has gone, is in making the most efficient, fast prover we possibly can. And we're pretty proud of where we've gotten it. Our next version of the prover, Plunky 3, is going to cost very small fractions of a penny to prove an individual transaction. We'll talk about the prover a little more later. We also have the virtual machine. So we started with the EVM, but we don't want to limit developers in our ecosystem to the EVM. Just because it's the dominant one today doesn't mean it's not going to be leapfrogged by something in the future. See this with x86 architecture and Apple Silicon, right? We don't want to be locked into any individual component. So that one's modularized too. We also have data availability, right? So for our ZK EVM, we use Ethereum for data availability. This is actually kind of a political thing in the Ethereum ecosystem, believe it or not. A lot of ETH developers are saying if you don't use Ethereum for data availability, it's not a true rollup. Some people say it's not a true layer 2. I think we don't really care as long as it inherits enough security for the individual use case. And then you have the sequencer, which generally looks pretty homogeneous across all the different L2 solutions. It listens for transactions, bundles them, and sends them to the data availability layer. But if you look at Cosmos, there's actually a lot of different ways to construct a block, right? You can have interesting things like arbitrage transactions at the end of a block that capture MEV and send it back to the user, or send it back to the liquidity provider, or the staker, or whatever. You can have Oracle transactions at the start of a block. I think that was one really great idea from Terra that we can all learn from a little bit. And so we don't want to limit the developer in terms of which sequencer they want to use either. But as we modularized this thing, we realized there were going to be a lot of layer 2s. And all of the same problems that affected us and Cosmos before are going to be compounded. So if you think about block space, and this is like kind of a foreign concept for Cosmos people, but in Ethereum, block space was always the scarce resource. Safe, trustable block space has always been like very hard to come by, and it's always been something you pay a premium for. But thanks to ZK Tech, we actually have really high quality safe block space available in a plentiful quantity. So then what becomes like the next constraining element? I would argue it's liquidity. You can't just copy paste liquidity, right? It's rehypothecation. I mean, FTX did this, and I guess they were very capital efficient, but we don't really want to repeat that. So the first thing is we need to find a way with a whole bunch of layer 2s in the world to communicate with each other and be able to bridge assets safely. And you might say, Matt, IBC solves this. And I would say, not exactly, right? IBC does still involve trust assumptions. And as a bit of a purist, I want to trust as little as possible. So we'll come to that in a minute. The other thing that it needs to solve, though, is cost, right? So Ethereum is still kind of expensive. It's expensive for a reason, but when you have all these layer 2s submitting their proofs down to Ethereum one at a time, each of these costs today $50. That could be an order of magnitude more, if not even more than that. Like if we know one thing about Ethereum, it's that when there's high demand for block space, things don't scale, right? So we need to find a way to kind of drive these costs down, and that's where Polygon 2.0 really comes in. We have this aggregator layer, where each of the L2s submits a ZK proof together, and then the aggregator bundles them all up using recursive ZK tech and submits a single proof down to the L1. So if right now it costs $50 for one chain to submit its proof down to the L1, and you split that by 2 or 3 or 4, you can make the cost substantially cheaper. And so we estimate that at full utilization, we'll take that $50 per proof down to about 10 cents. Which means for a user, it's going to be really cheap and easy to bridge assets to and from the Ethereum L1. So that's like scalability of proof costs, right? But the proof is kind of a special thing. It allows for sort of safe, trustless communication across machines the same way that like cryptographic signatures do. With a cryptographic signature, I sign something, and you can verify that I own the private key for that wallet cheaply and easily, and it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for me to ever forge that. With a ZK proof, it's the same thing, but with a state transition, right? And when you have that kind of cross-machine communication out of the box, you can allow for safe bridging of assets. And so what we have is kind of a diagram here, but it's basically I take my bundle of transactions, and one of these includes a bridge transaction, right? I say, I want to bridge from chain A to chain B. That's a valid state transition, and I can prove it, and then chain B can see that and credit me with those assets. And so it kind of works across any number of systems super easily. So today, we've kind of implemented this, but it has to go through Ethereum, right? So we have chain 1, it bridges the assets down to Ethereum, back up to chain 2. This is a substantial improvement over optimistic rollups because that bridging down to Ethereum takes a few minutes instead of a few weeks or a few days, right? So this is definitely an improvement, but we think we can get it better. We think we can take this 30-minute cross-chain communication down to about 30 to 60 seconds with this interoperability layer. So just to give one more summary, all the chains submit their proofs to this interop layer. They get bundled and sent down to the L1. That saves costs. But because they're all submitting their proofs to this sort of common area that everyone can see this data, you can actually be a little bit more optimistic about it and say, well, I see a valid state transition. I see a proof that it's valid. I'm going to go ahead and credit those assets on my chain for this user. And what that gives you is the same sort of fungibility of assets across L2s that you get when you bridge from L2 to L1 back to another L2. And so you get canonical assets, right, which is really nice. And it's something that IBC has generally had a little bit of issues with. Obviously, there's sort of canonical pathways, but as a user, I really never want to think about how I got my tokens to where they are right now. I want every asset, regardless of what chain it's on, to be fungible with the other assets, right? And with ZK proofs, you can actually have that level of trust where you can cut the validator trust assumptions completely from the equation. So this brings me back to like, why am I here, right? Well, we're working with a few Cosmos projects, and the first one is Canto. So Canto is working on their real-world asset thing, and they want to get access to Ethereum liquidity. This can kind of give you a way to allow your users to bridge assets to and from Ethereum safely and easily, right? And this is just kind of the first step. So we started with Canto. It's EVM compatible. They're fun to work with, regardless of what you think of the chain. And it's a really good kind of blueprint for how we can help bring Ethereum liquidity into the Cosmos ecosystem. So Canto still has all their own validators, all their own staking tokens. They run block production however they want. The only thing they really have to do here is start to submit those proofs to our aggregator layer. And so it can kind of start to feel like this is almost a feature or a module that we can build into the Cosmos SDK directly. And that's kind of what we need your help with, right? Is we want to work with the Cosmos community and work with open-minded builders to try to do things to bring Ethereum liquidity into Cosmos and vice versa. Because we really think that there's a lot of value in the Cosmos values. We think customizability is important. We think diversity is important. This is like so early in the industry. We shouldn't be limiting ourselves to a bunch of copy-paste EVM chains, right? We really should be playing around with interesting things and innovations. Because we kind of see ourselves as playing the role of AWS in the decentralized compute world. We want to provide this sort of like infrastructure to make it cheap, to run at economies of scale, to take the headache of, you know, how do I bridge assets? What are my safety assumptions? To take all of that away from the developer and let them focus on their app chains. So we're working with Canto, and they're going to get access to ETH liquidity just by submitting proofs of their existing EVM blocks. It's pretty cool. We're also working with Celo. So we've announced, we posted on their governance forum, they were actually going to go with an optimistic approach. And then after seeing our ZK architecture, they were like, hang on a second, this is a lot better for my user because it's faster, it's safer, it's clearly going to, you know, like as we go forward, proof of software is only going to get more efficient, right? And so you kind of want to be betting on ZK as a tech, as a piece of the future tech that allows our industry to scale. So we're working with Celo, and basically our broad vision is to allow everybody to get access to any part of Ethereum that they want. So if they want to settle to Ethereum as a layer 2, they can do that. If they want to have consensus in their own sort of module and just use this as like a way to access liquidity, they can do that. But we need your help. We need your help to help us drive this forward. We need to figure out what kinds of features should we be prioritizing, right? How do we work with the Cosmos SDK to make sure that things are getting integrated smoothly? Should we be working on WASM provers? Should we stick to the EVM? How do we want to integrate with IBC? Which chains should serve as sort of like liquidity touch points? Do we want every chain to be submitting proofs to Ethereum? Or do we want to just have like one or two that sort of serve as gateways? What level of trust assumptions do people require, right? So broadly speaking, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
right, all right, all right. Where are you guys going? We just started yet. So I should say something. I have already attended last year over 40 events, and I didn't see before in my past. Yeah, just wanna say that. Okay, we're gonna have another panel about shared security panel. Let me invite Sam Hart, moderator of this panel. Stage is yours. Big applause.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Guys, please come up. I invite all of the speakers to come. So we have Victor from Babylon here, Jehan Trembek from Cosmos Hub and Interchain Security, and you're going to have to say Clib from Celestia. I'm very excited for this panel. Perfect. Now we match up. I'm very excited for this panel, largely because I got massively nerd sniped. There's a whole range of different security offerings on stage right now, or representatives of different security offerings. And the main thing I want to kind of tease out is kind of when and where to use each, what the differences are. Security is kind of an omnibus term, and when you really drill down into it, there's a lot of different facets. You actually have to understand kind of who your adversary is and what your security model is. So what we'd like to do today is just kind of like compare and contrast a little bit. I'd like to maybe start with Jehan. If you just say a little bit about Interchain Security as a product, kind of what the resource that Interchain Security provides. Try to be kind of brief, so because we only have 20 minutes on this panel apparently.
Yeah, so Interchain Security is security offered by the Cosmos Hub, and it's a pretty simple type of security. A consumer chain, the Cosmos Hub is providing the security, and the consumer chain's using the security. It basically gets the full security of the Cosmos Hub, and that right now with the first version, replicated security, is done by just having the Cosmos Hub validators run the consumer chain alongside the hub and alongside the other consumer chains. So the protection the security you get there is you get security against double spend, and you get security against incorrect execution. And you don't need fraud proofs or ZK proofs to get security against incorrect execution because it's the whole validator set running it. And I'll get more into that later, but yeah.
Great. Fisher, maybe you could kind of contrast Babylon security.
Yeah, so Babylon itself is a suite of Bitcoin security sharing protocols. So we currently have two protocols. The first one is called Bitcoin timestamping protocol. The second one is called Bitcoin staking protocol. The timestamping protocol tries to solve the POS chain's inherent issue of long-range attack, where the stakers unstake first and then go back to a historical location block height and then create a fork of that. So timestamping protocol provides long-range security and enables Cosmos chains to reduce its stake unbounding time from 21 days or even longer to just 1 day, because it removes the need of social consensus to remember what is the true history of the Cosmos chains. So this is the first one. The second Bitcoin security sharing protocol we offer is called Bitcoin staking. So it turns Bitcoin, the asset, into a non-custodian, trustless staking asset for Cosmos chains. So it can provide the same economic security as any native staking protocol.
Great. I think you may want to adjust your mic a hair, Fisher. It's up a bit, yeah.
Up a little bit.
Cool. Okay. And let's round it out with Celestia's kind of security offering.
So our security offering is all about DA, data availability, which basically decouples the execution of all the transactions from their availability. And why is that important? We want to scale, and when in the security models or interchain security models where everyone has to execute everything, it just doesn't scale. You cannot make everyone to execute everything, all the validators. So this is why we need some form of rollups where you can have only one honest actor who can prove validity or invalidity of some state execution. And in order to have those rollups, you need data availability. And it turns out, while looking into data availability problem, you get much other nicer benefits of shared security, which we'll dive into later.
Yeah, let's actually just go into that a little bit more. So we've introduced the concept of a rollup here, and this is typically not what the architecture that the Cosmos Hub or Babylon chains may be securing. And so the idea here is we're going to kind of segment the different properties of state machine, and we're going to try to reduce the amount of state machine replication and really make it so that, okay, the entity that's executing is entirely constrained in their execution, and so then we can have a single entity or a smaller set of entities do the execution. And just say a little bit more about that separation, where data availability comes in, and where the kind of verification comes in order to ensure that your state machine is actually advancing correctly.
So this boils down to the question of why data availability is needed, I think. And the simple answer I find to myself is, in order to verify something, you need to ensure that that something is available. And usually that something is a transactions. So you can, there's a fisherman dilemma, which states that if you want to verify a state transition, you cannot verify it without being able to access it. So you need to know that that transaction is somewhere out there, so you can take it out and verify it and prove its invalidity or validity. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, that's a good start.
I want to add to that, I think it's important to think about security, like I was mentioning before. There's security against double signing, and there's security against incorrect execution. And so security against double signing is, if you have two histories, they're both completely valid. So one history, I could have sent some money to him. Other history, I sent the money to Sam. And there's nothing wrong with either of those histories. The problem is that I show, show to him that I sent him the money, and Sam, I showed Sam, and they both, they both sold me their bicycles. And by the time they figure out what happens, I have two bicycles, they have no bicycles. I could have only sent the money to one of them. So that's double signing. That's what the problem that Bitcoin solved originally. But then there's also incorrect execution. And so incorrect execution is, like he was saying, is like preventing a validator from basically saying, oh, I have all the money now. And that's solved by ZK proofs. So for me, it's the more interesting question is double signing, because ZK proofs solve incorrect execution. But it's stuff like Babylon does the double signing thing, and also Celestia as well, right? Celestia provides data availability and consensus, right? So rollups. So it's the Celestia validator set which is preventing someone from presenting two alternate histories.
So in Celestia's case, double signing may still exist within Celestia itself, which is handled by evidences in Common BFC. If we're talking about rollups, there can also be double signing, but it all kind of depends on the rollup construction you have. You may have a single sequencer. I think we'll come to sequencing later. We can have a single sequencer where there's only one signing, and he can also potentially equivocate, right? But he posts that data on the Celestia on data availability, and he would need to post two signatures. And by getting the data from the A layer, you can detect the equivocation, and then you can have you can do whatever with that information, either recover from that or hold to choose some other sequencer. It's very application specific.
So to be able to fool somebody by presenting two histories, the sequencer would actually also have to be colluding with the Celestia validator set, right? So they wouldn't be able to double sign without the Celestia validator set also being corrupted, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that the rollups are inheriting the security from Celestia, right? So if it's got 10 billion staked on Celestia, let's say, then the rollups have 10 billion staked, preventing double signing, right? Ultimately.
So for this to happen, then like the validators on the Celestia would need to like have two, like there's a block of rollup and there is a block of Celestia, and like block of Celestia is blocks of other rollups. So then like in your example, Celestia validators would need to like sign two different blocks of other rollup blocks, and you can also detect that and prevent that as well.
Yeah, and that's like slashing, like that's yeah.
So in that case, the Celestia validators need to be more than 2/3 malicious to make it happen. So it's,
You don't necessarily have to slash them though. You can also do so like you can just listen to multiple like validators, and like clients themselves can detect the equivocation and detect and just like you can hold the chain, for example, and then recover socially. Or you can like be very smart and you can like do some engineering on how to recover from that case. So like slashing in this case is also optional, in my opinion, and Celestia's opinion.
But I would say Celestia, in terms of double signing, has the same properties as any Cosmos or any proof of stake chain, right? Where it's like you can catch it if you see it. The system will slash them if you present proof that they did it. And so it's like the double signing security comes from the Celestia validators. I think it's interesting comparing it to like something like Babylon, for example.
There's a little bit of a confounding factor here, which is that rollups can kind of choose their own fork choice rule, and there's like a number of different fork choice rules as a rollup that you could instantiate. So you could have a fork choice rule that slashes on behavior that's completely kind of outside of the Celestia system if you wanted to. Or you could enshrine the fork choice rule, and in that case, you are kind of married to the Celestia validator set and their slashing rules. Maybe we could just talk a little bit about the role of validators particularly in Interchain security and Babylon, because these are kind of the key actors that are mediating the security relationship. And in Interchain security, in the hub, the validators are kind of replicated. That's why we call it replicated security. They're kind of cloned to provide security for a second chain. In Babylon, you have miners, and then on the Babylon chain, you have your own validator set. So maybe we should just start with Jahan, and then we could kind of contrast that with Babylon.
Yeah, so with replicated security, the validators are running they're running the binaries. So it's 180 of them running it, and this means that you don't need fraud proofs or ZK proofs, because there's some, you probably don't have time to get into this. There's something called token toxicity, which is like the validators don't want to screw up their own chain, basically, and corrupting a consumer chain would be screwing up their own chain. So that's contrasting that to Celestia. Let's say with Celestia, you can potentially only have one computer actually running the execution. Execution means, given these transactions, what's the end state? And so the reason you can only have one computer, known as a sequencer, with Celestia is because there's this proving technology that proves that they did it right. So with Interchain security, you don't need the proving technology. So right now, that's still technology that's in pretty early stages. I mean, some of it's coming to production. It's very exciting, as we saw in the previous talk. But so that's one aspect of it. And then also something that it provides is it's kind of like a full service solution. And I don't want to spend too much time on that, but also there's potential in the future where we're looking into ways to actually have the consumer chains be able to interact at a deeper level because of the fact that they're all run by the same computers.
Great. Maybe you could say a little bit about the kind of role of the validator set in Babylon.
Yeah. So Sam, you mentioned that Bitcoin miners will help with the security. So that's true for our timestamping protocol. So our timestamping protocol will put checkpoints of the POS chains onto Bitcoin so that the security level of these checkpoints will grow over time
when Bitcoin chain grows because the miners keep adding blocks to it. Okay? But for our Bitcoin staking protocol, the Bitcoin miners, it's kind of irrelevant here. They become just Bitcoin holders who is willing to stake their token, Bitcoin tokens, to enhance the economic security. So in this case, we have just normal the Tendermint validators, who can accept both native POS chain tokens and also potentially accept Bitcoin as the staking asset. Yeah.
Great. Excellent. Okay, so now we have maybe a little bit of a sense of like where each of these projects is coming from in terms of the resource that they're providing. Now I want to say a little bit about kind of what happens as you scale the network. So if the primary resource that Cosmos Hub is offering, for instance, is restaked Atom and its validator set replication, kind of what happens when you increase the amount that you're restaking and the number of chains. This has been a little bit of an issue, and I know, Jahan, you've been working on like solutions to kind of bring down the cost curve, so maybe you could say a little bit about that.
Yeah, are you talking about resource consumption on validators or actually the using the same stake twice?
So as more chains are added, as the kind of market size increases, you're kind of induced to restake more Atom, potentially, and validators are asked to kind of run more machines, more chains.
Yeah. So there's two resources here. One is, the validators have to run more chains. And that is something that right now running a Cosmos chain is somewhat expensive. And, in theory, that's not a problem. If every chain you add is profitable, then you can add an infinite number of chains and still make a profit. In practice, that's not always the case. Or there may be chains that you think will be profitable in the future and you want to bring them in, but they're not profitable now. So we're looking at something called opt-in security. We recently came up, we had some issues, theoretical issues with it before, having to do with token toxicity again, which I can't get into probably with the time we have, but we've recently figured out how to make that work by having the entire stake of the hub behind it, even if not every validator runs every chain. And then there's also, there's other, I think that's one is cutting down a number of validators. And I think that's what you see also with Celestia is that, or other roll-up technologies, is you have fewer nodes executing. And then in terms of using up the security capacity of the stake, I guess, I think that's something that every kind of shared security system has an issue with. Even with Bitcoin, even if you're securing so much value that it was worth more than like the Bitcoin market cap, somebody could like 51% attack just so they could attack Babylon, So it's hard to imagine because it's so big, but it's still an issue. And I think I don't know what the solution is, but I think the math should be relatively simple. You look at what the TVL is, and you have to make sure that like the possibility of gain from an attack is not exceeding, the value that's locked up. And actually, Sriram from Eigenlayer has done some very interesting work on that. I don't know if it's published yet, but I saw a talk called Stake Shore, and he's developed some ways to figure out like how much could you even gain from a double spend. Yeah. And I think that's going to be something that we're going to be exploring a lot more in the coming years as a community is figuring that stuff out.
Yeah, I think this gets a little bit more complex when you start to like split up the commitments that different stake is making to different slashing conditions. So that'll, once you have kind of opt-in and more like mesh-like constructions, that's going to get quite complicated.
Yeah, if you steal $1 billion and you get slashed for $100 million, that's still a good deal. So you don't want a situation where that's possible.
Fisher, maybe you could say a little bit about so one of the advantages of Babylon, as far as I understand, is that it should be able to offer a very kind of low cost of capital. So really the kind of the way that the resource is used and its scaling capacity is really one of the main kind of selling points for Babylon. So maybe you could say a little bit about.
Yeah. The main selling point of using Bitcoin as a staking asset is indeed a more efficient use of the capital. So let's think about it. What's the current
staking reward for typical Cosmos chains, like 10%, 20%, or even 50%. Then where does this staking reward come from? Mostly, it comes from inflation. That means the chain needs to print new tokens, a lot of new tokens, to pay for the staking security that protects the chain. Okay? So the high inflation, we all know that it's very bad for a chain's economics, and also reduce the utility of the token itself. So on the other hand, Bitcoin itself is an excellent staking asset in the sense that most of it are sitting there just idle, doing nothing, generating zero yield. So if there is a secure and non-custodian way for Bitcoin holders to earn yield, then even if the yield is very thin, they will be very happy. So if a Cosmos chain use Bitcoin as at least like part of its staking asset, the staking reward or inflation they pay for this part of the security is much cheaper than its native stake. So an analogy that I came up with today is like you can either using one golden nugget to pay a John Wick as your bodyguard, or you spend 3 golden nuggets to train your own son to become your bodyguard, right? So Bitcoin in this case is the John Wick. It's actually cheaper and more reliable until your son grow up into Superman.
Lovely. Yeah. The clock says we're almost done, but I'm gonna make sure we can at least close out this round. So maybe you can say a little bit about how Celestia, as more rollups are added, as more kind of value is secured by the DA system, what happens to the underlying resource in Celestia?
So the main resource of Celestia is block space. And we have a dynamic block space. Even theoretically, it's unlimited because we decouple the execution. And when there is more applications coming, all these applications bringing more light clients to Celestia. And all these light clients doing this data availability sampling. So all like these thousands of light clients that are brought to the Celestia, they collectively can sample the whole block. And if there are more light clients, the bigger the block can be. So the scaling properties here are very nice for this resource. You have more light clients, more users, you have bigger block space, and you have a constant price for transactions. It never goes up because you can increase the block size.
Maybe we could just say a word about that. So there's 2 light clients in Celestia. One is the light client for the Celestia chain.
Yeah.
You're tracking the validator set updates and the power changes. And then the other is this data availability sampling client, which you should be running together.
In Celestia's definition, they are like coupled.
Mm-hmm.
We have like a notion of super light client, which doesn't do the data availability
Super
sampling.
light client.
Super light client, yeah. Yeah, so this is where the like terminology confusion comes from. But
got it.
By default, we believe that like when you use your mobile phone or you go to your application to DeFi, to game, to whatever social network that will come up, you will do some little samples to the block to help network to secure it. Like everyone who uses the light node helps to secure the network and scale it.
Yeah, maybe I'll just actually close this panel by talking a little bit about the light client. So this is something that all 3 participants share. The light client plays like a vital role in the security of all 3 networks. Any delegated proof of stake chain basically allows a delegator or an outside party to observe the behavior of the validators and understand that they are performing their job correctly. So for anyone who's like an Atom holder or a Babylon holder or TIA holder, you're participating in the security process by having that observer's view of the validator's behavior and ensuring that they are producing blocks in the correct way. Sadly, our talk was truncated because the Polygon folks ran a little bit long, so I'm gonna have to stop it here. But please talk to any of us afterwards. We're happy to kind of go into more depth. And yeah, thank you so much for listening.
All right, guys. Thanks, first of all, our other panelists, and thanks to share with us their wisdom. We're going to have another panel before the launch. We're going to start, and then you guys enjoy the Turkish food, drinks that will be served lunch area. And as I said, we will have last panel before the launch. Please join me welcoming for Yuri Maybahom. And Yuri is also, he's one of the co-founder of Big This Event. Please, big applause for him. Welcome to the stage. Come on. Woo-hoo!
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. And as you can see, we're getting closer to the end of Cosmoverse 2023. I believe it has been a pretty dope event so far, and I can guarantee you one thing, now towards the end, all of the panels and all of the talks are packed with alpha, so make sure to attend all of them, especially after the lunch break. But now let me introduce you to the next panel. The next panel is called How Enterprises Meet the Cosmos. We will talk to EY, we will talk to the Deutsche Telekom and to Vodafone. We will talk about how these institutions and enterprises observe the crypto landscape nowadays, how they start to get involved in the cosmos, how they consider providing infrastructure there, and how institutions may facilitate mass adoption. With that being said, let me introduce you to my lovely panelists today, which are Wolfgang Michael Kraus from the Deutsche Telekom AG, which are Adila from Vodafone, and Esra from EY Turkey. A big applause, please, for my panelists. Yeah, guys, thank you for joining us in the Cosmos ecosystem today, so to say. Before we get started, can you maybe briefly introduce yourself? So maybe let's start with you, Esra, and then you can take the line on.
Hi, everyone. It's great to meet you all here. I'm Esra Özdemir. I'm working for EY Turkey. I'm the desk leader for the blockchain desk over there. Also, I am a financial auditor for the last 16 years. Now I'm working on blockchain and mixing it up with blockchain, and we'll see how it goes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Yuri, for inviting me. My name is Adila Hussein. You can call me Adi. And I'm the Web3 lead for Vodafone Digital Asset Broker. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, hello. My name is Wolfgang Michael Kraus, and I'm a Web3 lead and consultant at Deutsche Telekom.
Nice. Yeah, I think we have a lot to unpack today. But yeah, let's start with the sentiment. And I think that's a very good question for you, Esra, because you also work with a lot of enterprises in your on a daily basis. So my first question is actually pretty obvious. So last year was a very brutal year with the FTX collapse, with the Terra collapse. So I also think a lot of trust has been lost, especially also with 3AC. So a lot of big players just vanished. So my question for you is, how are institutions and enterprises observing the crypto landscape nowadays, especially your clients, so to say?
One of the main questions I get all the time. I think you said a very good word over there to start with, trust. Since the beginning, for the blockchain, we're always highlighting the trust word over there. And yes, with the brutal last year with FTX, 3AC, and all those scandals happening, we really lost the trust as the ecosystem. And it made it hard, it made my job hard to get the enterprises on board actually. Then it was work, but now it's double work for that. But so far I can say it's going good because on one side, yes, the scandal was very bad, but on the other side, if you look from the bright side, we should learn from it. And actually the ecosystem is learning from it. Now we know that auditing it, doing the right controls, having efficient systems, makes it easier it makes all of our lives easier, and we can gain the trust back with that. So since then, we see the regulation works are increasing. Most of the timelines has been taken earlier, we can say. And every day we wake up with another regulative news on the news or the channels or the websites we look for, and I think we should take this as an opportunity for a lesson for all of us. The importance of having the regulation over there. That's what I'm actually working, mostly focused on it right now, and I think the regulations upcoming are mostly promising, and I know that everybody is trying to create an ecosystem-friendly one. The main aim for the regulations are not to limit this works that can be done over here, but instead supporting it with the trust over there. If you get the trust, it will be much more scalable. More people will be in it, and as enterprises come, the scalability gets increasingly high. So that's, I think we should focus on these scandals instead of, you know what, I am tired of talking about the SBF trials. So we all know what's going on there. We all know what happened back there. So I think that's the bad side, and we should get rid of that side and focus on the opportunity that it creates for all of us.
Yeah, you said something very interesting in terms of gaining back the trust. I think this is something we will touch base on in a second. And also you're like very right with regulations increasing and also heading into the right direction, at least in Europe and in Asia, I feel like, especially with Mika now, with the staking, with the new staking laws. I think that's very, very lovely to see. But yeah, I think in terms of gaining back the trust, I think there are like some enterprises that help with that. I was actually very surprised in Barcelona when I met your fellow team members from the Deutsche Telekom, how much the Deutsche Telekom has been doing in the crypto industry so far in terms of infrastructure providing. You're providing infrastructure on Ethereum via Stakewise, Polkadot, EWT, and so on and so forth. And besides that, you also work with Chainlink for oracles, which is lovely to see. So my question here is like, when did this started? I mean, you're like very deep into the crypto space already, considering that you are like such a large enterprise. So can you like shed some light on this? So how did this happen? When did you decide to go all into Web3 like this? And yeah, I think like the procedure here would be very interesting to know.
Yeah, sure. So it started a few years ago, like it's probably like 5-6 years ago. So we had like a really small team of just enthusiasts, Web3 enthusiasts that just started to explore this space, and they built like several interest groups inside the telecom, and from this, like there was an exploration of a public blockchain domain. I mean, of course, there's like this private blockchain domain that's still of like industry interest, but we are really focusing on only public decentralized blockchain systems. So that's like it started back then, basically with Chainlink, and from there we explored other ecosystems like Celo and expanded Polygon, Ethereum, Polkadot, and much more. So we are expanding quickly, and that's where it came from, just from some folks that were really interested in crypto and Web3. And now, like, it's growing rapidly, and also, like, the telecom has more and more interest in this space. And yeah, as we can see, like, yeah, maybe one thing regarding this trust thing. So, like, for the telecom, we have a huge or a good understanding on what happened in the past years. So this is not to blame on blockchain systems. It's basically blaming on centralized institutions that didn't really emphasize the transparency that public blockchain systems can provide. And so we are aware of this, and that's why we are also pushing for decentralization, for transparency. And yeah, and I would say we are a crucial participant in this area because we actually provide decentralized infrastructure.
That's a very, very lovely way to put this, and it's also great to hear that you also view this the same way as we do in the crypto industry itself. But yeah, regarding providing decentralized infrastructure, also Vodafone is doing that nowadays. Attila, we met in Barcelona as well. I was like very surprised how many telecommunication infrastructure providers there are. We mentioned a couple of blockchains that the Deutsche Telekom is providing infrastructure on. So I would like to hear from you what the procedure looks like. So how does it work? How are you basically elaborating on which blockchain you want to provide infrastructure on? How do you start your research? Are there any specific hurdles to overcome? Because obviously you can't do the same things as like a private validator can do. So yeah, could you please shed some light on that?
Thanks, Yuri. So before I get into answering that question, I think I should explain a little bit about digital asset broker because it's at the core of how we make these decisions, right? So Vodafone Digital Asset Broker has a platform called the Economy of Things. And the goal of our company is really to allow devices to autonomously transact with each other. That means any device can be an economic agent. They can buy and sell. They can consume and generate data, right? So that's the core of what we are trying to achieve. So in making decisions of which protocol to join, which ecosystem to join, that's what we always come back to, right? So we have 3 sets of criteria. It's ecosystem, the business, and technical, right? At the ecosystem level, so on all 3 parts, we complete a due diligence process to understand what the ecosystem of that protocol is like, how many developers, users, what kind of applications there are there, how long has it been there, what's the reputation of this ecosystem in the general Web3 landscape, right? We also look at it from a business perspective, but when I say business, I specifically mean things like a use case, right? Because we have this goal to bring devices on chain that they can act as agents. Would joining this ecosystem help in that strategy? So it's a lot around that area, right? Whether it can help us move forward with our goals. And of course, the last part is all the technical stuff, right? Like scalability, interoperability, how easy is it to deploy and run? So these are the main criteria that we do. So typically we would do like a due diligence process. The first due diligence process we did took us 1 year. It was very long. It was on Chainlink. And because it was the first one that we did, everybody wanted to get involved and be part of the due diligence, right? So we had compliance teams in the UK, in Hong Kong, looking at it in terms of sanctions and all of this stuff. So it was a really long process, but we got there eventually. So now the cycle is a bit faster, which is good. But no, that's what we typically start with. We have something like a pipeline of protocols that are either we are interested in them or they have approached us and said, hey, would you want to get to know more about a protocol? Then typically we would schedule an introduction discussion, try to understand the protocol better, and then kind of prioritize them on this pipeline, right? So that's generally the process. I think the main challenges we have, they are very typical enterprise challenges. I'm sure Wolfgang knows this as well, right? So anything to do with reporting, compliance, finance, just opening an account to purchase tokens in order to run smart contracts, that took a long time as well. So these are the main things that we are still, grappling with and hoping to make more optimized. Actually, on that note, I have something to say to Wolfgang. Wolfgang, on the Deutsche Telekom website, you guys now have a website on crypto staking for business partners, right? Like on your Geschäftskunden, on your business partners, you have a business offering for crypto staking with 60 million assets under management, 6 protocols,
Yeah.
That's really amazing.
Thank you very much.
And typically when I talk to other enterprise or even people in Vodafone and we start talking about Web3 infrastructure, right? So either they're skeptical or interested, but then when I show them the Deutsche Telekom website, that Deutsche Telekom is doing this, everybody is like this. What? And then they're like, the next question is, can you please send me that link? And so, actually what they are doing is also, in a way, kind of pushing us forward too. So, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I see. So the competition that you guys have in your bigger business with telecommunication now moves on to Web3. Before I have another question for you, Ezra, on that note, so Adila mentioned a couple of things that make it tricky for large enterprises to move forward more quickly. Are there also some regulational hurdles for you guys to overcome? Is there something that you would wish from the regulators to happen to make your life easier, and what would allow you to move forward much more quickly in the Web3 space and eventually also experiment more?
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing is, for a big company or big regulated, publicly traded company, actually, we have we cannot just go into the space and do whatever we want. So we have clear regulations and compliance that we have to abide to. We have our own lawyers team that also checks everything what we need to know about projects or about what we are going to do. So the thing is, right now there's still a gray area, so we have to move more carefully and always consult for our next steps. I would say that the European Union with the MiCA regulation, it's a first step, even though I know that it's not everything is perfectly clear, and there's still, in this rapidly developing environment, there can be so much changes that need to be considered. So, but it's still helpful for us to have regulation because then we can move forward in a compliant way, and we understand what we can do and we can't do on the state level. So I would say that Europe in general is going in the right direction. We need to emphasize more on consulting the policymakers, that they understand what the space is about and how it works. I would say that in the US it's a big problem because they don't have any kind of guidance. It doesn't affect us very much at the moment, but still it's a regulatory uncertainty is always bad for companies or institutional players. So I think it's the right direction, but I can only say we have to move forward in this direction and also on an international level.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing here is also very interesting. So you guys want to get involved, but there are some hurdles to overcome, making it much trickier. So what I'm hearing is that Vodafone and Telecom, those enterprises, are willed to get involved in Web3, but some regulatory problems emerge, so they can't move forward that quickly. But Ezra, what are you thinking about the future role of institutions and large enterprises in the crypto industry? Obviously, they understand in what direction the Web3 space is heading, and also that decentralization matters. So, what role will they be playing in this industry? So, can you maybe draw us a picture here?
Yeah, when you look from my perspective, actually, for the enterprises to have a place to game area, they need the regulation and something to be in compliant with, right? So for that reason, we are working for the regulation. But over there is this fact that regulation always comes behind. That is something that we shouldn't forget about it, because you have the technology and you need something to get in compliant with in the enterprise world. But over there, regulation cannot be the flag holder over there. It cannot go up front. Technology comes and regulation comes accordingly with creating the friendly and right controls over there. So I am actually, for myself, thankful for this flag carrier companies in the industry, because when you do something, we learn from that too, because those are the use cases for the regulations, and to see what's going wrong, what we should do, how we should overcome the problems you are facing with, and making it in a compliant and right way that it will be nurturing the growth, actually. So over there, this is, I think, one of the main issues. And the other one is, we talked about trust enough, so I'm just going to say only trust and go on. And other than that, as you know, we have so many enterprise tools within the EY Global Blockchain. And we are implementing those tools. We are implementing blockchain tools in the enterprises already for a couple of years. And over there, when I look at the main problems that we try to overcome, one of the main one is the scalability and the interoperability part. Because, for example, one of the most known cases is the supply chain applications. Over there, you have to have all the supply chain on board, and this means many, many, many third parties. You can be wishful and you would want to do the integration, but when it comes to your third parties, they might not be that way. So you have to overcome those obstacles, etc. And so many are coming. For example, payment systems part, you have to have those APIs. The financial system should have that infrastructure, etc. It always touches to the third parties, and if you don't have this synergy over there, you cannot finish it up, and you cannot do the outcome will not be the ultimate outcome that you want. So this is too many parties in, and that's why over here the regulation is actually slow. And it's right to be slow, because over there, whatever you are touching, you have to go there and regulate, because this is totally new world for all of us. Digital assets is a new class for everywhere you look from. So wherever it touches, you have to go fix or do something that will service the technology to work in its essence. So I think the synchronization over there is much more better than before. The regulative bodies, they are learning also, and once they start to learn, they are building it brick by brick. So the wall will come out at the end, but until then, we should be patient, and it should be a two-sided relationship, and everybody should be feeding this relationship so that we have the wishful decentralized world that we are wishing for, actually, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very lovely way to put it. I really love the metaphor with the wall. And also you mentioned something that is music in the ears of Cosmos people. Interoperability, here's the golden goose for you, Wolfgang. So we are here at Cosmoverse. So I hope that you are not only for pleasure in Istanbul. So I would love to pick your brain on the thoughts of what the Deutsche Telekom is thinking about the Cosmos right now. Are there like any plans? Have you met like any interesting projects here? So yeah, what's going on with Deutsche Telekom towards the Cosmos?
Yeah, absolutely. So like first I want to say that the Cosmos is one of the largest crypto ecosystems. So this is maybe something that's sometimes not always obvious, because it's like kind of different, a different kind of ecosystem that we are used to in general. So it's very, very broad, a lot of sovereign chains, a lot of sovereign projects, and very split, and actually representing decentralization very well, in my opinion. So we are looking at it as one of the largest crypto ecosystems, and one of the ecosystems that has incredible innovation and development going on, as we can see here as well. There are lots of amazing projects that are building, starting new, interesting stuff. And like IBC as a core technology is very powerful. We can see that it's like migrating over to many other ecosystems, especially also Ethereum. Also like these bridging solutions to Bitcoin is very interesting. We're looking at that as well. So like there's a lot of stuff going on that that we are highly interested in and monitoring. And yeah, so I think it's very promising.
I'm passing exactly the same question now over to Adila. We chatted real quick about the Cosmos in Barcelona at Avalanche Summit. So yeah, is there something cooking at Vodafone? So yeah, can you share some thoughts on this as well?
So we're interested in Cosmos on two areas, right? One is interoperability, and the second one is security, right? And by security, I mean replicated security, shared security. These are topics that we are really interested in. Actually, the panel before this was very, very interesting to me. So we're looking really like at that network level. How can we make the network more efficient? How can we reuse capacity on that network, right? And that's why things like shared security, consumer chains, these are topics that are very fascinating to us, right? And of course, interoperability as well. So these are the two topics that we're following very closely from our perspective.
Nice. Yeah, I think we also overstepped our time slightly. So I just don't want that the AV team is hating us much more. So in 2 sentences, where do you guys see your fellow entity in the Web3 space in a couple of years? And what will the landscape look like? Maybe in 2 or 3 short sentences. We will start with Ezra.
I will continue to have this wishful thinking. So far it worked, actually. So that's all I can say. And I think we're going in a good way. Regulations are coming. And specifically in Turkey, we are working on a promising one. And as what we see from the global, it's the same over there. So I think we're learning from the bad issues and we're getting our lessons and it will be getting better. I sincerely believe in that, actually.
Wolfgang?
Yeah, so telecom connects people and we do this via all kinds of technologies like the internet, mobile. And now we are going to do this with crypto technology, a public blockchain technology. So I see the telecom as like a core infrastructure provider for the fabric that connects all the ecosystems and also providing significant decentralization to all these protocol layers. And I think a core infrastructure provider for Web3.
Adila?
So we are a connectivity and communications provider, right? And our goal is to not only bring connectivity to Web 2, but also now to Web 3. And not just to people, but also to things and devices. That's our goal.
What a lovely way to wrap it up. Yeah, thank you guys for flying into Istanbul. Thank you, Ezra, for joining us here. Yeah, it was a lovely panel in my view. So thank you guys for attending and answering all of my questions. And with that being said, I'm happy to release you to the last lunch break of Cosmoverse 2023. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yuri.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have a break till 2 p.m. Enjoy your meal.
Welcome to Cosmoverse 2023 Istanbul. Now this video we're going to take you on a tour around Cosmoverse at the Swiss Hotel. Unfortunately we can't record on the first floor, so we are going to have to cut out here and then we will continue from the stairwell onwards. But let's go and enjoy the tour and go and see what the event's all about. So this venue, yeah, it's a very, very big venue. So we've got 5 floors. We've got the main stage on the 5th floor. As you can see, we've got the exhibitions, the Hacker Lounge on the 7th floor, and a lot of the workshops are going to be on the 10th floor. So let's go down the stairs and go and start exploring the venue. Perfect. Right, I think first place we go is if we continue around this way. Sorry, can I just show, can we just get the diagram of how the layout is as well, please? So as everyone can see, the main stage, lunch area is just around here. We're currently on the 5th floor. I am going to be exploring and learning while I go around with everyone who's watching. So if we continue around to the left, let's go and have a look. Oops, sorry guys. So we can see everywhere it's got all the labels, Cosmoverse Hacker Lounge. So if anyone's interested with the OKP4 stand, they've got a spin the wheel. So feel free to come and join this booth if you are at the event. Right, let's carry on veering around to the left now and go and have a look here. Right, so I assume this is one of the hacker lounges. Looks like people are going to be sitting up there doing panels, all kinds of things like that. Obviously, as the day gets on, it's going to get busier and busier. So I think when we carry on round to the left here, this is going to be like the main booth area. So we'll go around again, we'll go and have a look at some of the booths, give everyone a bit of insight to how the event is and how the layout is. Plenty of stickers, things like that, merch. No, that's fine. So if we carry on coming around here, as you can see, it's a little bit noisier, a little bit busier. This is one of the main booth areas. As you can see, we've got DYDX, we've got Strangelove. So again, if you are at the event and you see this, feel free to come and check out the booths, grab yourself some merch, so you can see the sort of the amount of effort that goes into creating these events and making these booths, these stands. We keep going through, and I think as the day goes on, it gets busier and busier. Awesome. Right now, so now we're entering the other booth room. Look at this, perfect. Octopus on your right-hand side here. Sheldon working hard. Perfect. Steak Frights just at the end here, getting ready to go and do all of their recording as well. Awesome. Right now, we'll start heading down towards the main area where the main stage is. All right, guys. As you can see, another Cosmoverse stand here, leading everyone down. Perfect. So as we can see here, the Turkish experience by Neutron. I'm not quite sure what the experience is going to be just yet, but we'll try and maybe come back and visit a bit later on and add some more little videos in when a lot more things are open. But if we carry on continuing downstairs now. Right, before we go and check out the main stage, we're going to go around and check out, there's some more booth areas. We're going to check the media, we're going to check out the media area. It's so easy to get lost in this place already. So if we keep coming around to the left-hand side. Now this, I'm going to show everyone. If anyone's here at the event and they see this, feel free to come round. It's a 360-degree camera that records you, and it's like a backwards as well, isn't it? Yeah, forwards and a reverse. Yeah. So,
like boomerang effect on the Instagram.
Yeah, perfect. So if you are here, remember to come and give this a go. Right, let's go and check out this booth room. As you can see, you've got, it's a lot busier in here already, and it's going to start getting a lot busier. Amazing to see a vibrant crowd here today. Obviously, IST guys. We've got Agoric here. What we got around? Crabble. Yeah. But I think this does show the magnitude of how much effort and work goes into creating an event like this. And I hope everyone at home is enjoying the tour so far. We learn as we go. Right, if we carry on around here, we've got the media room around here. So this is currently where everyone will be doing their interviews. A lot of the media guys will come in here, get their interviews done. Like myself, you're going to see some more interviews with me a bit later on. And yeah, let's carry on, and we will go around now and see what's up on the left-hand side here. Just quickly get there. Everyone at home, I'm exactly the same. I haven't familiarised myself with the venue yet, so we're learning together as we go. But as you can see, we've got another booth room here. With the Neutron stand, we've got the Neutron stand, the Noble stand, Stride stand. One of the best wallets in Cosmos at the moment. Mr. Bendy here with Atom Accelerator. This is actually one of the main sponsors of Cosmoverse.
Oh,
so I hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, having a great day.
Enjoying it?
Yeah, really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so exciting. And if people make it down to the AZ room, we're doing a little bit of an onboarding thing for new users.
Perfect.
So they kind of install a little Leap wallet. We give them a bit of Atom. They can go and use it on the hub. They can use the LSM. They can use Stride to do a bit of liquid staking. They can take it and use it on Noble. And if they complete all of that, we do a prize draw on day 3. They can win a bad kit.
So is this only for people at the event?
For people at the event that are here now.
Yep.
But,
yep.
But it's
that's perfect.
Everyone should be doing that sort of thing, and it's a great opportunity to showcase it to like the Turkish community and people that are down here.
Yeah. It's a great incentivising people to give something a try. Like you say, try a new area. I mean, it's the same with the Leap Wallet guys. They're doing an amazing job.
It's a great experience, and it's been really nice. Like that. I'm going to talk about collaboration every time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm collaboration, inspiration, innovation.
All these teams together to work together is awesome.
Yeah, 100%. Right, we're going to carry on with the tour anyway. Yeah, and I'll catch you a bit later. Yeah, so as you can see, still the Atom DAO presentation, everything there, all these seats. But we will continue round now, and we will go and explore the main stage. Yeah, that's fine. Well, all I'm doing is touring the venue. So I'm showing everyone the venue on the video. So I'm doing a walk round tour. Yeah, one of our main organisers here. How are you? So I'm still going to take you up to the workshops just to give everyone a feel of how the venue is. And everything like that. No, that's amazing. I love that.
You see that?
Right, so we're going to go and check out the main stage now. Go and show everyone it. Keep doing your work, and yeah, I'll see you in a bit. I don't know whether we can. Is there any chance we can get this board in shot as well? So we can only thank all the sponsors for making these events happen. And as you can see, Atom Accelerator is the main sponsor. We can only thank you all for doing this. These events wouldn't happen without you, so that's great. If we carry on walking down this way now. So we sort of have, this is like, as you can see, a lot of people are eating, coffee, drinking. There's a lot of relaxed, chilled areas around on the right-hand side here. Is there any chance we can just get a picture of that view as well, please? Just so everyone can see how nice that is out there. There we go, beautiful day in Turkey. That's amazing. And as you can see, the Cosmoverse Osmosis pillar covers. It's what's amazing about this, which a lot of people don't realise, is I came here yesterday morning and none of this was built. And the fact that they've been able to build all of this up in one day, I think shows again how much work goes into these types of things. But if we carry on coming up here, I've not checked out the ball pit yet, but there we go. So if anyone at the event sees this, the Osmosis ball pit, find the purple ball. all a bit of fun. Got to have a little bit of fun at these conferences as well. Right, let's carry on going. As you can see, everyone's looked after as well, food-wise. Yeah, it's been a very busy morning already. I can see that the staff are working extremely hard. We got to say thank you to all the staff and all the volunteers and everyone who works here. Yeah. Right, let's carry on going round, and we're going to enter the back of the main stage, and what we'll do is I'm going to be quiet when we go in there because we've got speakers and people sitting down, and the last thing they want to hear is me walking around talking. So we're going to do like a little silent walking tour of the main stage. We'll try and get as close as we can to show you, and yeah, then we'll go and show you the workshops, and the workshops aren't going to have very many people in, but the workshops don't open till tomorrow, but I just want to give everyone a feeling of how the venue is and everything like that. So if we just sneak in here now. Right. This is where we... So if we come down the back here.
But great, now you have your asset osmosis. How do you actually still use all the other details?
We're going to have to whisper. We're going to have to whisper for this one.
Today, you have these legacy you have the...
But as you can see, if you can pan round now, we can see the whole main stage. You can see Sonny talking about osmosis in his Roman outfit. Should we take a little walk round? Yeah?
Nice seamless UX and composable between that. But once we start to get to smart accounts, things are going to get different.
And the magnitude of how big the main hall is.
I made the transaction on osmosis to add that as a key on my osmosis smart account. I have to remember to go add that to my Stride smart account, right? Otherwise, the system is going to get out of sync. If I
don't think we'll go much further than here.
Maybe I thought I lost, I think my Kepler key got compromised. I'm going to remove my osmosis account. I have to go remember to do that on my Stride account, right? This is going to get complicated.
Sonny's like the one person who turns up at events dressed for the event, as I'd like to say.
Address is based off this original Kepler key that you don't actually have access to anymore because you deleted it. This is going to get messy. How do we solve this? Well, Chainapsis, one of the core contributors of Osmosis, many years ago they came up with this idea called Interchain accounts, which is the idea that an account on one chain can make transactions on another chain.
Right, I think that's enough of the main stage. We'll start heading back out and having a look.
So you'll have a smart account on Osmosis, and the analogy I like is in Avatar, you have an astral projection where Cora's body sees the physical world, and her astral projection.
And as you can see in the little booth here, we've got translators translating into different
So it'll be a similar
languages.
situation with Interchain smart accounts, where your core smart account is still going to be on the Osmosis chain, but you'll be able to astrally project using the Interchain account and do actions on the Stride chain. So as you add keys, you change your authenticator, you don't have to make any transaction on the Stride chain. Your account on the Stride chain is just a projection of your smart account.
So I hope everyone's enjoying the tour so far. Sorry about that, I couldn't speak. I hope you could hear what I was saying. If not, it doesn't matter. As you can see, Sonny, doing his speech as always. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go and find the lifts. And wait, we'll go around here first actually. Let's go and have a look at the lunch area. Let's go and see what's going on around here. Right, I think this is everything down on the 5th floor. So what we'll do is we'll head back up now and we'll go and get in the lift and we'll go and check out the workshops. Again, the workshops are going to be empty now. They don't start until tomorrow, but let's just give everyone, the gist of what the venue's like. So let's continue going up. Yeah, so we're going to go up to the 10th floor now. We're going to go and check out the workshop area. And we're just doing a tour of the venue. So we're touring the venue, showing everyone around. So we're going to go and check out the workshops now, see what it's all about, and hopefully everyone at home can enjoy the venue as well. Awesome, thank you. Right, let's shut that again. So another thing that's quite crazy about it is I'm pretty sure in Lisbon 2021, the first Cosmoverse, I unfortunately didn't get to go, but I'm pretty sure it was around 500 attendees. Then last year at Cosmoverse, Colombia, Medellin, I think it was roughly around 1,000 tickets that got sold and 1,000 attendees. And obviously Cosmoverse 2023, there was 1,500 tickets sold, so 1,500 attendees. So I think it proves that each year it's growing and growing as we go. So it's going to be extremely quiet up here. The workshops don't open until tomorrow. But it's nice to give everyone a feeling, again, I keep saying, of how the venue is, how much goes into organising these sort of events. Yeah, so you can only give your hats off to the people doing it. Here we have one of the workshop rooms, getting ready, making sure everyone's got their water, notes, mints. It's pretty spectacular, isn't it, really? Perfect. Right, now if we carry on going round to the right-hand side. So again, they've done well. They've got all their visuals up, which is quite nice to see because it is very confusing around here. Very easy to get lost. Automatic contracts workshop, Juno. Hope everyone goes in there and has a little look at some point. I don't know whether there's any. Yeah, I think as you can see, as in general, they're all going to be similar sort of workshops. Yeah, for everyone to come, learn what they want to. No, that's perfect. Right, if we carry on going round, let's go and check out the last one, I think it is. The Design DAO workshop. So I'm not quite sure what will be going on with some of these workshops. I don't know whether this is going to be interviews or anything like that in here. We can get to the main hall around here. So just through here, yeah? Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much for your help. See, and that's the great thing about this is you've got all the volunteers and you've got the guys who are helping. And I know exactly where we are now because when we were about to walk to what I thought was the lunchroom, it wasn't. That was the way to get round to the lifts. So again, yeah, the lunch area was a bit deceptive with things like that. But what we'll do is, if we just have one more walk around, because as you can see, it's actually getting a lot busier now. So when we first started here, it wasn't, it was a lot quieter. I mean, I'm probably shouting. I don't know whether you can hear me shouting, but it's, it's getting very busy here. I'm not sure whether it's the break time, tea time. No, it does look like people are still talking in the main stage, but we'll have another loop around. Just so we can get everyone to have a feel of how many people are here. And we always talk about it, about collaboration, innovation, and without these events, the process takes a lot longer. I've always tried explaining to sort of people that you can get a lot more done face-to-face in half an hour than you can 6 months online in DMs. So, unfortunately, I think some staff got in the way there. Here we go, look, we've got Seb in here. Have you found the purple ball? He's got the purple ball. And a woof woof gar. Everyone knows who that is now, don't they? So what do these guys win? What do they win?
You have to find this blue ball for swag.
For swag, right, perfect. So find the purple ball, you get some swag. But they look like they're just relaxing and chilling in there. We'll also go and have a look outside because we never went and checked out outside. And some of the views here are absolutely amazing. Oh, how's it going? We good, yeah? Yeah, good. Looks like this is a sort of it's where all the smokers are coming at the moment. So how's it going? We good? Good to see you. We'll catch up with you around the event. We're just recording, showing everyone the venue. So let's carry on going around this way. God, it's got really warm as well here now. So look at that view. Absolutely gorgeous out there, isn't it? Perfect. Right, let's head back in and just go and have another little loop round and check out the booths again and see how busy it is in that sort of area. How's it going? We good, yeah? Well, I'll catch up with you all later. We're just doing this venue tour at the moment. As you can see, everyone sort of is relaxed. Everyone seems like they're in a good mood. Down through here. As you can see all these guys as well. So as you can tell, I don't really need to do much talking and you can hear the noise around us. Excuse me guys, can we just get through here, thank you. Let's carry on going, perfect. Right, I think we'll go back upstairs and we'll just go around the booths again one more time. And we're going to see how much busier it is now. Within the space of sort of 20 minutes, half an hour, you can already tell how many more people have turned up. And I expect it to be like that more and more as the day goes by. Oh, we can see, as we can see actually, if we just come in and we have a quick look. Hiya guys, you're right. Sorry, we're just doing a venue tour at the moment, but I just wanted to come and show what this Turkish experience is. Sorry guys. So can we just come and get a little video of this and see what this is all about? So can I ask, what is this?
Turkish coffee.
Turkish coffee. Ah, lovely. Nice, nice. Right, we're going to leave this area and we'll carry on going around to the booth area for a little while. But yeah, this is, I can already feel how busy it's getting now. I feel like I can't walk backwards and keep talking to you because I'm going to bump into someone soon. There we go. Yeah, it's still quite quiet around this area at the moment. I think a lot of people are focusing on the main stage and that sort of area. But we'll take another tour of the main booth area. I can already hear that it's a bit more busier. So we also have the terrace stand. I don't know whether we got the terrace stand in before. Stride. So this is Stride. Can we just get a quick shot up here so you can see your liquid staking? And with the LSM model now, you can basically instantly unstake or unstake your Atom. So you can get staked Atom to go and explore the DeFi ecosystem. It's definitely picked up in here. It's a bit more vibrant. Just keep going, we've got Ledger, Babylon. We will be interviewing you soon. I'll catch up with you in a little while, yeah. We're just carrying on with the tour for now. It's all a bit mad round here at the moment, as you can see. But really good to see. Again, for me, it's a lot of collaboration, innovation, inspiration from people. This is what we want to see at events like this to sort of push the industry forward. We're going to have another little check round here just to go and see how many more people are about. Yeah, so we got them in. Because as you can see, things are a bit more in full swing now, so When we first started the tour, I think people were still entering the venue and getting on with it. Yeah, there's nothing's really going on here yet. I'm not sure what sort of time these talks start, but it'll all be streamed, so just make sure that you find what you need to. Oh. So what we'll do is we'll wrap it up here. We'll finish the tour. I hope everyone enjoyed it. As you can see, it's getting a lot busier now. So I hope you enjoy the rest of Cosmoverse 2023, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you very much. Right, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you are. Welcome to Cosmoverse 2023 Istanbul. Now, this video, we're going to take you on a tour around Cosmoverse at the Swiss Hotel. Unfortunately, we can't record on the first floor, so we are going to have to cut out here, and then we will continue from the stairwell onwards. But let's go and enjoy the tour and go and see what the event's all about. So this venue, yeah, it's a very, very big venue. So we've got 5 floors. We've got the main stage on the 5th floor. As you can see, we've got the exhibitions, the Hacker Lounge on the 7th floor, and a lot of the workshops are going to be on the 10th floor. So let's go down the stairs and go and start exploring the venue. Perfect. Right, I think first place we go is if we continue around this way. Sorry, can I just show, can we just get the diagram of how the layout is as well?
All right, guys, welcome back. And our panel will be Turkish. Our guests, they can use earphones for translation. And panel about to start. Thank you. And I hope you guys enjoyed from meals. And today we're going to have a special guest from Turkish community. I have a pleasure to introduce all of them. And really excited moment for me, be honest. Moderator Mustafa Aksos, Sevcan Dedeoğlu from Gate.io, Volkan Korkmaz, co-founder of Altcoin Türk, Efe Bulduk, CEO of First Bash. Please welcome the stage, guys. Big applause for this, guys.
Evet, hoş geldiniz.
Selamlar.
Selam. Herkese selam. Sorry for the language we are going to speak Turkish. Evet, hepiniz hoş geldiniz tekrar. Moderatörlük bize düştü. Bakalım hayırlısıyla güzel yaparız inşallah. Sizden başlayalım Sevcan Hanım. Sevcan Hanım kimdir, neler yapıyor, ekosisteme ne zaman girdiniz? Biraz kendinizden hani bahsederseniz sevinirim.
Tamamdır. Ben Sevcan Dedeoğlu Ersözlü. Şu anda Gate Türkiye'de araştırma müdürü olarak çalışıyorum. 2014 yılından bu yana finansal piyasaların içinde, 2021'den bu yana da finansal piyasaların alt bandı olan kripto para piyasası ve blockchain ekosistemi içindeyim. Bankacılık tecrübem var geçmişte. Tam da aslında bu blok zinciri ekosisteminin 2018-2019 yılında zirve yaptığı, her şeyin blok zinciri üzerine taşınacağını düşündüğümüz, her şey blok zincirleşecek sloganıyla ortalarda dolaşılan dönemde aslında ben bu sisteme ilgi duydum. Sonrasında pandemi dönemi oldukça işime yaradı. Pandemi döneminde eğitimler aldım. Önce Türkçe eğitim aldım Fintech İstanbul'da. Sonrasında yabancı eğitimlerle bunu destekledim. Ve sonrasında 2021 yılda bir boğa sezonuydu. Ve aslında Türkiye'de de ilgiyle beraber Türkiye cephesine de iş ilanları açılmıştı. Bu sefer ben kendi hobimi bu tarafa aslında profesyonel iş manasına taşıdım. Şu ana kadar iki tane global, bir tane yerel, lokal bir kripto para borsasında çalıştım. Ve bir medya şirketinde çalışma deneyimim de var. Bu şekilde.
Teşekkürler. Volkan abi sen devam edelim.
Öncelikle hoş geldiniz. Ben de Volkan Korkmaz. Altcoin Türk'ün kurucu ortaklarındanım ben de. 2017 yılında ben de bu ekosisteme dahil oldum. Daha çok böyle teknoloji, blockchain teknolojisinin dünyayı iş yapış şekilleri nasıl değiştireceğini öğrenerek aslında içeriye girmiş bulundum. Sonrasında yatırımcı, trader tarafında da belli başlı işler yapmaya çalıştım. Bunun yanında 2017 yılında yine Altcoin Türk topluluğunu Türkiye'deki kurmuş olduk ve 2018 yılında da böyle ilk defa Türkiye'de fiziksel topluluğu bir araya getiren, eğitimler veren, finansal okuryazarlığı arttırmayı hedefleyen bir yapı inşa ettik. Akabinde de bir yıl kadar sonra da 2019 yılında da Altcoin Türk Base dediğimiz Türkiye'deki ve konsept olarak aslında dünyadaki tek konsepti bu ekosisteme hediye etmiş olduk. Herkese, tüm topluluğumuza, tüm Türkiye'deki bu işlerle uğraşan insanlara bir base hazırlamış olduk. Burayı yönetiyoruz. Burada insanlarla, topluluğumuzla buluşuyoruz. Hala eğitimler vermeye çalışıyoruz. Finansal okuryazarlığı arttırmaya çalışıyoruz. Global projelerin de bir şekilde Türkiye'ye girmesine vesile olmaya çalışıyoruz. Düzgün olanları filtreleyerek. Bu şekilde hayatımıza devam ediyoruz. Benim de 6 yıllık bir Borsa İstanbul geçmişim var. Kripto para ekosisteminden dolayı da orada kavga gürültüyle ayrıldım. Artık tam zamanlı Web3 tarafında hizmet vermeye çalışıyorum.
Ağzına sağlık Volkan. Önce başlamadan bir şeyi düzeltmek istiyorum. Ben First Batch'in CEO'su değilim. Çok başarılı bir CEO'muz var. Kerim. 3 ortaktan biriyim kurucu olan. Strateji ve pazarlamayla ben ilgileniyorum. Benim adım Efe Bulduk. 3 tane farklı şapkam var arkadaşlar. Bunlardan bir tanesi spekülatör. Trade ediyorum 2011 yılından beri. farklı farklı alanlarda trade ettim. Eğitimim de bunun üzerine. Paris'te yüksek lisans yapmıştım. Enerji arbitrajörüyüm aslında. İşim bu. Enerji arbitrajı yapıyordum. Diğer şapkam yatırımcı. Yaklaşık 35 milyon dolarlık kendime ait bir fon var. Yatırım yapıyorum projelere. Üçüncüsü de sosyal medyada beni gördüğünüz kadarıyla işte insanlarla bilgi paylaştığım ve girişimcilik yaptığım şapka. Şu an işte Türkiye'nin en büyük trader akademilerinden biri olan Winning Circle'ın kurucusuyum. Komünite konuşacağımız için bugün komüniteyi buradan konuşabilirim. Bir de sosyal medyada hem yabancı komüniteyi yurt dışında gittiğim etkinliklerde hem de Türkiye'de gördüğüm kadarıyla sizlere aktarabilirim. Bu kadar.
Teşekkürler. Bugün user onboarding konusunda hani yaşanan sıkıntıları konuşuyor olacağız. UX sorunları, kullanıcı deneyimi. Ondan sonra end user'ı nasıl daha düzgün şekilde onboard edebilirler. Bu anlamda hani bir discussion yapıyor olacağız. Hani hem dinleyicilere de bilgi vermiş olalım. Bu bağlamda Sevcan Hanım'la başlayayım. Hani user onboarding tarafında şirketler sizce Web3 ekosisteminde neleri doğru yapıyor, neleri yanlış yapıyorlar? Bu anlamda hani yaşanan sıkıntılarla ilgili sizin görüşlerinizi paylaşır mısınız lütfen?
Tabii ki. Aslında yanlış olan bir şey yok. Biz şu anda tren raylarının yeni inşa edildiği bir dönemde treni inşa etmeye çalışıyoruz sadece. Ve bu raylar hani daha bizim düşündüğümüz noktadan bambaşka bir noktaya da gidebilir. Ve aslında teknoloji projelerine baktığımızda, teknoloji ekosistemine baktığımızda biz hepsinin insan odaklı olduğunu görüyoruz. Ama Web3 dünyasında şu anda bu business use case'ler tam olarak oturabilmiş değil. Ve aslında hani hem akademik manasında hem de arka plana baktığımızda bir netlik yok. Tabii ki de bunun kullanıcı cephesinde de yine aynı şekilde karşılaşıldığını görüyoruz. Ve bu netliğin olmamasından dolayı ve yine aslında user bazında da şu anda her ne kadar işte dijital sosyal medya hesaplarımız oluyor olsa, işte MetaMask cüzdanlarımız olsa, bir cüzdanlarımız aslında bizim ID'lerimiz yerine geçse dahi bir dijital kimliğimiz yok. Ve dijital kimliğimizi aslında kullanacağımız ve tek bir kimlik üzerinden bütün aslında Web3 ekosisteme dahil olabileceğimiz bir giriş kapımız yok. Dolayısıyla bu alanlarda sıkıntı yaşıyoruz. Zaman zaman aslında biz neyi görüyoruz? Burada bir miktar daha aslında Web2 dünyasının ve aslında teknolojinin devi olan Apple gibi bir vizyona ihtiyaç duyduğumuzu düşünüyorum ben. Çünkü aslında baktığımızda işte Apple her zaman için bir tasarım dizaynı olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Ve baktığımızda user kelimesi onlar için yer almıyor. Orada her zaman bir human vurgusu var. Human interface guidance var. Dolayısıyla burada aslında bizim de bir miktar daha aslında user'dan ziyade insan odaklı gitmemiz önümüzdeki süreci daha da rahatlatacaktır diye düşünüyorum. Bakalım Volkan ve Efe neler diyecek.
Teşekkürler.
Ben de şöyle düşünüyorum. Şimdi evet teknoloji gelişme aşamasında hep söylüyoruz emekliyor ve sürekli yanlış yapıla hack olayları duyuyoruz ama bunlar hep teknolojinin gelişmesi adına olması gereken şeyler aslında. Ve böyle kitlesel adaptasyon böyle ha deyince olacak bir şey değil ki hani geçmişten önümüze koyabileceğimiz örnekler var. Kredi kartını hiç benimseyemeyen, anlayamayan bir toplumdan şu an benim yani cebimde nakit mesela taşımayı unuttum öyle söyleyebilirim. Çok annem de kızar bu konuda bana. Kredi kartı artık hani hiç değişmez bir parçamız haline geldi. O adaptasyonu bir anda sağlayabildik ama orada bir süreç yaşandı. Bunun gibi bir anda geleceğini düşünmesem de teknoloji ilerledikçe ve işte UX konuşacağız zaten. UX'in daha böyle kullanıcıyı cezbedecek ve o deneyimi doğru yansıtacağı noktada ben bir şekilde o adaptasyonun böyle hızlı bir şekilde kredi kartlarında vesaire olduğu gibi olacağını düşünüyorum. Ama şu an emekleme aşamasındayız dediğim gibi ve işte hep örnek geliyor aklıma, MetaMask geliyor. Kullanımı gerçekten çok zor ve hani ben bunu anneme anlatamam. Hani annem benim genç, teknolojide seven bir insan. Ona mesela NFT aldırabiliyorum. Doğru şeyler, UX'lerin olduğu projelerden. Ama MetaMask'ı oradaki kelimeleri bir yere not et, bunu kaybetme. Oradaki işlemleri işte böyle görüyorsun. Bunları anlatmak çok zor. Bunlar geliştikçe, UX tarafı rayına oturdukça bir şekilde bu adaptasyonun sağlanacağını düşünüyorum.
Ağzınıza
Teşekkürler
sağlık.
Volkan.
Ben
ne düşünüyorsun
birazcık
abi?
farklı olarak Sevcan'dan çok ciddi sorunlar olduğunu düşünüyorum burada. İkiye ayıracağım sorunları. Bir tanesi Volkan'ın da değindiği üzere kullanıcı deneyimi yani user experience, UX temelli sorunlar. Bu da UI temelli sorunlardan geliyor. Çünkü kullanıcı arayüzlerini tasarlayacak iyi geliştiriciler yok. Ben çok uzun süreden beri böyle etkinliklere gidiyorum. Hatta biraz sıtkım sıyrıldı diyebilirim. İşte ilk Solana Breakpoint'te vardım, ilk Avalanche Summit'te vardım, DevCon'a 3 kere gittim. Paso geziyorum yani. Her gittiğim yerde de hackathonlara giriyorum ve hackathonlarda bunu şey için söylemiyorum. Beni lütfen yanlış anlamayın. Haddime değil yani. Ben çok gezdim falan. Hiçbir işe yaramaz. Her gittiğim yerde bir sürü yere gittim. Hackathonlarda UI tasarımcısı olmuyordu. İşte onun sonucunda da bir uygulama yapıyor geliştiriciler. Software developer dediğimiz. Acayip karmaşık ortaya bir şey çıkıyor. Bu ilk sorun. Yani her günkü işte günlük insanlar böyle anneanneleriniz, anneleriniz, babalarınız bu uygulamaları kullanmazlar. Biz böyle kendin piş, çal, kendin oyna kafasında takılırız. Bu birinci sorun user onboarding ile ilgili. Bence çok daha ciddi bir sorun var burada. O da ikinci sorun. Şimdi user onboarding ne demek? User onboarding sizin bir kullanıcıyı kendi uygulamanızı alıp katmanız ve kullanıcı yapmanız demek değil mi? Düşünün şimdi biz böyle burada işte kaç kişiyiz? Bir yere gideceğiz diyorum size. Arkadaşlar işte diyorum ki size ne bileyim Kapadokya'ya gideceğiz. Sonra sizi Fatih'e götürüyorum tamam mı? Hani onboard ediyorum sonra bambaşka bir yere götürüyorum. Hepiniz çok sinirlenirsiniz ve ben size karşı bütün inandırıcılığımı yitiririm değil mi? Bunun çok büyük yansımalarını görüyoruz Web3'te. Ne gibi? Anlatayım biraz. Dün Twitter'da yazdım bir kullanıcıya cevap olarak. Şimdi SocialFi çıktı değil mi? SocialFi işte FriendTech'de çıktı, PostTech bilmem ne Arena falan filan. Abi adamların anlattığı şey SocialFi değil. Ben MIT'de Tokenomics ve Mechanism Design okudum tamam mı? Bonding curve'ü koymuşlar. Herkes girdikçe Ponzi sistemi ilerliyor. Ben bu sektördeki SocialFi alanında en öncü şirketlerden biri olan eski Facebook'lular tarafından kullanılan Favor'ın ilk danışmanıyım. Onlar da yapabilirdi, Lens de yapabilirdi, Cyber da yapabilirdi, Cyber Connect yapmıyorlar. Şimdi ne anlatmaya çalışıyorum? Sen SocialFi diye insanlara bunu sattığında onboard sürecinde o bambaşka bir yere gidip ekosisteme zarar veriyor. Bunun benzerlerini GameFi'de gördük arkadaşlar. GameFi'de ne oldu? Axie Infinity ile onboard ettiniz kullanıcıları bambaşka bir şey anlatarak sanki hiçbir şey yapmadan sadece oyun oynayarak hayatınızı kazanabilirsiniz. Ben Gabi'yi de tanıyorum. Yield Games'in kurucusu. Onların yaptığı süreçte onlara da söyledim. Bu ekosisteme, bu sektöre zarar verirsiniz dedim. Sonuç bu. Sonra ne oldu? Anchor protokolde. İnsanlara sürdürülemez bir yield önerildi. Sonra DeFi. DeFi'nin çöküşü. Şimdi benzerini SocialFi'de. SocialFi köklerini güzel atıyordu. Böyle bir Ponzi ve bonding curve'e dayalı bir sistemle ona da zarar veriyoruz. Yani iki tane sorun var. Bir, çok karmaşık arayüzler ve fakir kullanıcı deneyimi. Bir diğeri de önerilenle önerilmesi gerekenin çok birbirinden farklı olduğu ve işin sonuçta bambaşka yere gittiği. Bunlar çok ciddi zarar veriyorlar user onboarding'e. Biz benzerlerini de görüyoruz. Kendi girişimlerimde de bunlara çok dikkat etmeye çalışıyoruz.
Ben burada Efe'ye katılıyorum. İşte bu SocialFi hype ile son dönemde işte FriendTech'ler, Stars Arena'lar vesaire çok basitleştirdiler aslında. Evet, Twitter bağlayıp gerçekten oraya hızlı bir şekilde bir sürü insanı, hiç anlamayan insanı bile onboard edebiliyorsun. Ama söylediği gibi işte Fatih'e götürdükten sonra beni hiçbir değeri kalmıyor ve sürdürülebilirliği ortadan kalkıyor. Favor'ı ben de mesela yakından takip ediyorum ve kullanıyorum bayağı da. Bunu yapmayıp doğru adımlarla ilerlediklerinde ve sürekli kullanıcı deneyimini ön tarafta tutup bu tarafta geliştirme yaptıklarında doğru hedefe varacaklar. Belki biraz uzun olacak onboard etme tarafı ama doğru şekilde yapmak bence ekosistem ve şey anlamında değer katacaktır. Katılıyorum sana burada.
Erdemli olmak çok zor arkadaşlar. Yani özellikle bu ekosistemde çok böyle fırsata dayalı hızlı dönen bir ekosistem olduğu için. Şimdi mesela Volkan erdemli davranıp uğraşarak her cuma bir şey yapıyor. Ama orada birazcık böyle çizgisinden çıksa çok daha user onboard eder değil mi? Çok daha büyük bir yer satın alırlar ya da kiralarlar. Ya da işte Sevcan için de benzeri şeyler. Gider mesela videolarına der ki Solana şimdi patlayacak falan. Herkes onu okur izler falan. Ama bunlar erdemli olmayan hareketler, ahlaksız hareketler. Burada çok fazla kötü aktör var. Bakın şu an bu salon 10 katı dolu da olabilirdi. Geçen işte Thomas Tunguz'un bir makalesini okuyorum. Thomas Tunguz şey bir adam. Böyle bütün unicornlara falan yatırım yapan büyük bir yatırımcı. %80'e yakın düşmüş. %78 burada para düşmüş. Yatırımcılar aptal değiller, görüyorlar bu sorunları. Çok uzatmak istemiyorum, zamanımız kısıtlı. Tekrar sevgili moderatörümüze sözü bırakayım.
Teşekkür ederim.
Kolay sermaye ahlakı bozuyor diyebiliriz. Ve hani geliştiricilerin de emekleme aşamasında olduğunu unutmayalım. Hani geliştiriciler de şu an gelişme aşamasında. Bu da bir dipnot olarak geçmek isterim ben de.
Teşekkürler ek bilgi için. Ya şey düşünüyorum ben şimdi internette böyle 10-12 senede adapte olduk. Ne bileyim adaptasyon hızımız her geçen gün aslında hızlanıyor. Ne bileyim mesela AI'lar geldi. 1-2 senede bütün dünya adapte oldu. Burada hani adaptasyonu bu Web3 tarafına adaptasyonu ve büyümeyi getirecek çözümler sizce neler? Hani baktığınız zaman hani ne tür önlemler veya çözümler önerilmeli? Hani Efe çok güzel bölümlere değindi. Hani biraz böyle over promise şeyler yapılıyor. İşte bir şey söylüyor, bambaşka bir şey sunuyor. Bu bir tanesi olarak ben de görüyorum. Fakat hani bunun dışında neler öneriyorsunuz? Mesela hani siz olsanız neleri değiştirirdiniz de diyebilirim. Böyle bir pas atmış olayım. Bilmiyorum kim yanıtlamak ister ilk olarak.
Başlayayım o zaman
Lütfen.
ben. O zaman şimdi hep böyle konuşuyoruz işte mass adoption olarak ve aslında kitlelerin benimsemesi, işte bu Web3 olur, blockchain ekosistem olur, kripto paralar olur. Ama biz burada benimsemede hani ne şekilde ilerleyecek? 3 farklı benimseme var çünkü. Bir tanesi rastgele ilgilenenler. Hani rastgele bir Web3 projesiyle de ilgilenebilir. Kulaktan duyma, yakın bir arkadaş ilgilenmiştir, bir şekilde farkına varmıştır. İkincisi içeriye yatırımcı olarak gelenler ki bu sadece aslında para yatırımcısı değil, aynı zamanda verisini paylaşıyor olabilir. O uygulamayla zaman geçiriyor olabilir. Hani ilgileniyor olabilir. Üçüncüsü ise artık bu uygulamayla beraber birebir match oldu, kalıyor, o uygulamayı kullanıyor ve aslında bir taraftan da onun üreticisi de olmuş. Yani tüketim noktasından üretim noktasına da gelmiş. Biz de bu son kitlenin olmasını istiyoruz ve onu idealize ediyoruz. Ama az önce aslında Efe'nin de örnek verdiği şu andaki bu social fi gündemi bizim o birinci kitleye ulaşmamıza sebep oluyor. Şimdi bundan hani sıyrılarak böyle bunu bir tünel gibi düşünecek olursak ilk duydular öyle ya da böyle kötü bir deneyim de olabilir. Oradan sonra bir tünelin içerisine koyup genelden özele doğru bu insanları yakalayıp indirmemiz gerekiyor. Burada da aslında en önemli gördüğüm nokta şu bence, hani bu uygulamaların bir miktar daha aslında eğlenceli de olması lazım ve fayda ve öğrenme ekosistemiyle de besleniyor olması lazım. Bizim bugün bence ChatGPT'den öğreneceğimiz çok şey var ama ChatGPT'ye bir şeyleri sorup sorgulayıp aldığımız çıktılar değil. ChatGPT ne yaptı aslında? Şu anda gündelik olan insanların bu uygulamayı kullanmasını, kullanırken eğlenmesini, eğlenirken bu çıktı almaktan da mutluluk sağlamasına sebep oldu. Bizim yine aynı bu şekilde fayda ve öğrenme mekanizmasını kurgulayacak uygulamalara ihtiyacımız olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ve onun dışında aslında 3. segmente doğru giderken aklımda bir şeyler daha vardı ama şu an unuttum. Volkan hocama paslayayım. Gelince muhtemelen
Tabii
ekleyeceğim.
ki, tamam.
Muhtemelen tiyolar Efe ve Volkan'dan gelecek. Sözlerini böleceğim birazdan.
Ya ben de şeyden yanayım biraz daha böyle biz şimdi kripto cumalara gelen arkadaşlarımız var sahnede görüyorum. Her hafta böyle bir NFT vermeye çalışıyoruz. Hatıra NFT'si. Bunu yapmamız için bize katkıda bulunan Utilify şirketinin ben user onboarding tarafını çok önemsiyorum. Niye? Çünkü biz çok Web3 kaldık arkadaşlar. Yani Web2 insanlarına ulaşma konusunda biraz sıkıntı yaşıyoruz. Az önce Efe de söyledi artık tüm etkinliklere gidiyoruz. Hep aynı yüzler, hep aynı konuşmaları şey yapıyoruz. Kendi kabuğumuzdan dışarı çıkamadığımızı görüyorum. O yüzden bu yeni dönemde en azından projelerin Web2 insanlarını içeri alacak şekilde ve bunu düzgün tabii ki friend-tech'ler vesaireler gibi farklı yöntemlerle değil. Örneğin Utilify ile biz şunu yapıyoruz. Gelen insanlar hiç Web2 insanı olsun. Yine annemden örnek vereyim, annem alabildiği için. Geliyor, bir QR okutuyor ve orada Gmail ile sign up olup, ilk defa bir kayıt olup hiç wallet ne olduğunu, yani wallet'ın ne olduğunu bilmesine gerek kalmıyor. Arka planda hatta wallet'ını da görmüyor. Onun oluşturduğu Gmail hesabına bir wallet generate ediliyor ve o aslında Web2 deneyimini yaşıyor, NFT deneyimini yaşıyor. Alıyor. Eğer sonra ileride bunu öğrenir ve içine daha dahil olursa Web3 kısmını oradan sonra yakalıyor. Arkada bir cüzdanım varmış benim, burada on-chain bunları mintleyebilmişim, bakayım nelerim varmış gibi bunların her şeyine ulaşabiliyor. O Web2 insanı içeri alıp içeride pişirip aslında Web3'e adapte etmek anlamında bence çok kıymetli. Bu tarafta Web2 insanını içeri çekecek, yani o Utilify'de bizim yaptığımız gibi onboarding işlemleri olması gerektiğini düşünüyorum ben.
Efe.
Ben aslında buna cevaplamıştım sorumu söylerken ama ben tekrar şeye dikkat çekmek istiyorum. Deneyimli bir yatırımcı olarak burada çok ciddi bir noktadayız. Tamam mı? Böyle bıçağın sırtı gibi bir adım ötesi artık Web3'ün Software as a Service, SaaS business gibi Web2'ye hizmet ettiği ve bir teknolojik altyapı olarak var olduğu adım. Eğer ki bu kötü aktörler devam ederse, eğer ki bu yazılımcılar sadece kendi kodlarına odaklanır, ürün geliştirmeye devam ederse, kullanıcı tecrübesini zenginleştirmezsek, eğer komünitelerin içerisinden kötü niyetli aktörleri ayıklayamazsak, eğer buraya sadece para kazanma temelli bakarsak, o işte Bitcoin'in kuruluş, ortaya çıkma fikirlerinden tamamen uzaklaştığımız, bir nevi halk diliyle Web3'ün Web2 şirketlerinin kölesi ya da hizmetçisi olduğu bir dünyaya doğru gideceğiz. Ve buna da çok fazla kalmadı. Bunu buraya akan paralarda görüyoruz, çıkan yasalarda görüyoruz. İşte regülatörlerin, siyasilerin buraya bakışlarını da görüyoruz. Merkezi borsaların birçoğuna karşı tavırlarda görüyoruz. Dikkat edilmesi gereken bir noktadayız. Hani ne yapmamız gerekli alakalı da cevap verdiğim için son 5 dakikamız. Yine sana atayım topu tekrar.
Eyvallah, teşekkürler. Ya böyle hani hep olumsuz tarafa odaklanmış gibi olduk. Bir de şeyi sorayım. Yani bu işi iyi yapan projeler vardır illaki bildiğiniz, takip ettiğiniz, beğendiğiniz, imrendiğiniz. Bu bağlamda hani 2-3 şirket aklınıza geliyorsa hani ya şu şirket şu tarafı inanılmaz güzel yapıyor. Bence örnek alınabilir dediğiniz örnekler var mı? Önerebileceğiniz hani en azından.
Tamamdır. Başlıyorum o zaman yine. Aslında kendimizden örnek vermek istiyorum. Biz Gateway olarak aslında genel olarak misyon insanların kripto para ekosistemine giriş kapısı olmak. Şimdi bu ayı piyasasına geçirdiğimiz dönemde bu sefer Web3 dünyasına giriş kapısı olma misyonuyla beraber hareket ettik. Ve genelde aslında user'ların en çok kaybolduğu nokta ben sadece tek bir işlem yapacağım ama elimin altında neden bu kadar çok veri seti var gibi sorusu oluyor. Ve aslında 10 yıl aşkında sürenin bize verdiği bir hikaye okuculuğuyla user okuma ile beraber buradaki farkındalığa eriştik. Ve Web3'e dair ne varsa Gateway hem uygulaması hem de web sitesi içerisinde Gateway Web3 olarak ayrı bir kırılım seti altına koyduk. Ve aslında Gateway Web3'te yine işte hani bir merkezi borsanın en güçlü kası olan işte startup projelerini listelemek olsun, türev işlemler olsun, spot işlemler olsun hepsi var. Ama Web3'e dair dünyayı oradan bambaşka bir dünyaya taşımış olduk. Ve aslında yine insanlara kendi cüzdanlarıyla ve yine aslında Gateway Wallet cüzdanlarıyla beraber de erişimine fırsat vermiş olduk. Bunun bir tarafında aslında bir merkeziyetsiz borsa örneği de vermek istiyorum burada. Tam da böyle hani bütün projeler piyasayı doğru okumak ve diğer rekabet ettiği şirketler neyi eksik yapıyorsa orayı tamamlamak üzerine kurulduğu için burada aslında Curve Finance'ı anmak istiyorum ben. Uniswap'a baktığımızda biraz daha genele yayılan bir kullanım alanı olduğunu görüyoruz ama Curve Finance'deki DeFi protokolünü kullanan kişilerin daha aktif ve daha eğitimli, daha deneyimli DeFi protokollerini kullanan insanlar olduğunu görüyoruz. Burada da aslında ürünü kurgularken bize hani buradaki eksikliğe ihtiyaç görerek gittiklerini düşünüyorum ben. Hani Uniswap'ın genele bir adaptasyonu var ama biz burada biraz daha aslında niş, daha küçük, daha eğitimli sektöre hizmet verelim gibi bir bakış açısı var. Dolayısıyla bir merkezi, bir merkeziyetsiz taraftan örnek vermiş oldum.
Teşekkürler. Volkan abi sen ne düşünüyorsun?
Yani ben borsaları söyleyecektim. Çünkü 6 yıl kadar dediğim gibi Borsa İstanbul'da çalıştım. Çalışırken de bize hisse senedi almak, satmak yasaktı. O yüzden ben hiçbir zaman o taraftaki hisse senedi alım satım tarafında hiçbir işlem yapmadım. Ama nasıl olduğunu biliyorum ve kripto paralarla ilgili taraftaki exchange'lerin de yapısını bildiğim için bence bu tarafta kripto para borsaları çok yani nasıl söyleyeyim, çok üst seviye bir sistem sunuyor, hizmet sunuyorlar. Diğer taraf çok kompleks geliyor bana, bankaya giriyorsun, kullanıcı deneyimi çok zayıf. O yüzden borsaları burada örnek gösterebilirim. Hani bir isim vererek bunu yapmayacağım ama borsalar bence geleneksel tarafta olan şeyleri, şirketle kullanıcı deneyimine göre çok çok iyi. Onun dışında zaten Utilify'ı örnek verdim. Utilify aslında bir SaaS uygulaması, az önce söylediğin gibi. Böyle kurumlara, markalara aslında bir şey ve hizmet sunuyor. Onun akabinde de büyük markalar aslında bu aldığı hizmetle birlikte kendi topluluklarına, topluluk oluşturma noktasına geldiklerinde loyalty sağlayabiliyorlar. Bu anlamda da hem kullanıcı deneyimi hem de sunduğu hizmet anlamında Utilify'ı çok beğeniyorum. Onun dışında mesela Cosmos ekosistemi biraz kompleks ama Kepler cüzdanını çok doğru ve kullanıcı deneyiminin de düzgün olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ya da Zerium var böyle kullandığım ve sevdiğim şeylerden, kullanıcı deneyimi iyi olan cüzdanlardan. Aklıma gelenler bunlar. Bir de Favor'ı seviyorum.
Son 10-15 saniyemiz Efe'ye de hani bu sorudan minnacık da olsa hani pay verelim.
Ben de birinci katman çözümlerle hızlıca cevap vereyim. İşte biraz bu analojiyi Türkler sevebilir. Ethereum AK Parti /CHP gibi. Başında Vitalik var. Erdoğan gibi taşıyor. CHP gibi içeriği karıştıran bir sürü acayip kalantor tip var. Kozmos'u çok beğeniyorum. Biraz kompleks bulsam da kendi içerideki ekosistemini çok iyi destekliyor. Polkadot bu anlamda çok iyi. Solana FTX'e falan hayatı kaydı. Şimdi hayata dönmeye çalışıyor falan. Yani genel olarak burada güzel tabii ki bir sürü örnek var. Zaman bitti. Daha fazla konuşmak istemiyorum. Ama çok daha iyi olabilir yani.
Evet. Çok teşekkür ediyorum üçünüze de. Bizi dinlediğiniz için de hepinize teşekkür ederiz.
Eyvallah.
Teşekkürler.
Buyursunlar.
All right, thanks to our panelists, because as you know, it was really informative panel for all of us. In Turkey, a lot of people, they are using Web3 based product. It was really informative panel. And let's move on. We're gonna have another panel about Cosmos DeFi 2024. Please join me welcoming for moderator of this panel, Tyborg from Informal System. Welcome to stage. Please, big applause.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
What's up? BitConnect.
Cosmos.
IBC.
Please.
Hello.
We're waiting on our moderator, by the way.
Hello. Yeah, it's working now.
I think there's a technical issue.
While we wait for the moderator.
I'm all good.
Oh, the moderator's here.
Do you guys start the panel already?
Yeah.
Maybe we should continue in Turkish.
What?
Right? The previous panel was in Turkish. Maybe we should continue to do that.
I know 2 sentences. I don't think we have this.
So I have Sunny here from Osmosis. I have Valentin from Quasar and Yoon from Crescent. So that's a panel on Cosmos DeFi. There was a very interesting prop, very controversial prop, in my opinion, from Sunny a day ago. And so I think it involves Quasar, and I'm curious to hear what Crescent think about it as well. So I'm going to ask first Sunny to explain what is this prop, this liquidity injection that you're seeking from the Cosmos Hub?
Yeah, sure. I put up a prop yesterday on the Cosmos Hub forum. that basically proposes that the Cosmos Hub should put some protocol-owned liquidity of Atom, allocate 900K Atom into the Atom ST Atom pool on Osmosis in order to provide more liquidity backstop for driving usage of ST Atom on Osmosis and Cosmos DeFi more widely. The proposal basically says to put currently 90% into a static range of 1 to 1.3, which will give it like 15x more capital efficiency than classical AMMs. But then we also suggest putting the 10% of it into a Quasar vault that will basically allow it to be dynamically managed and get way more capital efficiency than even the static range. And then hopefully the idea is that as Quasar sort of proves itself over the coming months, it's still a pretty new product, but then I think more and more of that POL should go into vaults like Quasar, and there are other people building vaults as well, right? And so for like that much POL, it should probably diversify across like a couple of different vaults. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of DeFi protocols building on Osmosis. It's sort of the hub of Cosmos DeFi right now. Most of the over 90% of Atom DEX volumes happen on Osmosis. Most of the TVL is on Osmosis. Most of the new projects are building on Osmosis, and I think for Atom to be money in the Cosmos ecosystem, it needs to, make sure, not just Atom, but to make sure that ST Atom, the LSD is, we need to have liquidity there so that projects like Mars and Levana and OMX and Membrane, and not just projects on Osmosis chain, but many projects in Cosmos like IST, Nolus, Umi, they all use Osmosis for liquidations. And so we need to drive more ST Atom liquidity on Osmosis. So, yeah.
But the reason it's controversial, I think, is it's twice the amount that was deployed on Neutron, right? It's twice as much. And Neutron obviously is part of the Atom Economic Zone. You may argue that's, so is Osmosis. I would argue that at the very least, Neutron is part of the Atom Security Zone. And so for that reason, the Cosmos Hub should prioritize Neutron over other projects in Cosmos and outside of Cosmos. What do you have to reply to that? I'll ask you afterwards what you think about it.
Yeah, so we're asking for twice the TVL, but Osmosis has 300x the volume, and I think that that is still actually providing some favoritism towards towards Neutron. But at some point you have to read the market and know where the users are.
What do you think, Valentin?
Yeah, I mean, I think if we look ahead, especially with the launch of CL across Cosmos, protocol liquidity is just going to increase. Like, that's a trend that's definitely going to happen. We already have multiple projects reaching out to us. Because with CL now, as Sunny has mentioned, you can just really cut down on the incentive spend that protocols have to do. And you can increase protocol-owned proto-ref, essentially, right? Because the protocol captures the trading fees from that protocol liquidity. And with CL especially, you cannot have a full range position that a community pool just sits as the admin and like leaves. You have to have some dynamic rebalancing. When it comes to, I guess, picking favorites, picking winners, whatever, I can just speak about how we at Quasar think about this, which is liquidity and volume is king, right? If something has a lot of volume, that is the most direct indicator for product market fit, right? If people trade something a lot, that means that people want to trade it, which means we should build on top of that. And any volume of any chain is always the base of the DeFi yield or any other primitives you can build on top of that. You can only get that far with incentives. So if Neutron were to, say, 100x their volume in ST Atom or Atom, we would deploy a vault there, right? Because if users can get good yield there, then people should have access to a vault that manages the liquidity. I'm going to stay out and a bit unpartisan on that proposal because it involves Quasar, so I'm obviously biased. But the trend that we are at least seeing on our side is people see that the system works, the infrastructure is pretty solid. We have a lot of trust minimizing infrastructure that allows that to happen. And I obviously personally would hope it passes, because I think it's a good showcase for Atom as well, that it's not just the AEZ that's a value driver for Atom, it's where people trade it. It's where its liquidity is managed, right? That's what I think you were kind of alluding to with Osmosis part of the AEZ. You don't have to be a consumer chain to add value to Atom as long as you facilitate other aspects of it. We can play a role in that, and I think Osmosis does too.
So I think many people would, counter on these 2 points that it's a short-term vision, right? It's a short-term agreement, short-term, value proposition for Atom that yes, in the short term maybe Osmosis is making more volume. Osmosis is going to generate more fees, especially if Quasar is managing this liquidity. But in the long term, the role of the hub should be to grow Neutron to the point where the 25% revenues it gets back to the hub are actually worth way much more than the $250,000 that you guys I think estimated for 1 year of swap fees on Osmosis.
I want to comment on that. I think there's we obviously have different visions of the hub, right, as an ecosystem, but I think we all want to see it succeed generally. And what I can say when it comes to the volume, for example, is if we were to imagine a future where there's a Quasar CL vault on Osmosis and a Quasar CL vault on Neutron for the same asset, if liquidity moves, the capital is going to move, right? Because the LPs in the vault get their APR and they yield based on the liquidity. So the goal is the composable aspect of the interchain, right? Like, why do we have IBC? Like, why do we have the app chain thesis? It's so we can connect different products that are specified for singular use cases depending on where users are going. And I think that whether or not these chains are AEZ or not, the Atom Hub would not be better off if it doesn't help volume that the Atom Hub has. Obviously, I understand from the Atom perspective, you want Neutron to succeed. We don't have a horse in this race. Quasar just wants liquidity and volume, right? That's where users get their stuff. If it comes up, we'll build a vault.
What about from the Crescent perspective? Like, would you guys be also interested in having that kind of proposal, the same way Osmosis put up theirs?
I want to suggest more like looking into bigger picture. So not only in Cosmos, but if you see like Uniswap, which is the most successful DeFi, having a lot of volumes and liquidity, but still the APR for liquidity provider is like less than 5%. And if you compare with the risk, it's coming from like impermanent loss. That's really high when you imagine this kind of like crypto volatility. So financially, it doesn't make any sense. So that's a like bigger problem than like solving smaller problems. In this bear market, everyone is holding tokens, not buying and selling all the time. It works in bull market. It's like in bear market, everyone holds. So like in smaller picture in Cosmos, it makes it even worse. So it doesn't make any sense. So I believe that the real yield should come from like a variety of sources. So our team is like trying to expand this like opportunity of creating new yields and utility for traders and users, which is more about options right now from our team. So we are focusing on like launching our new product called Flip, and this Flip is to flip the way we trade, so that this like the biggest trading volume is not coming from stocks right now in TradFi. It's mostly on option trading. It's really surprising because in Web3, it's like all options are just like a zombie right now. But in TradFi, it's like sky hiking. So why is that? It's like all young people. It's like the growth is coming from India. A lot of like young people trading options like games. So it's like everything is speculation in there, and like you can see that like blockchain is coming from speculation too. Like Bitcoin and Ethereum earlier investors, they were looking for 100 times earning. It's not going to be like from like technology development, right? So it's like ingredient is coming from speculation, and like this like India option market is also like coming from speculation from retail demands. So it's the liquidity provider, real yield, and turnover trading volume, those are all same language. It should have like high turnover. You need to trade 20 times a day to make enough revenue. But if you trade Crescent token or Osmosis token, there's no necessity to trade 20 times a day. So it doesn't make any sense. So I think like spot DEX makes sense in a very crazy bull market only. So in bear market, you should have other revenue source, and that is derivatives, because in derivatives, you can bet on shorting, longing, and also staying too. So in any market, you can create revenue. That's derivatives. That's the future we need to go.
Sonny, I think that was one of the arguments in your proposal, that Astroport on Neutron is an AMM and doesn't have a concentrated liquidity like Osmosis does. Can you maybe explain the difference here between the two models?
Yeah, sure. So a classical AMM basically says that everyone who's depositing into this LP pool, liquidity pool, LP pool, that's one of those like ATM machines, huh? Okay, okay, so anyone who's depositing into the liquidity pool, no, LP stands for liquidity provider, sorry, okay, never mind. So anyone who's putting in the pool, they're like following a single market-making strategy that everyone is using the same thing of, right? And especially in the XYK pools, like basically people are market-making like on the price of Atom from like 0 to infinity, right? And it's like most of that capital is like not being used, right? Like, you know, I know we'd all love it, but you know, Atom is not going to $1,000 tomorrow. You know, maybe despite Tasaki's presentation last year, it's not going to $1,000 tomorrow, right? And it's like, and like market making at a price above $1,000 is just like a waste of capital, right? When instead you could actually just like put a narrower bound. You could be like, hey, I want to market make Atom from like, you know, between $5 to $15. That's like a reasonable range that I think it will stay in for the next 1 month. And you can just put it there, and you know, with a much tighter range, basically, you'll be able to get with let's say 100K of liquidity, you might be able to get the same amount of like price impact for the traders as you would have with like, you know, $10 million of liquidity in the full range position. And what this gets even more powerful when you add in vaults like Quasar, which I'll let Valentin talk about.
Yeah, I think kind of what one of the connection points that we had in DeFi for a long time is more liquidity means bigger swaps possible, right? That's what you think if you see like an AMM pool. But with CL, you can have higher swap efficiency with lower capital if it's very tightly deployed. For example, our Axler USDC USDT vault manages around 75% of that pool. Our range is so tight that no one effectively ever moves out of that range because we've deployed so much capital there. You can basically swap $800,000 in a single swap, and you pay, I think, 0.01% of slippage, right? So you effectively have a one-on-one trade. So when you think about protocols, especially incentivizing their own token and their own yield, we used to say $1 of liquidity is X amount of incentive. Now with the change in CL, the incentives are specifically targeted to, well, how often is this dollar used? Like how often is this specific liquidity being used for the swaps? Because that's the only thing that really matters. If liquidity moves and you keep the range tight and all the capital is deployed there, then you always have access to the entire liquidity versus the full range. Which there are some interesting statistics internally, but there's a couple pools where I think the Quasar vault captures 90% of all the incentives because it's so tight. Obviously, IL is bigger. If ranges are tighter, you constantly move between both assets. So there's considerations to be made here. But for the entire Cosmos, I think capital efficiency is something we desperately need, whether or not our actual total capital increases. Obviously, that's also beneficial. But the more capital that is not used is being used where it's efficiently used, the better the entire ecosystem.
Yeah. I want to point out, though, that you've probably seen that Neutron and Duality have something going on together. And so the efficiency, capital efficiency that is going on Osmosis right now might be coming to Neutron soon enough. So to me, that's, you know, a weak argument, the fact that Osmosis in the short term, again, like, is going to provide this capital efficiency, is going to generate more fees for the reason you described. Yeah, but that may not last forever.
I understand this like micro engineering about like LP management and farming incentive for liquidity, but still it doesn't change the real resource of the revenue, right? Look, there's a concept called like Sharpe ratio, comparing risk and return. It's like return divided by risk, and if you use like concentrated liquidity, like efficient farming is still you are multiplying both, like the upper part and also lower part. So the efficiency of capital is increased from concentrated liquidity, but still the Sharpe ratio, which means the attractiveness of investment, is just stay there. So more risk, more return. It's just like same investment amplified. So can we make it like revenue more, risk less? So that is.
I mean, I would say that I will push back a little bit on that because effectively the bigger swaps ecosystem can support, which independent of neutron, astroport, duality, or osmosis, like the bigger the swaps are that you can carry, that's a multiplier to the size of a DeFi market, right? Because that's like the choking point. Can you actually move between assets? Because that's effectively the baseline perimeter for anything we build. So increasing capital efficiency is also a multiplier to that because suddenly you are using more capital. So stuff like Levana, perps, or options as well have more collateral or more counter value that can be used to increase the market size. We're going to have to see how IL performs over long periods of time. But to say that it's yield farming when the entire goal of incentivization is to supply liquidity, right? We're literally, the vaults are getting the rewards because they do what they want, because they do what the protocol wants, right? To be able to facilitate that better, you also get more swapping fees because all the swaps are going through that range. So you are also increasing the real rewards, as you mentioned.
Stepping back a little bit from the what generates more fees. Sonny, in the post, you had like an argument in favor of osmosis and the hub aligning themselves better, right? That was like a significant portion of the post. Can you expand a little bit on that and what that would look like, especially compared to actually becoming a consumer chain like Neutron chose to?
Yeah, I mean, look, it just doesn't make sense for osmosis to become a consumer chain. I think becoming a consumer chain just like massively restricts the amount of like your iteration speed on how fast you can like develop products. I think the point of building app chains is that you want your own validator set and you can like demand more of your validator set. Having to go through like Cosmos Hub governance every time we want to do a protocol upgrade, and expecting all the validators to upgrade, with, I've talked about this before, but sidecar maximalism, where we want the validator set of Osmosis to be doing more than just running the chain, right? Very soon, they're going to have to start running oracles and PithNet nodes, which is a Solana node, right? So
isn't like the Osmosis validator set like 70 or 80% overlap with the hub right now?
No, I don't think so. I think so.
You posted yourself like something from Lumia.
It's around like 60%, 50 to 60% right now.
It's pretty high.
It's pretty high, yeah.
So how big of a difference would that make?
I think it'll change more as these things go live, right? Like I think the best example of a app chain right now that makes usage of specialized validator sets is Secret Network, right? Because they're like, oh, our validator set must have access to these SGX nodes, and that's like I don't know off the top of my head, but I would be surprised if the percentage overlap between the Secret Network validator set is not much higher than something like Hub and Osmosis. And I imagine as Osmosis iterates right now in our new product directions, I expect that validator set to diverge further.
So what about alignment then, if it's not through a consumer chain?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Cosmos Hub and Osmosis have two very different products. And I think that let's say something like Osmosis and Axelar, right? Like they were wanting to build bridges. We wanted to build a DEX. We partnered together to build something that is greater than the sum of our whole, right? I think that the Cosmos Hub, the job of Atom should be to be this interchain money, and I think it has a really good shot at being this very unique capital asset in crypto. And to do that, you need to be a winning capital asset, you need to export yourself everywhere, right? The US dollar won by exporting itself everywhere. You want everything using the US dollar. The goal is what you really want is, going back to Bucky's talk, you want as much debt denominated in US dollars as possible, right? And so there's at least 4 different projects building perps dexes on top of Osmosis right now, and I think it behooves the success of Atom as interchain money to have Atom be the primary collateral, Atom and ST Atom be the primary collateral in all these DeFi projects building on top of Osmosis.
Mm-hmm. But to become in-chain money, to become, like you call it, in-chain capital, that requires a productive asset, right? An asset that actually generates revenue for itself. Otherwise, why would you use that as collateral?
Bitcoin doesn't produce revenue.
Bitcoin,
US dollar doesn't produce revenue.
Bitcoin has a very specific history, right? Like that Atom doesn't have.
Atom has a cooler history, or I think Atom has this like amazing history. I think you know, the bull case on Atom, I think it is the most decentralized governance token in all of crypto, right? And I think that like building, you know, Bitcoin has this like extremely static monetary policy system that like is untouchable. ETH had a little bit more of a dynamic monetary policy system, right? You know, it has like EIP 1559 with a, you know, more of this proof of stake kind of thing. I think Cosmos, Atom specifically, right? Like it has the opportunity to be this like, hey, we're gonna take this route of, we actually have a governance system and we are gonna use that to like do like, you know, BD, we're gonna like actually have governance around monetary policy. And I think that gives Atom like this third, like a new niche in this like spectrum of like monetary, this new generation of monetary capital assets that we're building. And I think that's what Atom, like there's value, you don't need revenue for that. You need to figure out how do you denominate, currencies, money, capital assets, like currencies don't need revenue. They need to maximize the debt denominated in them.
Can I add my 2 cents? I think we at Cosmos need to look at our ecosystem from a product market fit point of view as like an entire thing, right? We all know we need to improve our infrastructure. We all know we need to expand distribution through IBC, but distribution expansion goes beyond just IBC. Say what you want about Atom, it has the highest distribution of holders of any Cosmos asset, period. It's not even close. I think there's 1 million Atom addresses. You know, a couple addresses, couple multi-sigs, whatever, make it 800,000. There's still a ton, right? And those users can be converted to Cosmos ecosystem users that do DeFi, that do different primitives. And I think if Atom positions itself as the interchain currency, as Sandy has said, currencies don't necessarily generate revenue, right? They're backed by something. They're backed by either belief or a security guarantee or a government. Atom is backed by validators that make revenue in a bear market. There is so many app chains right now that do not have sustainable validator revenue because you have a singular protocol carrying an entire validator set. It's already hard enough to build a good protocol. Imagine you now also have to carry an entire validator community behind that. Atom has it. Atom is very profitable, even in the bear market for validators. So you have a very high guarantee of security that it's going to stay with us, that it's going to be here, that it's not going to move away. And it's already, it jumped effectively the distribution, which is one of the biggest challenges in building any protocol, is like, how do you get your token in people's hands? I mean, there's been so many articles about airdrop philosophy, like how to get the right holders, how to make them stake, not sell. Atom skipped all of that. Atom is years ahead of any other ecosystem token in the entire Cosmos. So I feel like the argument of currency is a valid one. I think Atom should try to decentralize and distribute its streams of usage. AEZ is one, currency is one, distribution is another one, and the validator set being the most essential.
You say the AEZ here, how do you define it?
How I like the AEZ?
How do you define the AEZ?
Oh,
where do you scope it?
Sure. I think there's going to be, we talk about DeFi 2024, right? That's kind of the purpose of this. I think that the AEZ is going to have a similar model to the EU, where you have different alignment levels, right? Are you a currency alignment and also security alignment and also Schengen area alignment? Are you just Schengen area alignment, not currency alignment? Are you monetary alignment, but not a currency? Like, there's going to be these different levels of association. And I think, at least from a protocol perspective, you probably agree, it's always better to have more variables you can touch when it comes to alignment. Someone is going to want to be built on Neutron and skip the validator question and skip the question of like building up this governance, right, and distribution of a token. Some are going to want to rent some security with the goal of moving out in the future. Some are currently independent, are going to want to move into renting to kind of save themselves from the downfall of validator economics. So the way I see the AEZ is it's going to be a multifaceted, multi-purpose, and multi-offer security consortium for the ecosystem.
What I think is interesting that you use different levels of alignments. Like by that, you basically acknowledge that some chains in Cosmos will be better aligned than others with the hub. There's a level 1,
More
and level
aligned.
2, and level 3. And if Neutron is level 1 and Osmosis is level 2, why would Osmosis get double what Neutron got as a liquidity injection?
Can I say one sentence to this? What would happen if Osmosis was gone tomorrow?
Sorry?
What would happen if Osmosis was gone tomorrow? And the liquidity would be gone, and CL would be gone. Capital efficiency would drop, trading volume would drop, and users of the protocol would drop. And that goes for any...
Cosmos would die.
Yeah. So I think we're all for distribution of opportunities generally. But if the AEZ wants to have a sustainable, in my opinion, a sustainable path into becoming something big, it needs to be serious about where it is now and not continue valuing potential that's 2 or 3 years ahead. If you're in the fundraising market, if any one of you has fundraised, the first thing that happens in the bear market is less and less of the unrealized potential is valued, right? Because you're de-risking. In a bull market, oh, this can be $5 billion big, right? In a bear market, you move away from this. We are in a rough bear market. Let's look at the current numbers. It doesn't mean we don't leave the options open for a difference of where liquidity moves and where value moves in the future, but this is where we are now, and we need to be realistic as an ecosystem.
Yeah. I wanted, since we have 2 DEXs on stage today, I wanted each other to say something nice about the other. Something you admire. For instance, Sonny, you can start. What do you admire about the Crescent team and what they've built so far?
I think the notifications UI on the Crescent website are some of the best notification UX I've seen in any crypto project. So I like that, when you deposit something, it it shows you exactly how long it's taking for the deposit to happen in the toast notification. When you do a swaps, it tells you in the toast notification exactly how much you got out. I think the amount of information it gives to the user via their the notification system is A+.
What about you, Ewan, from the Osmosis side? What do you get from it?
Yeah, I'm envying a lot about the deep ecosystem with a lot of participants in governance, talking about future of Osmosis, discussion in forum, and very enthusiastic opinions in Twitter. Those kind of activeness in Osmosis really rich resource for you guys. It's all people there. So I think the value within the Osmosis is about the people who are participating in.
Cool. How do you, since people like that, since when you look outside of Osmosis, right? There's other DEXs in Cosmos at Crescent. Which other DEXs do you feel are also leading the way, like Osmosis?
Sorry?
Which other competitors do you look at within Cosmos? Is there any others that you look at for inspiration, for, I don't know, competition?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You can answer this one.
For me, I think the one that the Cosmos DEX that I find most inspiration from is Thorchain. I think Thorchain has been committed to they had a product in mind that they've been working on for over 5 years, and obviously I'm a big Bitcoiner, right? And so I think they were one of the early people to be okay, there is demand, they took the contrarian take that there's demand for using Bitcoin in DeFi, and they were very early in that market, and now I think Thorchain is might be definitely top 5 indexes by volume right now, and a lot of that is driven by the Bitcoin to ETH trade route, right? Mm-hmm. People want to go from native Bitcoin to ETH in a decentralized way, and so I think that they were very smart in recognizing that early and going after that. So. Obviously, I hope Osmosis will do that soon too, now with Nomic BTC coming live, but yeah, huge fan of Thorchain.
Thorchain. Cool. Well, we're up on time. Thanks everyone for this panel. That was very interesting. We didn't talk too much about DeFi, a little bit of a broader Cosmos, but I think that was kind of everyone is fighting for liquidity injections. So that's kind of what DeFi is these days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think we all agree that we need mass adoption. And the next project contributes to that. Any money, any chain, anywhere. Up next, BrainJar from Composable Finance.
Hi everybody, I am BrainJar from Composable, and today I'll be presenting IBC to Ethereum, a reality. A lot of different people say the competition is fierce for IBC Ethereum. I'm here to dispel that notion. So first, reintroducing Composable, we're committed to any money, any chain, anywhere. So really trying to get users to use multiple different applications, multiple different assets, on multiple different chains, using multiple different wallets, with as many ecosystems as physically possible. So we're sort of most known for bringing IBC to Polkadot, but we're intending to also bring IBC to as many ecosystems as possible. Our infrastructure is focused on 3 core pieces. Picasso is our Kusama parachain focused on COSM, WASM, and cross-ecosystem DeFi. Our Cosmos chain is focused on becoming an IBC hub and focused on order flow and intent settlement. And our Polkadot parachain is focused on liquid staking and the composable VM. So over the past few months, we've been pretty busy. We launched 2 IBC connections outside of the Cosmos ecosystem. We've done over 7 figures in volume. We've produced a brand new relayer called Hyperspace. We also launched a new Cosmos chain, and we put the WASM client in production. The journey for this obviously was not easy. The first actual IBC connection we produced was between Kusama and Polkadot, which previously were never connected. And utilizing IBC outside of the Tendermint context, we were able to bring these 2 ecosystems together for the first time before Parity was able to. And of course, as well, we've been quite busy with our integrations, looking at multiple different partnerships and relationships within sort of trying to merge Polkadot and Cosmos together. You can now see our DOT across Osmosis, across Astroport, across SEI, and many other protocols to come. We're also looking to deploy DOT as collateral for things like IST, UMI. We have a bunch of governance proposals out, so I would encourage you all to check those out. So to sort of steward all of this work, we decided to form what's called the Composable Foundation. It's a network of contributors focused on cross-ecosystem IBC, and this setup hopefully will allow us to distribute grants to multiple different projects trying to expand IBC to other ecosystems and also expand the network of contributors that contribute to this actual vision. So we're all here because of Ethereum, and today I'd like to announce that we're home. Our architecture is very simple. It's using light client verification on both sides and ZK technology to introduce cost effectiveness measures and speed. You can officially, right now, access our testnet, our Cosmos chain producing blocks, go to our Discord, get test tokens, Pika tokens, and transfer them to the Sepolia testnet over IBC for the first time in production. So the website's app.trustless.zone. We also have an explorer that you guys can look at as well. I think it's one of the best explorers in the ecosystem. Shout out to our front-end team, Karina, Gloria, and June for putting this together. So what makes me really excited about IBC Ethereum is, we've talked a lot about bringing Ethereum assets over to Cosmos, but I think a really interesting use case for IBC Ethereum as well is finding a way to actually bring Cosmos assets over to Ethereum. So something like Atom as collateral for DAI, or Atom on Aave, Atom as collateral on, say, Compound. These are expanding the use cases of Atom to multiple different ecosystems in an ecosystem where people are looking for new use cases, new sources of liquidity, new liquidity rewards. So we're hoping that actually bringing IBC Ethereum into production as the first team will bring about not only new use cases for Atom, but this sort of cross-ecosystem DeFi summer. And to push this forward, we're launching an ambassador program. So users will be able to go into our testnet and do lots of different DeFi things with protocols also deployed on Sepolia. And we have sort of challenges and missions. People can group up with teams and sort of compete for a piece of the revenue share associated with the revenue associated from mainnet production of this actual product. We have a bunch of different tiers of different sort of characters. People will be competing to get NFTs of these characters and ultimately a larger share of the rewards pool. So, imagine taking your Atom over to Uniswap or over to Curve or on Pendle. These are things that are actually a reality and are coming much sooner than you think. So we'll be announcing this ambassador program very, very soon. So stay tuned for more. So what's our path to mainnet? So you guys may have seen that we put out a forum post to become a consumer chain. We're interested in trying to put this proposal on chain sometime next week. If anyone wants to speak to me about our proposal, happy to chat after the discussion. But for us, we really see this as a necessary security measure before we continue taking IBC to all of the ecosystems that we have listed here and also more. So ICS for us is sort of a necessity as we begin to expand IBC to as many ecosystems as physically possible. And we see this as a very necessary component for us to continue into the future. So what's next, right? We talk about IBC Ethereum, we talk about IBC everywhere. Why does that actually matter? It matters because, we're here in Turkey where people actually have real issues, real problems, inflation is rampant, and as opposed to sort of solving problems for developers, we're interested in solving problems for real users with actual real problems. So what that looks like is, in a world connected with IBC everywhere, this means something as simple as just submitting what you want to do and having execution just occur in multiple different domains with not really actually even eventually caring about which chain that's actually occurring on. So the first step for this, obviously, is IBC everywhere. You can see the two integrations we're doing next after Ethereum. And the next thing we built was to actually allow this execution over IBC in multiple different execution environments. So we've built the composable VM, which you can go to our docs now, play around with. It's currently deployed on Osmosis and our Cosmos chain as well. And we hope to deploy this to as many ecosystems as possible. And what this actually does is allows a user to submit a problem and have this get processed in multiple different ecosystems without having to sort of worry about what these execution environments actually mean. So the steps to actually realize this vision, of course, IBC everywhere, IBC Ethereum, these are all necessary steps we must take, but thinking a little bit higher level, for users, they want to be able to submit a simple string. I want to get my yield on ST Atom, ST Dot, maybe delta neutral strategies, maybe concentrated liquidity strategies. But how many people actually know what any of that means, right? Probably not that many people, maybe people in this room, but not the world. So instead of sort of putting all of this necessary sort of studying into the hands of the users, we've developed a way where solvers can come into the equation, look at a type of problem that a user wants to sort of solve, aka move from sort of one state of the world to another and come up with the best possible routes to do so. From there, something that's really important for each ecosystem is the way that these bundles and transactions are actually processed, right? And so we're also building a sort of decentralized block builder where all of these bundles get exposed to searchers and sent to the respective ecosystems so that they can be processed in the way that the ecosystem understands how to process them. And all of our processing happens over IBC. So all of this lives on our Cosmos chain. So we intend this Cosmos chain to become a consumer chain with IBC everywhere that also facilitates this processing of order flow. It's become incredibly important over the years for us to actually try to understand how can we compete with the likes of Layer 0 and the other centralized bridges of the world. And I believe that IBC paired with something like Mantis will allow for seamless processing of order flow, distribution to as many ecosystems as possible, and most importantly, abstract user experiences that can go directly into wallets, that can go directly into MPC wallets, no signing necessary. That's really the future. So we're hoping that this architecture really powers the Robin Hoods of the world to be able to offer these kind of free experiences to people powered by order flow and settled over IBC. So the way I see IBC is it's so important to put IBC in these different ecosystems because we can enable this. Of course, there's the component of trust minimization, which of course is really important. But the cooler thing about IBC is you now have this ability to introduce this layer of abstraction for users and multiple different applications in the future. So looking ahead, the first thing we're going to do now that we've launched the testnet that people can use is create more use cases. So we're obviously in conversations with different Ethereum protocols, different protocols on Cosmos, different protocols within the Polkadot ecosystem, and try to sort of create these opportunities for people in our ambassador program to actually use. A key piece in this, again, is our path to ICS. So we're interested, simultaneously releasing this ambassador program to also become a consumer chain so that when we're ready for mainnet, and once we've actually put mainnet out, we can onboard as a consumer chain and become the securest connection to Ethereum from Cosmos. More secure than Axelar, more secure than Gravity, and more secure than the other sort of IBC Ethereum so-called competition. So one of the pieces that I also wanted to highlight is Solana. So Solana's become incredibly important to us, over the past couple of months because of the sort of cheap processing framework. I do think there is a future in which a lot of the order flow that's getting settled, lending and swaps actually does migrate to Solana. And so for us, we've been working quite closely with different people in the Solana ecosystem to try to actually enable Solana IBC. So now if you have this ecosystem of Ethereum, Solana, Polkadot, and rollups as well in the future, you can start to understand what I actually mean by chain agnostic execution, right? So if you're somebody who wants to swap ETH USDC and the pools have relatively the same price, then you would assume that swapping on Solana, where it's much cheaper, probably makes a whole lot more sense than swapping on Ethereum. And so for the first time ever, users will be able to find a way to interact with this sort of chain agnostic experience once we actually introduce Mantis v0. And so sort of recapping, right now you can go to our testnet, you can go to our faucet, interact with our live testnet that has validators producing blocks. You can move Pika from our testnet to Sepolia and back. We'll be launching an ambassador program to allow for all these different use cases to be realized. So I'm really excited to see people, set up pools on Curve, set up different collateral types in different locations, and even start to see pools on, for instance, Osmosis of STETH, which is the real STETH, not sort of Axelar STETH. So these are all very important components to the picture, and we encourage everybody to try to get as involved as possible in the ambassador program. And from there, as I mentioned before, we are looking at ICS. And there was just a panel about ICS and why sort of we think it makes sense for us to become a consumer chain. So obviously the benefits are for us that we get quite a bit of security because IBC really lacks this sort of, the only sort of limitation of IBC is you have to trust the chain. And so if a chain gets 51% attacked, not only is that sort of ecosystem now vulnerable to further attacks and IBC kind of breaks, but you also break all of these fungibility paths as well. So ICS for us makes us kind of this hub for IBC. So if you go from Ethereum to our chain and everywhere else, all of these assets sort of everywhere else will be sort of fungible with each other because they've gone through this hyper-secure hub for IBC. So what's the value proposition for validators? Well, I think there's kind of 3 core layers to this. The first layer is we want to bring more use cases to the Atom token. That's really what we need right now. And so having Atom as collateral for DAI, that would be huge, right? DAI is a multi-billion-dollar stablecoin. Having Atom in different liquid staking protocols, and then taking those ST atoms and printing principal tokens and yield tokens on Pendle, that's also a really cool use case. And so hopefully we can see more and more of these use cases appear over time, and that's kind of the purpose of the ambassador program, is to show the Cosmos ecosystem what Atom can actually do outside of Cosmos. And so that's kind of the second core value proposition, and the third is our revenue share. So we'll be passing revenue, 20% of revenues to validators. We have a bunch of projections on our forum post. If you have questions or want to challenge those projections, this is brand new. So we're completely open to feedback and definitely excited to chat to different people about it in depth. And sort of once we're ready, and we believe that the community supports this type of thing, we'll put this into an on-chain proposal. And so, in closing, I just wanted to highlight sort of one key takeaway from this presentation. IBC, Ethereum is cool technology, right? We're doing it, we've done it, we're home. But the next step is, how do you actually solve real problems for real users? I think one of the amazing things about Cosmoverse is it's been in places where people can really understand the importance of crypto. For a lot of us, perhaps crypto is the way we make a living, the way we do things, but for some of these folks in these different countries, crypto is actually incredibly important. And so the focus of everything that we do at Composable is serving those people, and IBC Ethereum, as you've seen so far, is one sort of small piece of the overall picture. So with that, I'd like to thank CryptoCito and Cosmoverse team for inviting me, and thank you so much. We're home.
All right. So, who was in Medellin last year? Oh, that's so nice. Cool. Well, in Medellin last year, we had the Atom 2.0. That went very well, as you know. So don't worry, we are not going to talk about Atom 3.0, but we are going to talk about Atom tokenomics. And for that, I would like to welcome the moderator, Bendy. Bendy, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone. I won't talk for very long because it's more important that we hear from the two people that I'm going to bring up on stage. But just to very quickly set the scene, I am Bendy. I work for the Atom Accelerator DAO, which was funded via Prop 95 on the Cosmos Hub, and we exist to drive value to Atom. Probably the single biggest thing that we thought needed to be addressed, and the reason why it was our sole RFP this year, was the tokenomics around Atom. We went out and tried to recruit teams that would be able to tackle this, and we appointed 3 teams. One of those is Blockworks Research. So you'll have heard from David, or Effort Capital, as he goes by on Twitter. You'll have heard from him day one. He gave his talk. And then the 2 other teams who I'd like you to welcome to the stage now are Noam Cohen from Binary Builders and Chris Berg from RMIT. Great, and now I can sit down, and I will try to shut up because, as one of my favorite Twitter trolls told me, all I do is talk. So, I guess the first thing that would be a sort of good starting point for everyone, I guess, is in terms of what your work is at the moment, what you've been kind of asked to do, if you could give a really kind of top-level thing. I know this is a research project, there's an awful lot of depth, but if we could just have kind of high-level stuff. And Noam, if you could also kind of just give a little précis of what Blockworks Research are working on as well.
Right, I'll start with Blockworks. So what they're working on is, in my mind, sort of like the inflow of money, or like the generation of revenue, or the budget on the Cosmos Hub. So specifically, it's monetary and fiscal policy, inflation number, various taxes that can be applied in the Cosmos ecosystem, or the Cosmos, the AEZ. And what we're working on is more on the sort of like the outflow of the budget, meaning how can we spend money more effectively, more efficiently, in order to like create a better environment where meaningful products can be built to drive revenue. I can get into the specifics, but maybe we'll catch
We'll
another
come
time.
back to the specifics, but yeah, Chris.
Yeah, so I'm from RMIT University in Melbourne. What we're doing is trying to understand, or trying to build out a framework by which we can have relationships with consumer chains that make money for the hub and make money for the consumer chains as well. And our basic thesis is that Atom, or the Cosmos Hub, has one particular business model. It is to provide security for the for consumer chains. Ideally, there will be very many of those as chains on board. And we're designing basically pricing models and approaches by which it returns value both to delegators and make sure that the validator economics actually functions as well.
Great, thank you. So pretty lightweight stuff. I'm sure we can cover all of this in the remaining 16 minutes. I'm sure it'll all be fine. But I think one of the things that's really important to know is that this is a modular approach, so that there isn't going to be one proposal that says, this is everything that needs to happen for Atom to fix its tokenomics, do you vote yes or no? This is at the moment in a kind of research phase, and we'll probably come back to that, but the modular element, I think, is really important. So again, kind of a little bit more depth, but kind of the modules that you are working on. Again, if we could start with Noam.
Yeah, sure. I think the one to start with, probably the Atom Alignment Treasury. This is generally, we looked at some of the current situations that are out there. So like the recent proposal for Stride, they wanted to ask for 450,000 Atom. Half of that would be liquid staked, and then together that would be pooled on Astroport. This is a liquidity as a service. This helps the AEZ grow. There's a more frictionless environment, economy to sort of like operate within. This is more attractive to users if the app, of course, is good enough. That is the primary requirement. And then the second use case is like Neutron had an airdrop. We want stronger financial alignment, like voting power alignment with Neutron. And so their tokens can be, they're going to go into the community pool, but it's just we can't do anything with it, right? Those tokens represent currently 50% of the voting power on that network, but what can we do with it? Not really anything. So the Atom Alignment Treasury is really like a vehicle that sits within the community pool that is the infrastructure for us to express our desires to use liquidity as a service and to seek alignment with these other chains and to vote on their networks. The infrastructure is sort of like the Atom Alignment Treasury, and then there are other parties that will build out sort of like the APIs to interact with the other AEZ protocols directly, with the DeFi protocol and the AAT. That's generally it. And then, the two other modules, and I'll just really briefly, we have the Developer Revenue Incentivization Program, which is really just about creating an environment where the Cosmos Hub can mature and further decentralize and fund its own development teams and not so be reliant on a singular entity. This is in the process of like further decentralization of the network. And to do that effectively and to do that, with the proper incentivization method, tools. And then the Stability Reserve Fund is really simple. It's like, let's save some money aside when Atom's price is doing well. Let's put it aside when the Atom price is doing bad. Let's take that money and use it on all of these costs that we have that are USD based. So our validators have USD based costs, and our core developers have USD based costs. They have fixed cost prices. For them, it's important that the Atom price or whatever money they get doesn't fluctuate too much. So like you would just do what an ordinary foundation would do. You set money aside when price is doing well, and then you use that later in a bear market to more effectively spend. That is the summary of what we're designing.
So those are, again, they're separate modules. Obviously, there's elements of kind of, if you don't implement one probably makes slightly less sense, but...
You can do all of them independently. It doesn't matter, exactly. So the idea is like, those will be 3 different proposals, the order of which we'll figure out, and it's just going to be up to the community to like, okay, we want that, but we don't want this, or we want that, but we want it modified. And we'll have plenty of time to figure out what it all means and how it works.
Amazing. Chris, if you could just run us through the modules you're working on.
Yeah, so we're doing 2 modules, but very early in our research, we realized it's kind of the same thing. So the first module that we're doing is building out those pricing models that are very dependent on the characteristics of the consumer chain. We need to spend a lot of time thinking about those characteristics because the market can change around. We can come up with an agreement to say remit 15% of all transaction fees from the consumer chain to the hub. But if the token price of the consumer chain goes right up, that's a huge windfall for the Cosmos Hub, you would think. But also, at the same time, that's going to encourage the consumer chain to think it's wildly overpaying for security, and it's going to try to exit the relationship. On the other hand, if the price goes down, if that 15% suddenly becomes very little, then the validators are going to get very upset because they're spending real dollars to validate a chain that's making them basically no money, and the Cosmos Hub is going to want to get rid of, to end that agreement, end that relationship, discard the consumer chain. This becomes, fundamentally, it's not just a pricing contract question, it's a question about how you govern the relationship in response to unpredictable future events. If the market goes right up, or if the market goes right down, or if a consumer chain fails, very high failure rate in startups in every sector, we need to have some sort of governance around that. So one of the things that we're proposing, and we're going to suggest to the community, is that each individual producer or hub consumer relationship has a governing committee or a DAO that is a space in which renegotiations can occur, as opposed to what we have right now, which is, if anybody's unhappy, it will just be a big take it or leave it debate in the Cosmos Forum, which is exactly what we don't want to see. We want to see a clear space for renegotiating these agreements. Which brings me to the second part, which is spending a lot more time thinking about how we structure the governance of the hub itself, not just the governance of the consumer-producer relationships, but the hub as well, and thinking very precisely about, well, if we've got these DAOs, we've got the Atom Accelerator, are we governing them correctly? Have they got the correct voting rules? Have they got the correct sort of oversight standards and so forth? How do they relate to other sub-DAOs that might exist in the community? Under what circumstance Does the sovereign token holders, under what circumstance are they able to veto those sorts of decisions? That's a project that we're in the process of doing, but it's actually quite dependent on really what Binary and Blockworks come up with as well, because they're proposing fundamentally things that need to be governed, and we will be responding to that with proposals of how they can be governed. We use, I mean, I'm an economist. I'm not going to talk about the theoretical basis of this, but my colleague Sinclair Davidson in the audience, myself and our team in Melbourne, we've spent a lot of time thinking about the economics of governments and the economics of contract agreements, and we're applying that to these debates.
I think that's a really good point in terms of, I suppose, some of the feedback that we got is people were surprised that there was like governance was considered part of tokenomics, or indeed that kind of how you fund developers was considered in the tokenomics, or how you support validators was considered in the tokenomics, because I think that there is often a discourse where tokenomics is, well, what's the supply? What's the inflation? How do you use the token? And I think, again, that one of the reasons this is a modular approach is that the more you look into tokenomics, the more you realize that it is the token and the activity around it is connected to all these different things. Chris?
Can I just make a point about that? Tokenomics has been, the phrase has been badly defined, maybe it's been abused. The way we think about it is we need to design crypto economies. That's what we're doing. We're designing economic systems, multi-sided markets that produce things that add value, that ultimately will flow down to ideally a token, or flow down to the owners, or however it's structured. Once you've got the crypto economic design, then we can talk about things like, how many tokens are we going to have? What's the issuance rate? Because those questions, while they're very sensitive, and they've been very sensitive really since Satoshi designed a monetary economics for Bitcoin, they don't reflect underlying value. In economics, we often say that money is a veil. It prevents us sometimes from seeing the underlying economic production and value and exchange. But it's that value production and exchange that we want to, that we need to focus on, and focusing on money or focusing on token issuance rate sometimes blinds us to the economic reality.
Thank you, that's a good point. In terms of the sort of where we're at in the process, if you are an avid follower of Cosmos governance, you will have seen a number of posts from Blockworks Research and from Binary, and there's one from RMIT. And these are on the forum, and people are strongly encouraged to go read them, go respond to them. But what's the kind of, sort of, how far along in the journey are we, Noam? And what's the kind of next steps?
Yeah, so I think we're still relatively in the research stage. I think in my head, at least, the phase one, sort of like the actual on-chain proposal for each of these modules is sort of like mostly there, the draft for that. I think first proposal, we'll have to figure out which one that is, maybe the Atom Alignment Treasury, probably somewhere in October, November. Can't really say, of course. I do want to say something that is like a little bit less sort of like high level, but maybe like actually the most important question and the most important topic that we keep hearing about is like, but how is this going to make Atom any money? How is this going to make the hub any money? I think that's very important that we talk about this. Because actually, and this is going to sound a bit like I'm shooting myself in the foot here, but none of the stuff that we're doing makes the hub money. And I want to make that really clear. Like, this is also not the point of this, right? What we're trying to do is solve for one key problem, which is the founder absence and like the governance failures for us to like create an environment where people can come to the hub and build products that make money. ICS, it was supposed and is this idea where a consumer chain can come to the hub and say, hey, we can make you money and we will rent the security. I think that's a very viable model. But some of that model is just broken the way that we do this. And this is the topic that you guys are addressing. On our end, we're thinking about, how do we create an environment where we can have developers come, build tokenless consumer chains, or build products on or adjacent to the hub. Like, it's a problem that we don't really have any founders in Cosmos anymore, for the Cosmos hub, because founders are the people that drive products. They're the people that actually think about like, cool, this is what we're going to launch tomorrow. This is what we're going to launch today. I just wanted to say that because I think it's important to think about the longer picture here. That like we actually have so much, let's call it governmental debt, and we need to clean that up before we can actually thrive as like a decentralized community and environment. But yeah, so the first step of that would be, you know, some on-chain proposals to fix some of these like little things that we can engage in a more productive manner.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point in terms of tempering expectations. I also can imagine the response from some of the community out there that will go, oh, brilliant, the Atom Accelerator DAO has paid to do research into tokenomics that's not going to make us any money. Wonderful, well done, Atom Accelerator DAO. But I think the reality is that cleaning up that kind of structural basis in which people can come and build successful business models, if we don't do that now, all of our businesses are going to fail. I think that ICS as a business right now is probably in that kind of failure camp. I think it is a wonderful piece of technology. I think it has great people working in it. I think there are some amazing teams and some great products, but it isn't currently going to make anyone the money that we want it to make. And this piece of work that these 3 teams are doing kind of clears the groundwork for that. No, go on.
I was just going to say, we need to make it easier for people to build and launch the killer app in the AEZ. That's the setup.
So my big question is, it's a modular approach, and so while perhaps things all, you know, maybe it's the combined response of everything that's the big thing, but if there was one module that you were going to say, this is the one I'm most excited about, this is the one that I fundamentally believe is going to make us the best chance of creating a environment for blockchain businesses to work, which module is that?
I guess for us, it would be the Atom Alignment Treasury. I think, you know, Interchain security is like security as a service, and that's nice, but there are other shared security solutions out there. The nice thing is that the Cosmos Hub isn't incredibly neutral anymore. It makes decisions, right? It's like, it is biased towards the success of these consumer chains. So now we can act on that and we can do protocol owned liquidity. We can use that, you know, liquidity as a service. So like coming into the AEZ is now much more attractive because like we can help, you know, with the liquidity and basically make that much more attractive. It's not just a security offering, it's a full suite of things that sort of like benefit the growth of your network.
Brilliant. Chris?
Yeah, look, I'm also going to talk my own book. So I think, I actually don't think that ICS has failed at all. I don't understand. I don't really understand that perspective. I think ICS has product market fit. Our claim is that now that we have product market fit, that there is demand for, you know, we just had a presentation about demand for joining ICS. Now that we have demand for joining ICS, all we're proposing here, again to downplay our own contribution, all we're proposing is let's make sure that now that demand is there, that we are satisfying it in an economically sustainable way. I think that we need to think clearer about how that works, but it's a hell of a product, and it's a hell of a product that I think solves some of the problems that we have in Cosmos more generally about rapid onboarding of the development of new chains and app chains.
It's a nice change for me to be the least obviously optimistic person, so that's unusual. What I was going to sort of ask there then is like, so the Atom Economic Zone, the AEZ, ICS, I think it's been the hot topic of the conference about what is the AEZ? Is it limited to ICS? Obviously, Osmosis has a proposal in draft on the forum at the moment, where they're saying we're in the AEZ. One of the things I would say that the creation of replicated security and ICS has done is created a desire to be connected to Atom again. And again, I feel like the modules that you're doing enable those to be kind of healthy relationships and sustainable ones. Sort of, obviously, we're running out of time and there's like no time to get into the modules, but what I'd be really interested in is kind of like top level thoughts on what you want the community to do from here and, you know, what they can expect from you in return.
Yeah, I mean, like most of the conversation is happening on Twitter Spaces, the forum, and basically in the online spaces. If you can participate, that's awesome. I understand some of this is quite academical at this stage and maybe complex and hard to swallow. No biggie. What would be great is people would let us know how you want this formatted. If it's like too complex or if you want a TLDR or like, you know, I'm also just curious to like hear how should we present this to everyone, right? And yeah, I think in general, just like DMs are open, reach out. Let's just have an actual conversation and get somewhere.
Yeah, look, and it's the same from us, and this is particularly for us because we're not a engineering technical team, we're an economics technical team, and we really want and are looking for feedback from some of the ideas that we have about what are the challenges to implementation and what are the challenges to business models that exist out there. So we're really looking to encourage community discussion and debate about some of our ideas. We are not the fonts of all wisdom. We don't think that. I know everybody else doesn't think that either. We're really keen to get feedback from you.
Amazing. I've been told that we've been granted a little bit of extra time to allow for that very community.
Let's talk about the AEZ.
Well, I mean, we can, but I'd be really interested if any members of the community have questions they would like to ask. Appreciate this may not be the forum, where you feel comfortable, but if anyone does, throw up a hand and we'll see if we can get your question. And if there isn't, I will come up with one. Okay, so I will go with the big one. Noam, what's the AEZ?
Fuck me. We had a really cool conversation about this actually on Monday. It was a roundtable. The AEZ is the economic zone, which is not the same as the Atom secured zone. So some people think, this is up for debate. Some people say the AEZ is just all the consumer chains in the Cosmos Hub, but that doesn't really make sense. If we want Atom to be everywhere, and if we want Atom to be, in demand everywhere, it's important that we have economical alliances with places where we want Atom to be. I think Osmosis is one of those as well. That recent prop that came up is a very good starting point for this conversation. So in my mind, the AEZ is the entire area where Atom, or the Cosmos Hub, has an economical alignment or alliance or agreement with the other party. They are part of the AEZ.
And I'm the same. So I'm an AEZ maxi. The Cosmos vision is not, Cosmos is a couple of parachains. That's never what it's been. The Cosmos vision has always been, it is a complex network of relationships and economic exchanges that is as big as possible. And to define the AEZ as just one particular service provision to a small number of chains it's really cutting us off at the knees even before it's gotten started.
And I think Ethan spoke really well about this on day one, where he talked about spectrums. So I think that there are relationships that Neutron and Stride currently have that are deeply intimate with Atom because they share a validator set. And so yes, that is security, but it is also economic, and it is also at some level social. They share a community. And then, then there are other degrees of how you can interact with Atom.
So the technical term for that is polycentricity. So there's just I'm going to do this. We've got time. The idea of polycentricity is that you've got multiple interacting systems layered on top of each other. Sometimes it's security, sometimes it's where the stable coins go, sometimes it's where shared validator sets are, sometimes there are multiple DAOs that have interrelations. That's a polycentric system, and the AEZ, if it's not that, then, as I say, it's fundamentally underwhelming. We want to bring as much of the entire crypto economy into the AEZ, not just try to protect it. Sorry, AEZ. It's AEZ. I want to be really clear about that.
That's the big debate.
That's the real debate. Like it's Zcash, and I got Zuko to say that's okay. So that's fine. But the AEZ, it has to be big. It has to be polycentric.
Noam, you were...
Yeah, I think I'm completely with you there. And I think it also doesn't make sense to sort of look from the perspective of AEZ is these consumer chains, and now we have Astroport, and that's a competitor to Osmosis, so let's fight with Osmosis, and they're not part of it. I actually think that the strongest economical, and implicit relationship that exists within Cosmos is the relationship between Osmosis and the Cosmos. That exists within Cosmos is the relationship between Osmosis and the Cosmos Hub. If Osmosis wasn't there, Atom would have had a very, very hard time onboarding people and etc. If Atom wasn't there, Osmosis would have had a very hard time with liquidity before stable coins came over and that kind of stuff. And that relationship is so tight, it's kind of strange that we're not looking at it that way. And I think maybe now as the ecosystem matures, there are other partners that we want to partner more strongly with. But I think that relationship between Osmosis and the Hub is actually a really strong one. And I think it's good for us to think about that in the context of has been part of the AEZ. In fact, I think Osmosis was probably the first entity to be part of the AEZ. It's just let's start thinking about it in that framework. I think it's going to be very helpful.
I think this is why some of the kind of tidying of the tokenomics and the governance around it really matters, because I think I can make a fairly compelling argument for the fact that Osmosis hasn't been part of the AZ and has acted against the interests of Atom a number of times. Gravity Dex is a good reminder to anyone. But that's not really the point. The point actually is that we have a thing where we interoperate, we have tokens on different chains, we've designed things to operate in that way, and yet what we have is systems that almost lead to combative approaches. And if we can clarify some of our systems around our tokenomics and our governance and our contracts with each other, then that may help move to a more productive relationship. But just talking about contracts, I wanted to ask you, Chris, the question I asked you the other day, which is, we have kind of, the hub has two contractual relationships, I suppose. One is with Stride, and the other is with Neutron. And I know your job is to make them be good contracts that work for both parties. Where on the spectrum of like terrible to amazing do these contracts currently sit?
So, as you know, I've tried to dodge this question before.
Yeah,
so
I'm making you say it in front of more people on a live stream.
No, look, so I think that's hard to answer. Our argument is that they have one very particular weakness, which that they don't spell out exit conditions. So if either of those chains are successful or fail, it's very unclear about how we will renegotiate to either for them to leave if they're so successful that they want to move on, or to get rid of them if they're so unsuccessful. And it's the failure that I'm certain that they're not going to fail, but as a sort of contract theorist, you have to plan for that failure. And if we're not planning for that failure, then we know exactly what's going to happen, that the validators are going to start getting very upset that they're spending real-world dollars validating something that makes them no money, and they're not going to want to validate on Cosmos, generally. And that is a crisis. And I think if I was to rewrite those agreements, which we're definitely not proposing to do, I would just add much clearer exit conditions.
So kind of related to this, there's a huge amount of demand for chains to join the ICS, and I'm calling it the ICS, not AZ or AZ. But would you, like, in terms of the timescales between when your research is kind of done and there are some outputs that would help us have these better things, would you say just carry on onboarding people, or would you say let's be a bit more considered?
No, I think we need to carry on boarding things. I don't want our research to at all slow it down in the slightest. I think I would say to the community, if you're interested in, on both communities, the Cosmos Hub community and whoever would like to join, if you're interested in onboarding, we're happy to talk to you now. And we can talk you through some of our thinking, and we can make this as best practices as possible before we publish the final document and those sorts of things. So we're really at the disposal of the community to help navigate these questions right now. And you know, really, we don't want to slow anything down.
Yeah.
Let's make this a success as soon as possible.
I think, like, from a practical perspective, though, I think, just like politically speaking, also, like, if a new consumer chain just like, or a candidate comes over and it says like, hey, we're interested, the sentiment right now is just like, oh, we're not making any money, so show us how much money you're making, and if it's enough, we'll take you in, or at least like show us the potential here, and like, you got about 6 months, and then afterwards we'll cook you. I think that's sort of the sentiment right now, and that's not really great. But I do think that there is something really important here that happens, is that we need to really focus on the product market fit. And we really need to focus on being very selective with what we take in. Ideally, I don't think like a new chain with like a completely new novel idea that has no users, no product market fit, should knock on a door and be like, hey, we want to go, you know, become a consumer chain. I think Stride was a really good example of like how that did work, because like we know liquid staking is a huge thing, and we know that has product market fit, and we know they're doing great. So yeah, that's a great candidate for consumer chains. But I think like any new chain that comes up, based on what's happened so far, is like they now feel a much higher sort of like threshold and responsibility to like show the world like, hey, we are capable of delivering. And I think it's really important that, you know, consumer chain candidates find product market fit first. Heck, you don't even need to launch with a token. Just find your users, find your product market fit, and then if you need that security and if you need that, you know, alliance, come over.
I think that's a much better way of articulating what I described at first as the kind of failure of the ICS business model, which is ICS has a huge amount of demand, it has product market fit, it's going to be fantastic, but right now it's not making anyone any money, and that kind of potentially puts the hub off people joining. So I think that was a far more elegant framing of what I said.
Eloquent, but yeah. I mean, like, the question is just like, should we look at it as like, is a consumer chain, is that an investment for 1 year, 2 years to let them like grow and try out, see if they can find product market fit? Or is it like a service offering that we give to, you know, established products that like, maybe they're a roll up and like now they want to decentralize, and so great, let's go and become an interchain secure chain. Like, I think that's a really good like use case. I think DYDX could have been a consumer chain, so to speak. And I think those are the kind of candidates that we should be targeting.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Chris, please.
there's a really important point there, though. I mean, what you're describing is an economic problem, and we've got economic models that we can design around that. So if there's a problem where it's just very expensive to onboard a new chain to the validators, there's a setup across 100 or plus validators, 100 whatever it is at the moment, validators, then, you know, we can price that and we can give lump sum payments, we can subsidize it through...
No, but we need revenue. You can mint tokens, but that's just like, that's just nothing.
No, I understand, but we can use, so there are models there, right, as well. So we can use community funds if we need to pay the validators because we think it's going to pay off over time. So there is a design space here.
Sure, yeah, we can optimize.
Yeah.
I think David Rodriguez showed a preview of something that's heading to the forum soon around kind of how you can tax validators differently, right, and redistribute stake from those so that validators throughout the set receive a kind of more equitable distribution that would allow them to, I think his maths came out as something like you could have about 10 consumer chains at the current price if we needed to. I'm not saying that we should, but the fact that you can create a redistribution of the funding to enable that may bias that design space window. I think there's a similar conversation around protocol-owned liquidity that we should be having about, obviously Osmosis are asking for protocol-owned liquidity in quite a large volume at the moment. That may not be impossible, but we should be mindful of what we're trying to do in the framework of where we want to head in the future, and not necessarily stalling, but equally not kind of setting precedents that we don't want to. And there's a kind of little bit of space to navigate while some of this work is concluded.
How are we on time? We're good? We chill? We stop?
We're good to wrap up? Excellent. Well, I would like to thank Chris and Noam for their work thus far. Please reach out to them. Please pester them. Their work will be as good as the community's input makes it. It is far better for the community to have a voice at this stage before we reach a kind of output or proposal stage than it is to become awake to the glaring omission that they've made from your point of view at the point that this hits chain. Let's try to give them as much ammunition as they can to do the right thing, and they in turn will do the best they can to look after us. So thank you, Cosmoverse, and thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
now. Welcome, guys. Come, please. There is seats for everybody. Okay, now we have a special proposal of Vishal from Stride. Let's hear about that. Vishal.
No,
First,
you're on.
Is this on? Yeah? All right. Hey, everyone. Oh, wait, actually, one sec. Sorry, I didn't get my clicker. Just have a...
Did I knock my... No.
Apologies. All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Vishal, a core contributor to the Stride protocol. I have a really special presentation for you today about not only the future of the Stride protocol, but also potentially the future of the Cosmos Hub. Stay tuned, because in the second half of this presentation, I'm going to have a really special proposal. Let's start by recapping a little bit about the last year of Stride. So the Stride chain launched on September 4th of last year, and it's been a really huge last year for us. I want to cover 3 key milestones over the last year. First, integrations. Second, interchain security. And last, the liquid staking module. Let's get into it. First, integrations. Since the Stride protocol has been live, we've launched 10 different ST tokens, including ST Atom, ST Osmo, ST Stars, and so many more. This is actually more than any other protocol in all of crypto. We've also focused a lot on exporting those XT tokens so they can be used all throughout Cosmos DeFi. I think we've done a pretty good job here. Stride's ST tokens are used on every single DEX, every single money market, and every single stablecoin in the space. Lastly, we focused a lot on exporting ST Atom to be used as high-quality, pristine collateral all throughout the Cosmos. The next big milestone I want to talk about is interchain security. This was a huge technical endeavor that required collaboration from so many teams in the Cosmos, including Informal, Haifa, Stride, and so many more. And it really highlights how much the whole space can accomplish when we work collectively towards one shared goal. Stride became the first blockchain to transition to interchain security, meaning that it now is secured by billions of dollars in economic security, increasing the trust that users have in holding ST Atom and helping further the protocol. But the most important thing about ICS is that it creates deep alignment between Stride and the Cosmos Hub. Stride is not only economically tied to the Cosmos Hub because they share a revenue source, but it's also strategically and culturally aligned. And we've seen this manifest in so many ways over the past few months, whether that's GovProps, discussions on Twitter, and so much more. The last thing we want to focus on is the liquid staking module. LSM allows users to immediately convert their staked Atom to liquid ST Atom without waiting the standard 21-day unbonding period. This helps unlock liquidity to be used in DeFi all throughout the space. The LSM has been a key piece of innovation, and it really highlights how much, again, the collaboration between different teams can manifest in the Cosmos. Now, I believe Cosmos has some of the most thoughtful, innovative design for liquid staking all throughout crypto. Importantly, Stride's also pushed for some key safety features to be added to the LSM. We believe that with these key safety features, for example, a 25% cap on how much can be liquid staked at any given time, we can help ensure safe adoption of liquid staking all throughout the space. Given this deep focus on safety and alignment, we've seen a lot of really excellent growth at Stride over this last year. We now have over 4 million Atom liquid staked through Stride, and as you can see, that number is growing every single day. This is just the beginning, though. We have so much more that we want to do. I want to highlight 3 things on our upcoming roadmap for you that we'd like to focus on. First, we'd like to deploy more ST tokens throughout the space. While we have 10 ST tokens right now, there's so many more chains that we want to deploy to. 2 that we're really excited about are coming new to this space, Celestia and DYDX. Stride can potentially help unlock billions of dollars of liquidity on both of those ecosystems. We also want to deepen the existing integrations that Stride has. Stride's ST tokens are already used as collateral all throughout the space, but we want to increase both the amount of collateral that's being used, the number of tokens that are being used as collateral. And as the protocol becomes more decentralized and more secure and more trusted, I think this is going to happen. We also really want to focus on exporting Atom and ST Atom everywhere. Atom and ST Atom are already used all throughout the Cosmos, but we've already started work on exporting it to other ecosystems. ST Atom is already available on Arbitrum as well as Polkadot, and we've started conversations to introduce it as a key collateral asset on so many more ecosystems. Despite all of this growth, we see that there's still one key problem. Liquid staking must be decentralized to scale safely. Liquid staking is such a core primitive, and it's so important that it's vital that it's both aligned and decentralized to scale safely. Liquid staking touches the heart of proof-of-stake consensus, and it's important that we design it in a thoughtful manner and ensure its safe adoption. That's why we pursued ICS so heavily, because we want to deepen the alignment that Stride has with the Cosmos Hub and increase the safety of the Stride protocol. That's why we shipped LSM and added key safety features to it to help ensure safe adoption of liquid staking all throughout the space. Cosmos has a chance to solve the liquid staking alignment problem early and help ensure the healthy and safe adoption of liquidity all throughout the Cosmos. How might we solve this problem? Imagine a solution where the hub could be able to control its own destiny. It can control how liquid staking evolves, how the primitives develop, how the architecture changes, and what parameters we want to use. What if the hub could own an ST Atom team and help promote ST Atom as collateral, not only in Cosmos DeFi, but in ecosystems all throughout crypto? What if the hub could capture all the upside generated by economic activity built on top of liquid staking in Cosmos DeFi? I have a really huge plan that I'd like to propose. Stride merges with the Cosmos Hub and decentralizes fully. Now this would be really big and something that hasn't really been explored before, but I'd like to give you just a little bit of details about how this might work. But want to emphasize, this is just a plan and a proposal. So to give a few details into like how exactly this might look and what this might mean for the hub, let's cover 3 key points, I think, of how this could benefit the hub. So first, the Cosmos Hub would get full governance control over the Stride protocol. Atom would be the full governance token of Stride and control all decisions on the protocol, including what chains to expand to, how to change the architecture of the protocol, how to set different parameters, everything associated with Stride. It would control the core liquid staking primitive. The hub would also get a fully built out development and business team. The Stride team has proven that we can ship existing complicated technology like Interchain security and the liquid staking module But we've also shown that we can work with business teams all throughout the space, looking at DeFi teams all throughout Cosmos, outside the Cosmos, look at everywhere you can see the ST tokens today. Moreover, the Cosmos Hub would have full ownership of 100% of Stride protocol rewards, now and into the future. Currently, Stride's ST tokens are used on a dozen plus chains, and every single day, those tokens generate value and send some of that back to Stride. However, if Stride merges with the Cosmos Hub, all of this value would get sent directly back to the Cosmos Hub. Atom would benefit from economic activity in all of crypto and could become the center of DeFi activity in Cosmos. Now, this is still a pretty big proposal. This is just one potential path for how the mechanics might work. So first, we could provision some amount of Atom for this merger. Then we would burn all of the existing Stride and replace it with a newly provisioned Atom. The Stride team would become fully aligned with Atom and work fully on furthering the interest of the Cosmos Hub, and would be long-term aligned through both vesting and KPIs. I want to emphasize, this is just an idea. We want to come to you, the community, first to help develop this idea with you, get your feedback, your thoughts, your concerns, learn what excites you, what changes you want to make, and want to discuss this as a community. Later today, Informal and Stride will put up a post on the Cosmos Hub forum outlining some of these details. We would love your feedback there, here at Cosmoverse, and on Twitter. If we think there's consensus and excitement about this idea, then we can move forward and put a more formal post on the Cosmos Hub forum soon. I want to really emphasize, this is just an idea, and we would only move forward if the whole community is excited about this. To kick off the discussion, I'd like to invite Zaki Mannion, Ethan Buckman, and Thyborg, and CryptoCito to the stage.
Hello, hello. This is working. You can come on stage. Don't be shy. Zaki, Ty, Ethan. First of all, did you like Cosmoverse? I think despite the bear market, we had around 20% more people. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here. It really means a lot.
What's your preferred spot?
There's a bear market?
Not in here, not in here. But yeah, I think this is a fantastic way to end the conference.
Off, I think.
First off, I want to know, like, who had the idea for that? When did that come up? And how did you go about, like, coordinating that? Like, Vishal, was that all your idea?
No, it's a great question. So it was not all my idea, and this actually did come together very recently. So I believe Thyborg came to us with the idea, saying something he's been thinking about, people at Informal are potentially excited about, maybe 2 weeks ago. And then we kind of didn't think about it. We're like, oh, that's exciting, but we'll evaluate it. And then we got kind of busy with development and other stuff going on. And then we met with him on Monday to chat through this, just like have just a drink. And we got more and more excited about it, talked about it more, and we're like, oh, this could really happen. This is really exciting. Could we present this at Cosmoverse? It's something we could talk about all together. We ran by a bunch of other people, yourself included, and then I think it seemed really exciting. We worked really hard over the last couple of days to think about how exactly this might shape out, what this might look like, to get it here today.
Yeah, I really love how this all came about, like literally during the conference. I think that's also why we're doing that, to be honest. I think Cosmoverse is a very productive place where everyone is coming together from the ecosystem, and this is exactly what we want. So I want to ask Ty or Ethan, like, what's been the role for Informal here? What has been your involvement, and what are your general thoughts before we get into specifics? Maybe Ethan, or yeah, whoever wants to start.
Yeah, is my mic on?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, Interchain Security, we built Interchain Security Informal, and Neutron was the first project to use it. And obviously Neutron is very exciting, a very exciting project. Big fan of Neutron. They are fully aligned with the hub, like the way they talk, the way they interact, the way they did a big airdrop for the Cosmos hub. But the main feedback from the community the whole time since Neutron has been live is that the alignment is not enough yet. Like we need to push it a little further here. And if you track the amount of rewards that are being sent to the hub by Neutron, it's still insufficient to like have any meaningful impact on the APR for Atom stakers. So I think with that realization, we realized that it would be a much bigger, a much stronger narrative if all these consumer chains, instead of having their own token, would come back into Atom and fully support Atom and the growth of Atom. And so that's why we discussed a number of projects, including some candidates for consumer chains. Like it wasn't just Neutron and Stride. It was other chains that we discussed with. We made model for it. We look at what that could look like. And we thought it was possible. We thought that it was realistic. Numbers checked out. We made actually for one specific chain, we made a fully fledged proposal that is still in a draft, but we didn't go ahead with this one. But we had a sense of what that would be. And so with Stride, we decided to take a different approach because all that work essentially was for nothing because the project didn't go through. And we instead decided to put this as an idea to the community to discuss whether they like the concept. And then obviously the main thing that people will ask is, what's the price? How do you make sure that the developers are incentive aligned? How will they keep working on the hub for a number of years? How will they grow the hub? Why does this make sense for Atom? And so all these details, instead of trying to work them out with Stride from the get-go, I think it's much better to put them into the open and have people first validate the plan, or at least the concept, and then come up with a more precise plan.
Yeah, and Vishal, you mentioned in your talk just now that in Cosmos, we could fix liquid staking in Cosmos from the very beginning. Looking at the mistakes or flaws or whatever you want to call it in other ecosystems like Ethereum, there's a lot of centralization around Lido, for example. And I want to ask you, Zaki, you've been an absolute OG in the space. I remember like 2 years ago, we talked about liquid staking on my YouTube channel. I had no clue. You also developed the liquid staking module. So what are your views on that idea, and also specifically around what Vishal mentioned, that we have this alignment from the get-go if we did something like that?
Okay, so 2 years. I spent 2 years writing the liquid staking module, doing it on like nights and weekends at like 2 a.m. in the morning. Finally got it on the hub. The entire design of the liquid staking module is don't enshrine a liquid staking provider. And now we're like talking about enshrining a liquid staking provider. Do I feel like this is some sort of like defeat of the mission of the liquid staking module? I think it's an interesting question. But I do think that there's so I have a couple of points. One is, I think that everything about the evolution of liquid staking has been enormously path dependent about like the shape of the industry. There's nothing about liquid staking that is like sort of fundamental to the nature of blockchains, proof of stake, in terms of like liquid staking economically is fundamental, but like what form it takes is very much dependent on like how markets evolve over time. I think the biggest challenge liquid staking on Cosmos faces right now is that there is now we have an enormous supply of latent capital, but we do not have applications and we do not have sources of leverage to satisfy the demand. Basically any app that launches with liquid staking, staked Atom support immediately fills up within a few hours, but we don't have a steady pipeline of new things that are going to. So I'm very open to the idea that at least for the next 2 to 3 years, it might be the right thing to do for the hub to closely align itself with staked Atom. But I don't know that staked Atom is the last product in the liquid staking market. I don't know that it will be the only successful product. I don't think it's the only category, but the precedent may be helpful because it says that other teams could launch products in the liquid staking space, and if they achieve scale and if they achieve product market fit, they could align with the hub later and might potentially provide a meaningful exit to their investors, and that can be a self-reinforcing cycle for development of liquid staking in Cosmos.
So I think alignment is a big portion, but it's probably also not everything. If we remember the Gravity DEX times, I think there was also this idea to have hub alignment, but we all know how it ended. And I want to ask Ethan, especially also from like a product and like software development contribution standpoint. You guys at Informal, now we have the Neutron team, also to some degree already the Stride team, Occlusions, like a lot of different teams contributing to the hub. Yeah. How would you see a merge with Stride? How would that play out in terms of teams working together, and what are your thoughts on it generally?
Yeah, is this on? Yeah. I think it's great that there's more and more teams that are interested in contributing to the hub. There sort of always has been. And I think the challenge historically was sort of a lack of structure and organizational support to enable that. And also, a lack of the right sort of incentive models as well. And so I think what's happening now with the launch of Interchain security, and now also with the LSM, there's sort of renewed discussions around what it means to contribute to the hub, how we can have more development teams participate and working together on pushing the hub forward. There's new ways to be able to do that. See, in the past when we had with the Gravity DEX, the only way to really contribute to the hub was to try to land software directly on the hub itself, and that was challenging. And the other challenge with the Gravity DEX was around there was no ability to do like liquidity mining, and so other DEXs were sort of better able to compete. And so it's still the case. So now that we have Interchain security, obviously now you can build new features, very advanced, complex features, deploy them under the hub security umbrella, and bring new teams to contribute to the hub. And they don't necessarily have to have their own token, and that's sort of what's exciting about this. Just using Atom as sort of the key token and having the team sort of more closely aligned. But the hub still needs to evolve, I think, mechanisms for better funding development teams and incentivizing them to continue working on sort of core hub work. So we've come a long way from where we were, 2 years ago. But I think we still have more to go. But it's very exciting to see the energy and the commitment from many teams willing to to throw down to push Atom forward. It's inspiring. Yeah.
Yeah, hub minimalism is also something that I think the community has been debating back and forth over the years. Some say the hub needs to move faster to remain relevant. Others say we're moving just fast enough, everything will be fine. So, Michael, I don't know who wants to take this, but how would this affect this ethos or this idea of hub minimalism? And what are your general thoughts about the positioning of the hub? Like, do you think, shared security is enough? Do you think there should be more features? And what are your thoughts about that? I don't know who wants to.
I think back in the days, and Ethan can confirm, there was this concept of fast hub, slow hub. So the slow hub is the actual Cosmos hub. That's Gaia. That's the one that doesn't change much, that does all the regular upgrades, but that stays like this stable anchor in a trashing feed. There was a great blog post about that. And then you would have the fast hubs. You would have the Strides for liquid staking hub. You would have Neutron as a smart contrast permissionless platform hub. You would have, and that's what I'm hoping, we get other hubs that join the actual Cosmos hub and the AAZ. I'm visioning about 5 to 10 consumer chains following that model. And each of them have a very specific purpose. They are products that have product market fit in crypto, so they have proven themselves. Not just in Cosmos, but also the concept of liquid staking has found product market fit on Ethereum. The concept of NFTs has found some sort of product market fit pretty much everywhere, on Solana at the very least. And so the idea would be to have 5, maybe a little bit more of these core products owned by the Cosmos Hub and that are fully aligned, accruing value back to the Cosmos Hub.
I want to ask Vishal directly. So you just said you're proposing this idea for a merge. Can you maybe more specifically explain how that would look like? Does it mean the Stride token would just go away, or how does that look like? How does that whole merge work?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I want to start off by saying this is just my idea of how this could work, but if the community feels differently, this is ultimately up for vote for both the Stride and the Hub community to be aligned on. Our idea was that the Stride team definitely wouldn't go away. I think we really love this project, we love this space, we want to really take it to make sure it becomes a huge success. So what we were thinking is all the existing Stride basically gets burned, so the Stride token no longer exists. It gets replaced by Atom. So there'd be newly provisioned Atom. That Atom would replace all the existing Stride. And then the devs and BD team, the contributors who work on the Stride protocol, they would switch to working on the Cosmos Hub, whatever Cosmos Hub governance decides is best. In my mind, I think that's probably taking liquid staking. They'd be in charge of the Stride protocol still, but all the value of the protocol would accrue back to the Cosmos Hub. And we'd have to agree on some sort of vesting schedule and KPIs to hit, but make sure the team is actually aligned and that they will deliver and not just, check out.
And I know, Ty, you've been working a lot on consumer chain onboarding. What does this mean for you? Like, let's say proposal goes on chain, community is very hyped about it, it goes through. Do you think this would set the standard for other existing consumer chains? Well, there's just one right now. Or other chains that are in production right now that are exploring to migrate. Do you think that it might even make sense for others to explore a similar solution?
Absolutely. This is a bit controversial, right? This is just my opinion, but I don't think the hub should accept consumer chains that do not fully align with Atom going forward. So I think it should be a requirement, and I'm very glad Neutron launched this way. And Neutron is a bit special as a smart contract platform. They do need liquidity incentives, and I'm glad there's a Neutron token. And maybe there will be a time to also get Neutron back on Atom. But my suggestion is that the new consumer chain always launch without a token, and fully align with Atom the same way that Stride would be. And so that's why this is important. Because it sets the stage, as you say, now there's momentum for it. Now there's a precedent. So the first precedent was supposed to be Duality. Duality had this a similar idea. Duality decided to merge with Neutron, which was a good thing in terms of not overloading the validator set of the Cosmos Hub too fast. That's fine. But going forward, in my opinion, new consumer chain should not use their own token.
Do you have any thoughts, Ethan, on that?
Yeah, I think I'm generally supportive of that. I think we're seeing that model be adopted more widely across the blockchain ecosystem. We see a lot of rollups launching without tokens, and maybe introducing them later as activity picks up, or they get some sense of product market fit. So I think a similar kind of idea makes sense here. That's not to say there won't ever be new tokens introduced, but we should be very careful about when they are introduced. And in the meantime, I think as the Atom community, we ought to really focus on making sure that the Cosmos Hub is able to properly incentivize development teams and consumer chains to come in and to align. And so I think that's a very interesting model, and it's exciting to see Stride kind of recognize that, and hopefully future consumer chains as well. Yeah.
I just want to add that it's not a crazy idea, right? Like Arbitrum launched without a token.
Yeah.
Optimism did. Scroll, Starkware, none of these projects have a liquid token, and so people used all of these came to all of these rollups because they were maybe expect tokens. That was the case for OP and Arbitrum, but at least until these projects find product market fit, they can still raise money. You can still raise money against equity. It doesn't prevent them from having investors at all. There's many successful projects in Cosmos that don't have a token. Skip is a prime example of that. A very successful team. They raised millions, and they were able to build they're building right now a great product without having to have their own token and without having to focus on that and deal with all the complexity that come out of it.
How much risk do you guys feel like there is in the immaturity of Cosmos governance in terms of being able to execute things like this?
Yeah, it's a great question, and honestly, I think this is something that we really want to fix, even independent of this. But the Gov module is really great; it works really well, but it's lacking a lot of pretty key functionality. Like a clear example of this: people note veto all the time. Note veto has just become extra dislike this, despite what it should be, which is this is spam. And there's all sorts of things that you can't do, like ranked choice voting or vote for 4 options. Yeah. So I think we should overhaul hub governance, maybe do some way to make it more scalable. One potential option we're thinking about, but this doesn't have to be the way this goes, but would be you stake your Atom, you can vote on the Cosmos Hub, but if you want to, you can also stake your tokens to either Neutron or Stride or other consumer chains, and then you can vote only on that chain. So for example, you stake with Stride, you can vote on Hub and Stride votes, but not Neutron votes. But then you can also choose to stake with Neutron, you can vote on Hub and Neutron votes. I'm not saying this has to be how it is, but this is one potential change we could imagine.
Yeah, so I think to wrap it up, maybe Vishal, can you talk about the next steps? There's a proposal going live right now on the forum, is that right?
Yeah, so Informal and Stride have worked together on a post that kind of outlines part of this vision and what this might look like. That's going to go up on the forum shortly later, maybe in the next hour or so. And then we'd love to hear your feedback, both in person here, on the forum for more like official feedback, and then on Twitter too, which is where a lot of the Cosmos governance actually takes place. We'll probably have Twitter spaces over the next few weeks to talk about this. Love to hear your threads, tag us. We want this to be pretty organic and really do want to hear your honest thoughts. If you're excited, if you're nervous, if you're concerned, if there are any changes you might want to see, if you're like, oh, we should actually do Stride and this other chain. Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that's really in the Cosmos spirit, that this is not an announcement, but this is actually a proposal, an idea for all of you to provide feedback and provide your input. I think this is very unique in Cosmos, that it's a very bottom-up and inclusive ecosystem. So my final question, Zaki and Ethan, last year we had a similar panel in Medellin, Colombia, where we talked about Atom 2.0. Today the title of the panel is Stride, Handshake, Cosmos Hub. What's the title for our panel next year?
Atom 3.0.
Atom 3.0?
No. I don't know.
Where do you think the hub is standing?
So like,
okay.
I guess my vision and my hope would be that actually hub governance gets to the point where like you don't need us to like shepherd a big decision, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the weakness of hub governance is that like there is no clear representative of the Cosmos hub, and so like you have like me and Ethan and various other people kind of step in and be like, okay, we will be the main character for like another season of Cosmos drama, and like this is the problem, right? And like what we need is like a forcing function to get beyond like the like simplistic governance that Sunny wrote and that we've been like living with since the hub launch, to like a governance that can like actually create like a committee of people who would be like responsible for figuring something like this out.
Yeah.
And I can confirm, like as an organizer for Cosmoverse, it was really hard to get Zaki on stage this year. So, but yeah, any final words?
I was going to suggest for next year Cosmos Hub, Handshake, Ethereum.
Yeah, that's
There we go. Okay, so thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. We will actually now start with the official closing ceremony. So we already have our jury set up. We have now the live pitching competition finals. And then we have an award show that you shouldn't miss. So yeah, just stick in for an hour, and then I'll see you at the after party later tonight.
Hello? There we go. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys coming. We are not done yet. We still have a lot to go. Really, mainly, this is the part where, it's actually the fun part. This is where we're going to be doing an award show. There's going to be a competition where we're going to be giving out the results of the creative track, as well as Cosmos Millions giveaway. And mainly here is the pitching competition. So to start off with the pitching competition, we have 3 finalists. I'm going to introduce Safar, who's going to lead the way and introduce the teams. Safar, please, go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello, cosmonauts. Are you all hyped up? We're gonna have the final of the pitching competition. Many people applied, many people presented in the first round already. We had 10 projects who presented, and 2 of them are now gonna be here on stage and gonna present in front of you all, and gonna use this opportunity. Furthermore, we have 1 more finalist who got qualified from the Interchain Shark Tank pitching competition. So we are really glad that so many people are here and so many projects and builders are still working in Cosmos, even though we are still in the deepest bear market. So that makes me actually super bullish on Cosmos. Furthermore, I want to introduce the jury. We have a high baller jury here. We have Noam Cohen from Binary Buildings. We have Tessa Hu from Fight Club VC, the venture arm of Bankless DAO. We have Utku Dördüncü, the Paribu Ventures of one of the biggest crypto exchanges in Turkey. And next to the 3 jurists here on live on Cosmoverse, we are going to have 2 other juries. They're just going to tune in remote because they couldn't make it here anymore. Jeffrey Hu from Hashkey Capital. And we're going to have Patrick Bush from Vanek. The requirements are clear and the pitching rules are also really easy. 7-minute pitch, 3 minutes Q&A. I want to introduce you to the first project. It's Electron with CK Mesh, the co-founder Garvit Goal. Please come on stage. Good luck.
Hello everyone. So glad to present our project, what we've been working on for a while, over a year actually now, at Electron Labs. So just to give an introduction, what we're essentially building is what I like to call this as a computational compression engine powered by ZK for consensus protocols. So what does that mean? That essentially means that if today you try to run or verify a full node or a consensus node inside the smart contract of another blockchain, you couldn't do that because it's too gas expensive to do that. What we do is we ZK compress these consensus protocols and create a generalized ZK proof for them that you can verify very cheaply on chain. So imagine trying to verify the Tendermint consensus inside Ethereum smart contract and the other way around. So that's essentially what we do at a high level. So talking a bit about the company, so we've been around for over a year, almost 2 years now, and we've secured multiple partnerships across Cosmos and other ecosystems, where we are powering ZK Light Client-based security solutions for these products. And we are actually live on mainnet between Ethereum and a BFT chain near, follows a very similar consensus algorithm as Cosmos. And we have actually done quite a few core innovations in ZK technology, which have actually been referred to by research papers as well. We are live for Cosmos, Near, and Ethereum consensus. This is just the light clients, not the full consensus for now, but that's kind of our roadmap. Today, I'm here to talk about a product that we've been working on for a while. I'm quite excited to present this. This is actually very interesting for the Cosmos ecosystem. And so we've all heard about ZK IBC lately, and I think a lot of companies have been making presentations as well. But a question I often think about, to be honest, is what are the applications of decentralized bridging? What is it that a centralized bridge cannot do that a trust minimized bridge like IBC can actually do? On a centralized bridge, you can only transfer assets and liquidity. But if you have a trust minimized bridge, you can also transfer security on top of this cross-chain solution. So you can actually use Ethereum and the restaking layer on Ethereum and provide security to Cosmos chains, and in return, these guys earn token rewards. When it comes to providing security, you can get security from your simple Ethereum holders, or you can actually directly integrate with Eigenlayer as well, or other restaking layers that can actually enable you to access this security essentially with a single integration as opposed to having to build your own security supply over the long term. But as a chain, why should you rent security? What's the advantages of renting security? Yeah. So the biggest advantage, in fact, this is a common problem across Cosmos ecosystem, that the validators demand so much token rewards that the inflation for smaller chains tends to be very high. And we've seen this play out across multiple chains across Cosmos ecosystem. And this is in fact a feedback I've received from many smaller chains as well, that they have a hard time attracting validators. So our solution can actually enable existing Cosmos validators to receive delegations in the form of ETH from ETH restakers, and then they can pay them back in their native coin in the form of rewards. And this should actually increase your validator revenue, because unlike ICS, we actually don't require ETH restakers to actually run another Cosmos validator for this. ETH restakers can actually directly provide delegations to the Cosmos validator. So there's no new infrastructure that has to essentially run here. So what are some of the tokenomics benefits for this, right? So as I discussed that token emissions is actually how these chains actually bootstrap security. And bootstrapping security has been very expensive so far. However, since Ethereum is a slightly, you can say, more stable asset, a more recognized asset, Ethereum, and besides, Ethereum restakers don't really have a lot of options when it comes to yield. Like they can probably put assets in Lido maybe, but that's pretty much it. How do you earn additional yield, right? And they don't really have a lot of options around that. So this is kind of what we're opening up for Ethereum restakers. They can come in and start providing security and earn token rewards. And since Ethereum is a slightly premium asset, they expect lower yield on their security as opposed to what you might be required to pay to somebody who's taking their native token on a Cosmos app chain. So we believe this can actually reduce, if you're a Cosmos chain, this can actually reduce your token emissions significantly and make bootstrapping security a viable option for some of the smaller chains. And in fact, for some of the larger chains as well, they can continue to receive these delegations and actually increase validator profitability in general. And of course, we see this across Cosmos ecosystem, that chains are actually trying to attract liquidity from Ethereum. And this actually solves for that as well to some extent. This is not completely, but to some extent, that when these rewards are actually being given to these restakers, they're actually given on your native chain. And Ethereum restakers will actually be required to access these rewards on your chain. So it's kind of these users are kind of getting onboarded on your Cosmos chain. Talking a bit about us, we have built a solid team of ZK engineers in India. We've spent the better part of last year bringing people across Rust and ZK ecosystems and building a team based in Bangalore. I actually think that we are a small team, but I think we are the largest ZK team in India that is actually built in India. Talking a bit about our roadmap, so a lot of energy going forward that we're planning to spend is on actually improving the ZK infrastructure itself. In fact, one of the biggest challenges, even today with our product of the kind we're presenting here, is that the ZK tech itself that's powering the security layer behind this messaging between these two chains is actually quite primitive. And we are actually planning to spend a lot of energy on upgrading to better systems such as Starkey and Plonky 3 going forward that will enable us to actually provide this solution in a cost-effective manner. We're raising a $2.8 million round, $2.8 million size of the round at $28 million valuation. And we're planning to deploy this capital. A third of this will actually go to ZK engineering, actually improving our infrastructure. And a third of that will actually go to product development. The rest will actually go to marketing and BD, etc. We are live on mainnet. Our core tech is live on mainnet. This is not for ZK Mesh, but this is actually a bridge powered by our technology between Ethereum and Near. And yeah, you can actually go and test this out today. So yeah, so just to add here, this bridge has no you can say, multi-sig running behind this. This is completely powered by ZK provers. And so our prover is not super decentralized right now.
Please wrap up your last sentence.
Yeah. And yeah, so basically, this is powered by ZK provers. Going forward, this will have permissionless relayers as well. There's nothing really preventing us from having these real, except the fact that we haven't sort of audited the code yet, etc. But this is not powered by any third-party security right now.
Thank you very much. We're going to start with the Q&A now.
Hi. So on the ZK mesh stuff, when you ran out $1 of Ethereum security, how much, like, is it $1 security for the chain that is renting out, or is it going to be a discount rate, or how do you calculate that?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question.
So when you ran out $1 of like Ethereum security,
okay,
and to make sure that your chain is getting that Ethereum support, is it also like $1 of Ethereum, or is it less than that because you're renting out?
Yeah, so if I understood your question correctly, I think what you're asking is that every dollar worth of each stake, is that equivalent to $1 worth of security, right? Yeah, so I think if the asset that you've staked is actually pure Ethereum, then you can say that it's, you can say 1-to-1 because there's no other sort of service that particular dollar is backing. But if that same dollar has already been restaked on Ethereum somewhere, then you cannot assume that, let's say you have one ETH stake, then you cannot assume that $1,800 worth of security has been. You have to add a fraction here that you're only getting a certain fraction of that. And what that fraction should be is debatable. It's slightly subjective, but that's an area of research for us. But it will definitely not be one. Yeah.
I'm just wondering, so like the underlying protocols like ZK IBC and then like mesh or ZK mesh security is like the application built on top of it. And in some way, it's sort of like part of your go-to-market strategy to show like, hey guys, this is what you can do. It's much more powerful. But what else is there in terms of the go-to-market strategy? Like, it looks like great tech. It's super interesting. Like, how are you going to get this in front of people or in front of the developers, like to actually plug into mesh security and ZK IBC?
I can't actually hear you properly.
Oh, and I'm talking super fast as well. Can you tell me a bit more about the go-to-market strategy?
Sure, sure. So our strategy has been very simple. We're actually trying to, in fact, that was one of the goals of coming to Cosmos, was that connect with these chains and ask them upfront, is this a kind of product that you're actually interested in? And just to share some of the feedback we've received, some of the chains that are relatively small in size or new, relatively new, they are having a lot of sort of trouble attracting these validators. And we've seen a strong interest from these folks. That if you're launching a new chain, if you're small, that's where we've seen that we should probably go ahead and kind of add our solution. And in terms of integration, it's quite straightforward. We can actually add the ICS modules on your chain. There's some additional customizations that we do, and that's it. That's all you need to essentially start renting security.
Thank you.
So I have I have the loud microphone. Sorry about that. If I'm a ETH staker, and I say, okay, I want additional yield, I'm going to come to this restaking platform. How do I decide which Cosmos chain I'm going to lend my ETH to? Is there like an aggregated yield dashboard? How do you actually onboard users not familiar with the different verticals within Cosmos?
Yeah, sure. So, okay, so first of all, like this is not live yet. Just wanted to add that. And we get this question quite often. So there are two strategies to solve this, and again, we're working on them. So one of the strategies, obviously, you bring a dashboard where all the important parameters in terms of what is the risk appetite, what is the risk of that chain, what is the market cap of that chain, how much token rewards are you going to get in dollar value, and what is the volatility of that coin. That's one option where you actually enable restakers to take this decision themselves. Another option is that this job is actually outsourced to Electron, where we actually decide, we give them a single interface that we are actually enabling you to access Cosmos chains directly, and we do that portfolio management and decide how much security should be given to which chain based on the risk profile and the rewards essentially. So again, both the strategies are possible at a protocol level. It will be a business decision when it actually comes to deployment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Really interesting to hear the first project and the final. Next, we're going to have Cosmoverse AI, a super early stage project. We're going to have on stage John Yu, founder and CEO. Please come on stage. Good luck.
Can you hear me in the back?
All right, let's get started. So I'm here to present Smart Contract AI. What we do is build AI tools to find and fix smart contract vulnerabilities. So the smart contract developer, they release a PR, they go to our website, put the GitHub repo in, and then a couple hours later, they get a full vulnerability report sent to their email. So the problems that this is trying to address, there's a lot of funds in smart contracts, bridges, wallets, and if it's a blockchain transaction, these transactions are immutable. So it becomes a big, juicy target for hackers. And the current state-of-the-art solution is hiring audit firms, but they're expensive in both time, it takes months, and money, it's $20,000, $100,000 for audits. So using smart contract AI, it helps save the audit time charged, and also instead of months, vulnerability reports are given in hours. So the ecosystem implications of lower security costs, it allows a lot more code to be pushed into mainnet and a lot more teams to join your ecosystem. So imagine you're a hackathon project and you don't have 20,000, 100,000 to get into mainnet. What do? So this might be a solution for you. So where are we at now? I started this project part-time 2 months ago, and today we have a fully working, minimum viable product. We talked to a lot of different types of users, so security auditors, full-time developers, part-time hackathon participants, L1 blockchains, wallet providers. And they all seem to be pretty interested. And we have one paying customer. So the go-to-market strategy is breaking down into 2 different user profiles. So young developers and people like me. So full-time developers, people who crank out code all the time. So the go-to-market strategy is focus on the Cosmos, I know CosmWasm well, and expand onto other ecosystems. So Aptos, Solana, Near, EVM. And to address these 2 different user types, focus on the young developers, on hackathons, Twitter, word of mouth, and the full-time developers, it's more like a B2B sale. So startups who just got funding, who just got audited, who just launched different products, and meeting them in conferences like Cosmoverse, and also partnership referrals like the Builders Program. So the business model is pretty simple. You build a good product, and then you charge for it. So hackathon developers, they're not really well funded, so charge them a one-off affordable price. Give them a taste of this model. And then for full-time developers, you can run PRs, audits on your PRs all the time, so it might be a monthly subscription. And the second go-to-market is more like Twitter memes. So what I mean by that is analyzing open source code bases, finding vulnerabilities, and then putting them on blast. And then bug bounty hunter kind of programs. So you have a bug program, runs this code, and then those vulnerabilities are reported. So the team is 2 co-founders, 50-50 split. I did a lot of smart contract work on Stargaze, spoke at AwesomeWasm, and my previous background was in Web 2 development. So we have a few unique insights. Build a good product, charge for it. It should be more common in Web 3, but not really. And this is more like a Web 3 CI/CD tool. So a Web 2 analogy would be like you make a PR to a web app, and then you run the test suite, and then like the current audit system, it's basically like you see the results in months. So this is more like a Web3 CI/CD tool where you can see the results in weeks, and it's integrated into the development workflow. So a couple other key insights. Vulnerabilities in production are mostly already known. So in Ethereum, there's reentrancy, in Cosmoverse, access control, logic errors, math errors. And AI can find these patterns really well. So right now, you can't really replace the human auditors, but maybe in the future, with custom models, with fine-tuning, with a lot of data, 5 years from now, maybe auditors are completely replaced. So the market, it's young developers and seed stage Series A funded teams. So it's pretty early, but here's some napkin math. There's 20,000 blockchain developers. If we capture 10% of that and then multiply by some monthly subscription, it comes out to a big ARR. And this is more like a work in progress. As this product is developed, it'll be much more firm. So what I'm looking for is active full-time developers on L1 dApps, infrastructure like wallet companies and insurance companies and ecosystem grants programs. And if any of you are interested, use this QR code, and then I'll accept all DM messages. I'll respond to you definitely. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Now the jury, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. How did you compare the output of your solution with the, I don't know, maybe like a proper audit firm? Did you do that, or what was the outcome from that?
Yeah, so evaluation is an open research question in AI. So this weekend, I'm working on a project, man versus machine, to answer that question objectively. So right now, the baseline is about 50% accuracy. And with the latest prototype that my co-founder produced last week, I think it'll be closer to 70%.
Of the major hacks that have occurred, would your tech have been able to prevent that? A lot of it is, multi-sig keys and phishing and spam things. Those are the ones for the bridges and the major expensive attacks. What percentage would your AI actually be able to capture?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the multi-sigs, the bridges, the transaction-related hacks, like private keys being leaked. So that's more on the transaction layer. This is more on the contract and SDK layer. So I'm focused on the smart contract layer right now, but it could be expanded to transaction layer analysis.
And so what's the bigger picture? Like, how does this compete with auditors now, and how do you think this competes with auditors in the future? Like, how does this, is this like a complementary feature? Does that, like, how is this easier than auditors? Is this supposed to replace them now, or is it supposed to like complement it and reduce the cost for auditors in general? Like, how does that work?
So I couldn't hear that question too well, but I think it's basically like how does this compare to auditors? So I see this as more like a complementary service right now. So auditors, their best use of time is finding the unique edge cases in a protocol and then testing them thoroughly, like testing all the assumptions. So this one right now is focused on the existing assumptions on old vulnerabilities.
I'm using this mic, so hopefully you can hear me. But are you referring to like the low-hanging fruit, basically?
Yeah.
I see.
So it's low-hanging fruit right now, and then as the models get built out, as the AI research expands, then it will be like medium and maybe high-hanging fruit.
Thank you.
How does this compare to, let's say, Copilot?
Well, Copilot auto-completes really well, but it doesn't really do analysis. So I see a short-term and medium-term future where AI is very good at auto-completing, but what is that training data based on? It might be Stack Overflow, where there's a lot of answers with vulnerabilities in them. So I feel like even when you have a good code generation process, you still need a specialized model to check for vulnerabilities.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So next up is another finalist that qualified. The project aims to build front end to the Interchain and is called 42. We're going to welcome the co-founder, Daniel Melchap. Good luck.
Is this thing on? Yes. So, what is the one thing that the Interchain needs to survive and thrive, specifically the Cosmos Interchain, is liquidity. And what's the one thing to get this liquidity? We need better UX in Cosmos and the Interchain more broadly. So, I'm going to start off by speaking to you very briefly on something that's quite mysterious to us all, which is users. So, why are users not doing anything? Because there's so many obstacles on the way. They have to connect a physical wallet, browser extension, search through a multitude of products across a multitude of chains, and it's all too complex. So bring in aggregation theory. What is aggregation theory? Very simply, it's the theory of aggregators. It's nothing too complex. Now, why do I bring this up? Because aggregators have existed for thousands of years, starting off at a basic market where you would go get your ham and your cheese and your bread all at one place, because that's what people love to do, everything in one place. Then came the internet. Now, on the internet, millions of transactions, but who accrued most of the value in the internet? Once again, it was the platforms and the aggregators. Why? Because users love that, love going to one place for everything. Why do users love aggregators? Three primary reasons. Is convenience, price, transparency, which results in price reductions. And it creates a flywheel effect. Solve for customer experience, get users, get providers, prices come down, get more users. Simple. So what is 42? 42 is a front end for the Interchain, or an aggregator for the Interchain. And we have one goal, which is make DeFi across the Interchain as simple as possible. We've spoken with dozens of Cosmos users and dozens of Ethereum users, and they have some basic issues. Cosmos users have problems tracking their portfolio. They're losing tokens across chains. They are searching for yields across chains, and they have problems discovering new projects. And Ethereum users have problems around centralization with like Lido and staked ETH. They have block space constraints on the L1. Ethereum users don't know how to navigate an Interchain currently. And they're also limited to EVM and Solidity code. So 42 in its current alpha state offers three main things, which is Interchain yields, Interchain swaps, and portfolio management from one dashboard, and more to come. And this leads to what is the long-term vision of 42? So 42 sees ourselves as providing in the long-term automated, optimized, and personalized portfolio management using AI and smart contracts. Essentially, a user comes in, connects their wallet, and our algorithms determine what their optimal portfolio is across the Interchain. So our product is currently live in an alpha state, and I can take you through it pretty briefly. But essentially, a user will come in and will connect one or multiple wallets for tracking and can very clearly see their assets sitting across chains in the ecosystem. They can see the breakdowns of the wallets very simply, what's staked to the validators, and what's sitting in the underlying liquidity pools. This is our Earn product. So we have three main products, which is the portfolio view I took you through. This is the Earn product. Our Earn product is our like bread and butter product, I would say, and this is your way of searching for yields across an Interchain. So these are different strategies which sit across different chains. The strategies we've currently deployed is for liquidity pools and staking to validators, and soon we're rolling out Interchain strategies with things like Quasar and Sommelier, as well as liquid staking with some of the Cosmos liquid staking providers. We've currently deployed across these four chains. We're on Osmosis testnet, Juno mainnet, Neutron mainnet, Terra mainnet, and we're on Kujira testnet too. And pretty much what this means is if you wanted to stake, for example, Atom, you would filter for Atom and you could very clearly see all the yields across the Interchain world. deposits super quickly. Currently, these are all auto-compounding vaults deployed on 42. We also offer swap functionality, so we're currently integrated with Skip for moving tokens around the interchain, where users select a token, select a chain, and we'll show them the best routes to perform their swap. So we're not the only ones that think that the UX layer is super valuable. This was from the Delphi Digital 2023 report, where they put liquidity infrastructure such as Aave, Uniswap, etc., at the liquidity infrastructure layer. Then came some of the aggregators such as 1inch or Yearn, but right at the top, Zappos, Arian, DBank, and where 42 is playing is where we see a lot of value going to accrue in the long term. So this is some market size stuff. If we look at Ethereum, currently 6 billion or 12% of the total Ethereum TVL sits in yield optimizers, whereas in Cosmos, only 1% currently sits in yield optimizers. And if we look at DEX aggregators, currently in Ethereum, 13% or $12 billion goes through DEX aggregators, but in Cosmos, currently only 0.6%. And that, to a large degree, is because these don't exist on an interchain level. Also, if we look at the total asset management industry of the world, and I'm assuming we're all in crypto because we believe this is going to move on-chain at some point, that's $100 trillion. Our go-to-market, we're currently in our alpha phase. We've deployed some basic products. We're doing a lot of personalized user testing, getting in touch with our users, and we've got some really cool marketing stuff being deployed at the moment. We're then going into the beta phase, which is a Cosmos-wide launch. We're working on a lot of strategic partnerships within the ecosystem and outside, and we're targeting whales, which is what some of like a sommelier has been doing too. Then we're going to full deployment, which is interchain-wide launch, optimizing with our AI stuff and targeting ETH users. We hope to, in 6 months, to integrate across 7 chains, deploy our validator compounding and some of our partnerships, as well as get our a lot of the EVM and Celestia stuff going, and thereafter continuing to do like real-world assets, NFT aggregator, and AI-generated asset management. This is the team. So myself, I was at Binance Labs in their ventures team. I was also at Menlo Ventures before that, and I got an investment banking background and worked at Berkeley, studied at Berkeley. I've got an amazing engineering team who are sitting over here, Moritz and Alicio. They're Gs, so chat to them if you can. We're raising a pre-seed of $1 million at a $10 million valuation, which is a steal in my mind. And we currently have 450K received with another 100K committed from really good angels. So reach out to me if you are interested. This is the runway. That gives us about 18 months runway. There's a breakdown if you want to dive deeper into that and like specifically what things are going to. But yeah. We're friendly, so reach out. There's my Twitter, there's the 42 Twitter, and feel free to get in touch with us.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes from the jury starts now. As soon as they ask.
So the thing is, like, we had this pitch yesterday, and we had some questions, and you perfectly addressed them in the pitch. So that's great. I might reiterate on a question, I guess, like just you know, for the audience as well. I think it is important to talk about it. You know, the biggest problem in Cosmos is onboarding users where the money is, right? Ethereum world. And so, what's the path to like getting access to that liquidity? Could you specify that a little bit more? I think go-to-market in the Cosmos space is definitely something that you're capable of doing, but like, how does that translate to the EVM world?
So the question is just how do we get liquidity?
I probably used the wrong microphone. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
So like, how are you going to market to the EVM world where the actual money is, where the users are? How are you going to make sure that they're sort of like onboarding easily?
Yeah, sure. So like there's the Y Combinator saying that do something that 100 users love. So that's why we're really doing this like personalized user testing now. We want Cosmos to love what we do. And then we see ourselves as like becoming a big player in the Cosmos ecosystem and leveraging that reputation into the Ethereum ecosystem thereafter. Also, as mentioned, a lot of strategic partnerships. Some of our angel investors are also like super well connected in the Ethereum ecosystem to whales and to corporates. So a lot of the liquidity we think will come from there in the long run.
Are you targeting specifically retail users or aiming more for institutional?
So initially we're doing retail just to refine the product, but the long run institutional is definitely where a lot of the liquidity sits. So definitely that. We'll go to where the money comes from. So.
I think we're good, or is there another question? No? Or you want to? Yeah, well, I think we're good.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank
you
you.
very much. If there's no other
Thank you,
question.
everyone.
Amazing. Thank you. It's actually great to see 3 amazing projects. So the jury will now discuss together and evaluate the score. And the finalists will be announced after the award show. One thing I want to mention is all these projects gonna get a place or have a place already in the Builders program. So they're gonna be supported as well, and hopefully they will get big, they will grow, and they will succeed. This is our goal as well. And we're gonna start now with the award show, one of the most delicacies of Cosmoverse. So I call Basil on stage with the award show.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Hope good. This is the end, all right? This is where the money is gonna be thrown around. Everybody's gonna get rich right now, right here. And then we're gonna give back to the community for the ones that are supposed to win awards. So to start off, there's atoms that we're gonna be giving away. I wanna give the mic to Cosmos Millions. Sarah Diane, please. Are you ready? In a minute she will be. But yeah, how are you guys finding it? How do you guys find Istanbul? Cosmoverse? Yeah? Yeah, I mean, look, it was a hard 10 months, but you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's super exciting to see all of you guys here. And the 3 days are over, so we also have a hackathon in a couple days. So come hack. And then also the final after parties tonight. So you guys ready for that? You have any more energy for that? Yeah? All right, well look, just on a note for that, come in with these, your badges so you can get in. And first come, first serve, so. Sarah Diane, how are you? Soon. What was the best thing that you guys have in Cosmoverse? Oh, there she is, come on. Hi, how are you? I heard you're gonna be giving away Atom.
Yeah.
Yeah? How much?
That's a surprise.
All right.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Thank you. Hello, Cosmoverse. So, I'm Sarah Diane from Cosmos Millions. At Cosmos Millions, we draw every week prizes for user in a PLSA way. That means that people put funds and they are staking rewards that generate prizes. But this is for me one of the good parts of the Cosmoverse is the award, and we decided to make something light, something fun, where you already all participated. Because you don't know, but your ticket might be a lucky ticket. Maybe you already won something. What we did is that we took all the ticket ID numbers and we did an on-chain draw, online draw, during Cosmoverse. And one of you, maybe more, we get tonight some prizes. So please take some time already to check your ticket on your mail, because in a moment, we will announce the winners. So what are the prizes, right? Maybe tonight, we will have a millionaire. And I actually know that we will have a millionaire tonight. And for that, I'd like to call on stage one of our sponsors, Babylon. Fisher, come here, please. Come on stage.
Yeah.
Hi, Fisher.
Hi, Sarah.
So, Babylon, are you going to make one of the cosmonauts a millionaire tonight?
Yes, millionaire.
Millionaire.
Yeah.
Now is the time to bring the check here before announcing the winner. Let's bring the check.
Yeah. So, by millionaire, we literally mean it. It's a million of something. What's that? A million of what? Remind you, Polygon is doing Bitcoin security sharing with Cosmos. So we will give away 1 million Satoshi. Yeah.
So, no, this is the time to cut the suspense. And the winner is
This way.
this way. What? Hi. The winner is, was the announcement? So remember that we just have the ticket ID, right? So the winner is, okay, just for you to let you know, we excluded all the sponsor and also our team for the draw, right? So if the winner is here, I highly encourage him or her to get on stage and take this big check. If the winner is not in the room, what you will do, Fisher, is that you will take one of those hats and you will throw it through the room, right? And we will share this check in two, with someone that is here in the room and with the actual winner that has been drawn on-chain that everybody can check and verify.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
So the winner here, this number.
Yeah.
And from the information I have, apparently is Anton. Are we Anton here? Anton, are you here? Anton is here? Come, Anton! Let's go some music, please, to encourage him! Anton, you're a millionaire now!
Wow. Congratulations! Millionaire, baby!
You'll be drawn.
Hey, nice to see you guys. I didn't know how much Satoshi up to this moment.
You're a millionaire, that's all that counts.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Babylon. Thank you, Anton, for being here and for being lucky. We love lucky people here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So now it's not over. We have one more thing to announce. Because we have one second lucky winner. And for that, our sponsor is not a company, it's not a project, but it's a person. Some of you, some of us call him the CEO of Cosmos, but we all call him Zaki! Come on stage!
I was kind of hoping this was going to be the only time I was going to be on stage this Cosmoverse, but we'll see.
The check, I already put the slide. So we have an amazing amount tonight. 500 atoms given by Zaki. Thank you so much, Zaki. And let's bring the check on stage. So I love the name of this check. Zaki made my day. So, for this one, do you have it's in here as well? So we will now reveal maybe the name. And I can tell you that to bring that in a plane is not easy. We were so afraid that it could break down. So the name of the second person.
This is a genuine French check.
Yeah, it's yeah. So the number, if you are in the room to receive this check, is, and I remind the rule, if the winner is not here, Zaki, you will have to throw a cap in the audience.
I really don't want to do that.
So the winner is this ticket's number. And unfortunately, I don't have the name because it's a general attendee. And it's from Love D validator. Do we have someone here? Okay. There is nobody. I remind the rule. If you're not here, you will still have the prize, but we will throw a cap, and someone here will have half of the prize. We had decided to do that, but no, in an
Which
operational
validator
way.
was it? What was the validator?
It's Love D. Love D.
Love D validator.
But this is the ticket ID. Okay, nobody
I think
knows
we'll
how
go
to
to the
do
hat
that.
then.
Who is independent way of thinking person should blind some eyes? I don't know. Zaki, maybe you should do it. No?
It really should not be.
Who should do it? Who should do it? Who wants to do it? Who
Hey, I
wants to
think
do it?
I
You
think
want to
over
do
there
it?
can do it.
Let's come here
Nana,
and
come
do
on,
it.
let's go.
So, I think you go
Just
from
chuck
there.
it to my
think you go from
mom.
there.
My mom is sitting over there.
You close your eyes, you make couple of rounds around Louis like that, and then, but you need still to throw it that way. If you throw to Zaki, it's not, maybe, I don't know if he wants to keep it, but, so you get the cap, you go on stage, and you get 250 atoms. Are you ready? Are you ready? What's your name? Nina? Nina, come on, do it, do it. Go! Woohoo!
This is so funny. Max, buddy, how you doing?
Come!
How you doing? Get on stage. Get over there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, guys. That was funny.
Okay, now let's continue the award part of the Cosmoverse. Thank you so much for our sponsor. Thank you, Zaki. And remember that this feeling of winning prizes happens every week on Cosmos Million. And I just want to say something. We are all lucky to be here. All lucky to be here in Istanbul for the Cosmoverse. And see you next year. Bye-bye.
Round of applause. Thank you. Can we get the awards ready, please? All right. That was interesting. Mom, why didn't you catch it? Where is she? She's somewhere over there. Anyways, so I think we're going to start with the awards show. And then we're going to announce the winner for the pitching competition. But to start with the award show, what are we going to have here? Who's going to be first? Last year we had 5 different awards. Most represented community, most promising launch, most decentralized, and then best developer and most active users. So let's go down the list with the most represented community. Who are the nominees? Let's list out the nominees on the slides. No nominees, we're just gonna announce the winner then? All right, then we're just gonna announce the winner. The most represented community is Babylon. Where's Babylon? Fisher, come out. Well, you guys are winning everything today, let's go.
Yeah. Hi! Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. We are talking about community. One man is not a community. Where are the Babylonians? Come. Babylon team, please. Indeed, almost the entire crew of the Babylon team is here in Cosmoverse. Come. Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. Where is the whole team? The whole team is here, come on. It's a big team. Let's get the picture with them. Thank you, guys. That's great. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Wow, wow, wow, wow. So the community voted, and now we want to go on to the next one, which is most promising launch. A lot of interesting projects are coming out, to be honest with you guys. With the Neutron, whether it be StreamSwap, whether it be a whole bunch of others. But to be honest with you, one really took it and won it all. I really want to get you guys, the team is ready, but StreamSwap, congratulations, you guys won. You guys are the most promising launch. Where's the squad? Where they at? OmniFlix, come on, get on stage. You guys deserve it all. Honestly, you guys done so much to the whole ecosystem. You guys deserve it. Get over here. I'm gonna get you guys an award. Get over here. Chetan, Sisla, Daya. Wow. There we go.
Well, thanks to Cosmoverse and the community for, recognizing StreamSwap as the best launch. Thank you.
Wow, I love when you scream. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Love the effort that the teams are putting into creating new projects every year. To be honest with you, I'm excited to even see what's going to be the butterfly effect of Cosmoverse, all the developers, you know what I mean, all of the projects and the teams over here connecting and networking, creating new projects year after year. So I'm really excited to see what's going to come next year. So for the next award, it's going to be which one is the most decentralized. What do you guys think? There's a lot. Last year was Stargaze were the winners. This year, Terra V2. Where is the Terra team? I know Zion, all of them were here. Well, maybe they're not in the crowd right now. Anybody from Terra? No. No, we're gonna have to ship it for them, huh? I guess not. We're gonna have to ship it to them though. I'll take a picture by myself later. It's too decentralized? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the award has to go somewhere, so you're gonna have to give it to them. But the next one after this one is the Best Developer Award. You know, we had a lot. We had Jacob from Notional as a nominee. That's what was on there. Greg Ozuri was another one. Marko Baricevic and Dev from Osmosis. The winner of the Best Developer for 2023, Greg Ozuri from Akash. Well deserved. I know you're watching at home. You got it. So if there's anybody from Akash here, I know you couldn't make it this time. But if Adam is here, there he is. Come over here. I know he's happy at home. Hi. How are you? There you guys are. Both of you guys.
Neither of us are Greg Osuri. I don't know if you can tell. But I got a picture of Greg. I don't know if you want to zoom in on it. This is who won. That's who won. That's Greg. So I'll talk on behalf of Greg. I'm just an NPC. So if I were Greg, I would say thank you and thank you guys. We'll take it home.
Thank you. Get the box. Yes. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Now let's go to the final award. The most active users award. We had a bunch of nominees. Osmosis, Cosmos Hub, Evmos, OKX, But the winner this year, 2023 most active users, is OKX. Now, I don't know if there's anybody over here, or a verified member of OKX can come up here. Because next time we're going to have to shout these out beforehand. But we have an award. We'll call them. Sito, maybe you can create some context and do that. But OKX, congratulations. Now, I appreciate all of you guys coming. We are coming to an end now. I just want to announce the winner. We have the winners of the pitching competition. So if the teams are here, please get ready. Amongst all of them, Electron, Cosmoverse, AI, and 42. I really want to say thank you for coming along and pitching yesterday. 42, where are you guys at? Get on stage. Congratulations, you guys won. Let me get the champagne there. One second, I'm coming. All right, I promise not to open it here, but congratulations, guys.
Thank you for the support, everyone, and thanks for this amazing team I have here.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks, everyone.
And thanks, Cosmoverse. To the future.
To the future, to the Interchain. Guys, thank you so much for coming. It's been a long haul. We've made it this far. I wanna take this last few moments just to invite the team. This is it. Cosmoverse is over. It's been a long 10 months, like I keep saying. So I just want to take time to because this year was bigger than just the 4 or 5 of us that normally does this. This year took a lot of effort. We collaborated with other teams like Design DAO. So if I can invite Design DAO, Cosmoverse team, can we get Michael? Can we get Zach? Can we get Fabi and Yuri? Lovis, Design DAO, OmniFlix. Can I get the OmniFlix team over here, please? The whole squad. I really want to say, this is what made Cosmoverse Istanbul 2023. And there's the OmniFlix team. Come down. It's a collaborative effort. Without these guys who brought this brand and took it to the next level, I really do appreciate these guys. These took the media and made it a whole nother level. So really appreciate it. I'm going to give the mic to Mike and take it over.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here. I said it on the panel. We went through a bear market year. I think everyone is exhausted and like we really deserve a bull run, but it didn't really feel like a bull run, like a bear market, sorry. Or did it feel like a bear market for you at Cosmoverse? What are you saying? No? Bullish? Are we bullish for next year? There we go. Istanbulish, yeah. Thanks for the team, like Basil said, the Flix crew, you guys are doing amazing. Like the whole production, I mean, Chitam was saying, sitting there 3 days at the AV desk, managing everything. So big shout out, the live stream, everything, Design DAO, all the amazing animations, the website, you guys did amazing. And yeah, I think maybe Yuri, you want to say some final words? And then Fabi for the Hackmas?
Yeah, we had so many teams involved this year from all across the cosmos. For example, also here, Steak Fritz, who is doing our pre and after movie this year. They are helping us with all of the videos. Also our PR team this year, once again, Yap Global. Thank you so much for supporting us this year again. They brought all the big media attention to Cosmos. So yeah, it's a big team collaboration this year. Also, special thanks to our moderators, Nena, our Colombian queen. Thank you for flying all the way in from New York City. And then of course, also UNS. So it was a big success this year. And thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, and by the way, one team is missing here on stage. It's DoraHex. So Steve, Brian, if you're here, please come on stage and join us because they are part of the team as well. They helped us build the Hackmos Hackathon, which will take place on October 6th and 7th. So we promise you a full week of Cosmoverse experience, and you will get it. So if you're a developer, please sign up for the hackathon. Thank you very much.
I just want to say appreciate everybody again. Design DAO, you guys have something that you want to say? It's okay. You guys, OmniFlix, want to say something? Say? Yeah. All right. Everybody's there. What's up?
We love to give a huge shout out to all. Yeah, my voice is gone. My voice.
Excuse Isla for losing his voice since we've been, partying a lot at Fix Fest and shouting around. So thanks to Cosmoverse for being partners since inception. We've done the successful third year, and thanks to Flix crew for putting all the efforts from here and from India. We're looking forward to the next year as the Cosmos grows bigger and bigger. Shout out to everyone that's there. Cito, Basil, everyone, Fabian, Kake, Design Raj, him, and Chetan at large, because he's the man who has done everything here, starting from all the videos you see, from, delivering an experience online via live stream. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. For tonight's party, remember to have your badges. First come, first serve at Franken. Starts at 8 p.m. See you guys there. DJ.